Hello and welcome everyone. Check YouTube's working here. There we are. And welcome everyone to the semifinals of Rage Forest. The teams have done their draft already. We should be getting started in a moment. I'm actually early and on time today, so we'll get this started as soon as the players do. Should be right at 15 GMT in just under 20 minutes. I am so excited for this. I've loved all these Rage Forest games so far. And now that there's a DLC coming out, September 22nd, I'm afraid I'm going to have to update the map as soon as we're done with the tournament to use the new DLC assets. I was like, oh yeah, I'll be done with the map for a bit. It's in a good spot. It was great for Rage Forest, but nope, I got to update it again right after this. That'll be fun though. I actually had an idea. Is anyone out there who studies math knows that when you're completely not thinking about something is when you come up with your ideas. And I had an idea for making ponds not bugged. It is a very crazy idea, but it might help. Depends at which stage of map generation the ponds are created. I have to remind myself of that. Now that we have something called spacing to specific terrain when placing terrains, I can basically write if statements that determine whether or not terrains are placed by spacing to a single tile of terrain so large that it avoids the entire map. That's going to be very hacky. Hello, wise turtle! Hope that your day is wise and your turtles are the old turtles with the big cannonball and not the new monstrosities they've changed. Hello, why don't you say hi? And also a reminder, we are streaming on YouTube. I should remind that after the ad ends. They are, thank you, feels good. Yep. And may they also not be the original AOC turtles with the oval rounded graphics. Those are best not mentioned. Yeah, those turtles were something else. Maybe we need larger ponds for the chance to see turtles in Rage Forest. So a reminder, we are also live streaming on YouTube, should you want to watch without the ads. And also, we do have a sub goal, where if we hit 200 subs, we're going to be adding another $100 to the prize pool. I'm already adding 100 from the first 100, and I'll do $100 for every 100 subs, up to 1,000. Do I think Team Timos' performance so far makes them the favorites for this match? I don't know, I still think Barles' team would be the favorite. I really like the way Barles works with all of his drafted players. Matt has been an absolute beast as a pocket. Maybe we need more units that are turtley-like? Or turtle ships? You mean more Teutonic Knights? What are we getting with the Vikings? I saw they released a tech tree. I don't even know what that tech tree is. One of these days, I really need Lord Bassa to finish the Shadows of Calparea, so I have an excuse to go back and play scenarios in the original game. And K Pandu, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Mongols, we are doomed for certain.
$1 to the prize pool, thank you. Evening Elsie River. And also, if you are watching on YouTube, let me know how the stream quality is, because I turned the bitrate down. Hopefully to mitigate some of those internet issues I was having. I streamed fine the past couple of days. Or the past couple of streams, rather, so hopefully things are better. I adjusted some OBS networking settings, where it should, instead of crashing, just lower the bitrate. I hope that'll work. I had to go into the advanced settings and activate some beta networking features. It seems to be more stable now. So, great thing about Rage Forest, people are prepared. Looks good, wonderful. Maybe add rivers to RF maps, then we'd see more turtle ships. I think you are right about being annoying. Just made your coffee, I just made my coffee too. And let's see the draft, because we have drafts. And what do we have as our very first overall pick? We double check I have the teams on the right side. I do. Barles on the left, Timo on the right. Celts! Celts are the very first pick. Let me also make a post that we're going live. Oh, that enter key keeps getting picked up. And let's see, I want my Twitch link to share. The whole HTTPS link, there we go. And we'll make a Twitter post in case anyone sees that. Also, I have to say, those sudden disaster maps we saw yesterday with the exploding ponds were freaking amazing. Maybe we need that in Rage Forest, exploding ponds. Imagine that. Oh, and hello, Emzia. How are you doing? So I'm distracted making a tweet that we're going live. Good morning to you. Saying hello to why don't you say hi? So welcome in. This is Rage Forest. This is a 4v4 with some of the top experts on this map. If you actually, MZA loves walling off against those AI games. You're gonna love the flank players on Rage Forest. They're gonna wall the passages about 4 or 5 times. And Macwork, thank you very much for the follow. So, alright, let's look at the civs we have. Celts and Georgians, #1 picks for both teams. Teutons and Lithuanians up there too. We have the Japanese prioritized pretty highly for Team Timo. They're gonna hope that they get those on one of the maps with a pond so they can go for a fish boom. They also got Persians up there pretty highly, so they'll be one of those pocket civs. Maybe we'll see some elephants. Maybe. Also, happy birthday, Emzia. Hope you enjoyed your birthday, advancing to the next stage last week. Good morning, Ricardo de Santiago over on YouTube. That's a fun name to pronounce. I think I pronounced that right too. That's part of the fun of streaming, making sure that you pronounce the names properly. So the players are. Let me just check the status on this lobby. Where are they at? There we go. So, Barles and Timo, the captains, both in their lobbies. Now, all the players are in a voice chat in the Rage Forest Discord. Looks like everyone else is hopping in the town center chat to watch it. I think Chrissy Boo's streaming in Discord. So, it looks like it'll be Barles, Matt, Edgar Davids, and Nervkex against Timo, Abun Zuerhalt, Rooster, and Zach. Now, Abun Zuerhalt has been a crazy good player on the flank so far. Honestly, kind of surprised he wasn't a captain, but he was, I think, away for one of the early weeks of the tournament. So, Barles, Valas, and ACCM, all themselves captains and great players in their own right 1v1s. Teemo and Abunzuhalt a bit more focused on the team game specific aspects of Rage Forest. Thank you, yes, leveled up this week. That's an excellent shirt. Oh, thank you, Bailo. Linen? Actually it might be. This is more of a summary shirt. Abunzuhalt is a good name to see all the casters butcher. I think I pronounce it about as close as I can get. I speak enough German that I can see the German-looking names and actually pronounce them. That's what I can do. English, German, and sometimes Elvish. Other languages I struggle with. I'm far off from Nerfkex, though? Am I? I guess that is German. I look at, like, Kek, though, as the internet meme, more than a German thing, though. My pronunciation is adequate. I don't know what the accent mark... Oh, like, Keeks? Nerve Keeks? Are you saying the E is the stretch there? Or the stress in that word? Cakes? Is the EH like a Canadian A? Wait, I need to bring Slam in here then. Adequate for a German is very good. So we're like Nerve Cakes then. Okay. Sounds like a delicious dessert you serve on the flank, a nerve cake. Gonna get into a Vil fight and Barrows will say, let them eat nerve cakes. Just how the material looked when the camera window was larger. Good color suits you. Thank you. I always feel that I need to get a room, as much as everyone seems to love the wood paneling in this room, but something with white walls or something that doesn't blend in with my hair, because I feel like it kind of blends in with the door and the walls behind me, because I'm that dirty blonde shade. Agreed, good shirt. Thank you, Emzia. So let's see, we have everyone. Let's see, we got 6 players in the lobby. Should be starting in 5 minutes. I actually started early enough, I'll be able to get ads out of the way before the game starts. So the tricky things about these drafts is you don't have many leftover civs, and we have a DLC that's going to come out September 22nd, so less than a month away, and we're going to add even 3 more civs to the game. And I think when that comes out, we're going to need to do some type of Rage Forest show match, because that'll give us 56 civilizations, and at that point, we can do a 4v4 for 7 games without repeating a civilization. The paneling's very 1970s. That's when this building was constructed, in the 70s, so that checks out. So I feel like once we hit 56 civs, I don't know where we go from here. We've hit pretty much the perfect number at that point. That's also like... The one thing we always see is whenever the number of civs leaves one gap in the civ selection menu, everyone's like, oh, let's add 1 extra civ to fill that gap. We have 7 times 8. We should be able to fit this in a menu properly. So, may I ask what Abunzuhalt means? Well, Abunzu would mean, like, now and then. I don't know what... I don't know how the E connects the... Like, it's supposed to be part of the, like, Zua or halt. I don't know if it's a precise, like, German word. I've heard that it's more like Swiss German, maybe? I'm not sure. I've never asked him. But what I need... Okay, we need him to win Rage Forest, so then when I interview him, I can ask him what it means. Like, sometimes, yeah. The E is the Swiss German addition to a German word. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Zuhalt would be German. Yeah, okay. So the Swiss German... I've never wrapped my mind around Swiss German. Alright, so let me just do... I'm gonna get ads out of the way on Twitch so that they're not during the game. Remember, Want to watch without ads, you can also watch the YouTube VOD, or you can also... the YouTube live stream, not a VOD, a live stream. Songs in Age of Mythology? Yes, the background music is from Age of Mythology, AoE 2, and AoE 1DE. Yeah, it's not standard German. Yeah, AOM has a wonderful soundtrack. I was thinking of adding some of the AoE 3 music in the background too, but I thought there was, as much as I liked it, it's just a bit of a different style than everything else. To your favorite soundtrack, Good Memories? It's an amazing soundtrack. See. Oh, thank you for your beer and fries. Wise Turtle being Belgian. Oh, this isn't an AoE 2. This is just I grabbed the tracks from the game files and I have them playing in OBS. It's a media source. So yeah, looks like all 8 players are in the lobby. Should be going in 2 minutes. So when we look at their Civ drafts now, usually when you look at the pockets, you have one Civ that'll be a cavalry Civ that'll play paladins or a paladin equivalent, like the Tatars might go Keshiks, the Persians might go Savars. And then another Civ that'll play a Halb Onager, Georgians or Teutons or Celts or Koreans. Or heavy rocket carts now, the Onager equivalents. Some Civs can play both pocket and flank, and then some Civs are more specialized for the flank, where they'll go for villager fights. I see Timo there with the Berbers for the faster moving vills, and the Gujurs for having the mill early on. They get a bit of extra food while they're vill fighting. And some Civs are specialized more towards fish booming, like Japanese and Malay. I do see a bit more of an emphasis on the elephant Civs, with Malay and Khmer for Team Timo. I'm just trying to keep track of this lobby. 1414, hello Sensar. Also, everyone, give some hearts in the chat for Sensar, because he has been the admin for this tournament. He's been responsible for getting everyone to schedule and play their games. And he has been one beast of an admin through all of this. He has kept this entire thing running smoothly. So he reached out to me months ago about making sure that I'd cast all this, and he has been amazing. Oh yeah, get the heart emotes in the chat. Well, we'll need to do that one day. Maybe for Valentine's Day next year, we'll take all the pawns and shape them like little hearts. That'd be sick. All right, they are launching the game. Time to see whether it is a bugged restart or not. And looks like we are good. It'll be a 6-pawn game. So let me just actually get the scoreboard set up. All right, best of 5. This will be the semifinals. And it'll be Team Timo against Team Barles. So Barles down here. It'll be the 2 captains against each other. Timo versus Barles at the bottom. And we do have a pause. See, are they asking if something's bugged? No, Timo just needs a second. Yeah, we love Sensar. Sensar is amazing. Everyone loves Sensar. So, I guess maybe time to shout out. Next year, I think March or April, there's going to be a LAN in Poland. And Barles right now is the top player from Poland. So hopefully he's looking forward for that. That'll be a bit different. That'll be a 1v1. But still should be a good event for him to hopefully qualify for. Because he's one of those players who's on the verge of, or on the edge of, not quite at the super top of the ladder, but can sometimes qualify for LANs. So that would be a good one for him. You want a re? They're asking for a re. Okay, this is where now we ask Sensar, what is the restart for? It looked like the ponds were fine up here. I guess they wanted a re for the forward pond, and they're probably going to be extra careful about this. Every now and then. Yeah, that's what I thought. West, you've been awesome. Oh, thank you, Sensor. Alright, so this is what happens. Sometimes the ponds will be a bit unfair. So I guess now that we're getting to the semifinals, we're going to be very careful about making sure we have fair maps. So this is, you can blame me for scripting the map like this. Alright, we're going to restart that. This is, if you're around 10 plus years ago, this is what AoE 2 tournaments were like when we didn't have as many options for scripting the maps. We had consistent players or teams every set would have a restart they could call within the first 4 minutes. And you'd get to like 2 or 3 games into a set, and then one player would remember, oh, I have restarts. I don't like my map, we'll call a restart. And then everyone would then use their restarts back to back to back to back. It's like as soon as someone thought of it, they just remembered they had them and used them. Now, these are just, we look at the maps, try to keep it fair. They're launching We Are Hyped. Hello, Sci-Fly, over on YouTube too. Alright, so this is the peak Rage Forest. We have a restart to get things started. The Viper rigged the maps. That was true. I think it was more the Viper was so far ahead of everyone else that he made the maps look good, even if they were bad. He had a very greedy playstyle sometimes too, and he'd get away with defending in ways that no one else would. I remember when he did some very interesting experiments with guaranteeing pawn spawns, but they were kind of glitchy and made things very samey, so it's tricky. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm able to do that for the 1v1 version of Rage Forest. There are different ways you can place pawns. Everything in a map script is done in a sequence, and if you put pawns in different locations, there are different side effects for how they overlap with different lands. Alright, so here we are again, and this is an absolutely crazy map. Once more, we'll have Barles versus Teemo on this flank. And again, it'll be 3 pawns. 1 pawn for each flank on the team. 1 for Nervkeeks, or... Now I'm going to think about the way I'm saying that, since Aqua pointed out my pronunciation. Nervcakes? Like that, maybe? I don't know, but he's got a pond, and then Teemo has a pond. Most importantly, though, each pocket will have a pond. Can we include Forest Nothing map pools? Ooh. Yeah, Sensor, I like this generation, too. So this is more of a, we call it a Swiss cheese generation, I think, where the passages are not in clear locations. Everyone wants to wall up, and the pockets are going to send their vills forward. We have our wonderful purple pocket, Matt, who, honestly, he's like 1700 when it comes to 1v1s, but might as well be 2k6 when it comes to being a Rage Forest pocket. He is an insanely good boomer, and he will be sending a couple of vills to deal with that, what was that, a crocodile, an alligator? Well, whatever that animal was, to deal with it and wall up the middle. Yeah, great map for walling, yes, and that's how every Rage Forest game starts, with a big wall fight. And we'll have the Champy Scout from Nervcakes, and that is a bit weaker than a Scout Cav, so something of a disadvantage when he goes for these wall-off fights. We see the HP left for Rooster and Abunzuhalt. Much more on their scouts, but the Vil has Loom, so they're not going to try to jump it. And also, we had a very forward wall from Abu. So Abu here is a player who every single game, I need to change his color just to see where is he on the map. There's a scout. He tries to get sneak Vils into the ponds to disrupt the fish booms. Love your good walling map. That's what this is. This is a perfect walling map. So we'll have these tapirs here in the middle, and Nervkicks will be trying to lure one of those. He'll have his pocket Matt to help with the lure, and since Rooster got his scout forward, he's now going to be trapped as he's walled in. And the walls will go up very far forward for Matt. I always love the look of those purple palisades. This is also where you have to be careful, because the middle bits of the palisades don't have any player color on them, and you need to make sure you actually do wall yourself fully. But Teemo will get that, and he'll be very successful. And we'll have not too intense of a wall-off war at the start, despite the very open nature of this map, or how many different passages there are. And here, Rooster, as the Kuman pocket, will probably need to send a villain wall this off, or he'll wait for Abu to go wall it. There's always a choice to be made if you want the pocket to wall because they're closer, or the flank to wall because the pocket does not want to be disturbed at all. They want to get a nice boom. Yeah, amazing walls for Team Teemo in general. The more forward your walls are, the more pressure you'll be able to apply. And in 3 of the passages, I'd say, they have a very forward set of walls. So these walls will go up in the Dark Age. Once the Feudal Age comes in, we can see tower rushes, potentially even men-at-arms, to try to break through the walls. Well, now that everything's walled, let's take a look at the civs. For Team Barls, we'll have the Bengalis on the flank, the Koreans in the pocket, the Magyars in the other pocket, and the Tupi as the final flank there. So the Tupi, a civ that usually not that strong for the Rage Forest map, but they do have one unit that is particularly good, and that is the Blackwood Archer, especially when you upgrade the poison damage, where anything that's heavily armored will kind of die to the Blackwood Archers. And Bird Person 3, thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Saladin, where are you going with that great army?
Thank you very much. Also a reminder, every 100 subs, I'm going to add another $100 to the prize pool, so thank you so much for the support. Is there a chance for... Yeah, as Sensor says, you can get an Oasis gen. That's the fun of Rage Forest. Sometimes you might just have one passage on both sides. And, for example, you might just have a passage from Abu to Nerve Kicks, and then from Barls to Teemo, and there won't be passages over to the pockets. And Leftover Matt, thank you very much for the sub.
Attila is king of the Huns. He will lead us to victory against our blood enemies.
So you can get a good variety in not just the passage generation, but the pawn generation too. Every game you play is going to be different. So here is Nerve Cakes. He wanted to wall in that crocodile, but he didn't quite get it. So now that the field's pretty low on HP, we'll have to see if he still tries to take those to Piers. And with a scout from Abu nearby, he's just going to send that Vil to a woodline, grab a Vil with more HP. Yeah, so we have then Koreans. These will be the Halb and Siege Civ. Janches, thank you for the sub. And Edgar will be the Paladin
Blood
Civ.
will lead us to ruin. Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents can happen.
I really need to check the randomization of those quotations, because I feel like I hear the Attila ones more often. Triple lure here from Matt. Everything working out for him. And we'll have the triple lure here as Abu's scout goes down, and Barls will be blocking the opposite flanks, helping each other. And K Pandu, thank you for gifting subs.
Don't forget, keep exploring the map.
And this will get to the TC, but Nerve Kicks, he needs to bring his Vils back. He didn't have enough Vils to shoot the Tapirs. So extra long lure for him, but it should be fine to get that Vil garrisoned. And you can kill them with the TC now and still keep the food. So on the other side, we'll have the Malay on the flank for Abu. Rooster here is the Kumans. Could play them either way, for Paladins or for Halb Siege, since they do have Siege Onager. But usually it's for Paladins. And the Teutons here. That's actually kind of interesting. Both of these civs could be either Paladin or Halb Siege. But it's probably the Teutons who wants to go Halb Siege. And then finally on the flank, we'll have Teemo as the Berbers. Faster moving villagers, so he was able to get that forward wall up at the start, and has the potential for camel archers later on. So fish booms, we'll have 3 players going for a lovely fish boom. On Teemo's team, interestingly enough, the Teutons as the pocket are not fish booming. Usually the pocket is the more important player in terms of you're gonna need more economy than the flank will. Your Onager upgrades or your Paladins will be more expensive to get to. So usually they're the ones who want a fish boom. But if you have the Teutons, they do have cheaper farms. And especially with the Malay being one of your flanks, who themselves have one of the best fish booms, it might be worth it, as this team's doing, for the Teutons player not to fish boom, just to go for farms, and then for the Malay to farm. Yep, and we'll have some stone walls forward here for Abu. And if there were going to be a tower rush or a castle drop here, this is so far forward that there'll be multiple layers of wall behind it. How do camel archers do against elephant archers? They have bonus attack against them, but the elephant archers have so much HP that they're still pretty tanky. How much wood for a Teuton farm? 36 versus 100? I think it's cheaper than that now. I think it's 32. Jack can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the farms, they were... can I see that? Yeah, cost minus 40%. So they cost 40 wood in AOC. So now it's 40%. Someone do some quick math. What is 40% of 60? Maybe it is 36. 36 sounds right. Let's see, 10% of 60 would be 12. So then 24. So yeah, 36. Is it 34? I mean, the description might also be wrong. 36 wood? Alright. I thought it was 32. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But anyway, the Teutons will have the cheaper farms, and the Malay will have the cheaper fish traps. And as the Malay, there always is the option of fish booming into elephants. I wonder how elephants do against Blackwood archers, because the Malay elephants, they miss their final pierce armor upgrades. So usually they are a bit weak to archers compared to other elephants. And with the poison damage on top of that, this is maybe a matchup where you don't actually want to go straight elephants against the Tupi. Maybe it's better to aim for some type of fast imp, arbalest, or karambit play. Might be misremembering. It's been a while since I've land boomed. Yeah, Censar is the sacrifice. He didn't play because he wanted to admin and be a fair and impartial admin. You'll need to practice your booms again once the DLC comes out. So we'll have an X on the other side. Here is the aggression, and here is the walling. Teemo adding in more stone walls, but he has to be careful because there's a monk to convert the vills who are trying to re-wall. And that elephant, as the Bengalis, will get through the walls pretty quickly. But Teemo, his walls are so far forward that now he has some room behind, and he can go for a farther back re-wall. And also has to be careful, that monk did not actually break the conversion. See, maybe it did, and he just right-clicked again. But here's Teemo going for another set of walls. He's up to the castle age, so now that he's up, the walls will have 1,800 HP. And he's going to send more vills forward, but with a lot of stone. So behind these walls, he's perhaps ready to make a castle and start that camel archer production. He's not going to go too far forward, though. It will be more towards the back. So the pro of being as forward as possible is if your enemy walls, the castle can shoot through the walls. The downside is later on, if you get to a Trebor, your castle is a bit more risky when it is forward. And on the other side, we have a Mangonel from Nerfkex. He'll be trying to break through these walls. And this is the wonder of Rage Forest. You have to balance pushing versus walling. And if someone invests into a push and it doesn't work out, then your pocket booms and gets a huge lead. But if it does work out, you can die, and die horribly, before your pocket's ready to help you. So yeah, no red castle so far, and looking at the stone, only 2 vills on stoned here, as Nerfcakes is looking to boom up a bit. And it will indeed be both pockets, so more of the standard play here. Edgar Davids as the Magyars, and Matt as the Koreans going for fish booms. And the elephants are continuing to push, and just going camel archers won't actually give a way to counter the elephants. No melee unit over here. And both pockets are simply booming away, so there won't be any cav support. The Kumans will also go 2 TCs, and they have options then. They can add more TCs and keep booming. They can go straight to Imp. We'll see what they do, but now we'll have some more forward walls from Barles. And even if he doesn't push through the castle, he bought himself some space in the passage. And yeah, look at Roosters, though. 78 vills already. Or vills plus fishing ships as the Kumans. And the monks have enough range, 9 range, that they'll keep the camel archers away. Keep them in that castle. As the fish boom continues for Matt. And we'll get a 5th TC here for Zach. Usually if you're fish booming, because you have so many fishing ships, you stay on 3 TCs. And when you're doing a farm boom, I usually see it go up to 5 TCs. Maybe some other Rage Forest pockets have input on that. But usually it's 3 TCs and up to 5 docks. I'm actually kind of surprised Matt didn't move his dock slightly over because he could have fit 1 more. Maybe he could still fit it. We'll have 4 docks at least. And what's that? 20 plus fish traps. A wonder of fish traps. I need to finish that YouTube video I had started making a while ago about fish traps and how they used to be a tile away from the docks and now they're adjacent to docks. So Matt actually having a scout forward through the walls is pretty valuable because he can see what the pockets are doing, and he'll see the triple stables from Rooster, and he'll also see that they're on the right side. Often in Black Forest, you're going to grab your pockets, and you'll try to go 3v1 on one side while one player walls up. And here is the set of walls here from our flank. And the 2p player will just wall and wall and wall. Have to be careful because they don't have fortified wall. They only have stone walls. They can't upgrade them. And he's leaving a few vills forward. But after seeing those stables, since Matt got his scout forward, they're seeing, okay, we don't want to deal with early paladins. Let's make sure this is walled. Let's at least make sure they have to invest into an onager cut. Classic is 3 TC, 5 dock, or 4 TC. 5 is a bit unique, doing 5 TC as often as he does, but he's also working with the best BF flank in the game, so he can be a bit more greedy. Matt's a bit unique. Well, I was looking at Zach here as the Teutons, and the farming bonus that they have. I know when I play Arena as the pocket, I usually like a 5 TC boom. But that's also when you're trusting your flank not to die. So quite a few camel archers, and I still would be worried were Barls to go for an aggressive elephant push against this castle. But we have some Imperial Ages coming in now. We'll have Imp for Abu, and also Imp for Rooster. And that'll be 2 TCs with the fish boom straight to Imp. We see he's at 100 eco population, and the other players have caught up, but he's going to have a huge eco lead because he's had that population for a while. And his fish traps are now up to 33, and he has over 2 more docks he still can surround with more. And so 5 docks kind of the standard I expect from a fish boom usually. Matt has been MVP so far. He's one of those few players that doesn't play 1v1s, but is an expert at what he does on Rage Forest. Probably wouldn't be as good of a flank player as he is a pocket, but he is a beast of a pocket. Before the days of smartphones, you had to use a paper map and ask people if you were going in the right direction. I remember those days. Kind of miss those days. I like paper maps. They're fun. It's just like this game predating the age of smartphones. So lots of walling, and we're going to have a wall coming up across pretty much the entire forest. Worried about onager cuts. And there indeed is the onager upgrade for Abu. And he will start pushing through these walls. Yeah, rip 2p walls when you don't have fortified walls. And we've seen this before. You go for a boom when you're in the position where you need to wall and defend, but your walls are not that strong. And here come the knights. Rooster just about up. And it'll be even the opposite flank. It'll be 4 players coming to one side here for Timo's team. As the knights try to break through the wall, we'll have some onager cuts pushing these vills. Those vills are all very low on HP, and Nervecakes is sending everyone to try to get the walls up. He knows if these walls go down, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He is not in a position to hold this. Doing a monastery and a university, he has the resources to go imp, but he needs to wall more to buy himself time, and he needs his pockets to finish their boom and be here to help him out. Now, Magura's pockets, they're going to go paladins too. And both of them and the Kumans have fully upgraded paladins. The Kuman paladins will move a bit faster. The Magyar ones will get the free attack upgrades, so a bit quicker to upgrade. And 140 eco population, just about where you want to be for paladins. And I think both paladin saves are fully boomed and ready to start pumping cavalry. Petards were needed. And hello, mouse puddles. Is there some way to get a fishing ship on top of an existing fish trap? Yes, hold Alt and right click. Hold Alt and right click. That Alt is the ignore buildings modifier. Although that is kind of more difficult to do now because it's also the garrison modifier. So you can garrison in docks now, so sometimes they just hop in the docks and that makes it harder. But here we have a hole. We have a hole. Finally, the bombard cannon from Abu breaking through. And the Cavaliers are chasing the Vills along with some of those camel archers. Timo's team has a nice attack. And we're seeing Timo, look at all these fortified walls from him. knowing that if he's on the other side, he needs to protect himself against Barles. Barles, one of the best flank players, but Barles is just booming. He doesn't have a pawn, so he's probably going to be the slowest boom, especially after that elephant push. And it's going to be a while before he can really push Teemo and punish Teemo from going to the other side. And also, as the Bengalis, he wants to go elephant archers. It's going to be slow for him to help the other side. And okay, don't onager your own castle foundation. Here's Zach looking for a castle. He's going halbs. Abu just adding a few bombard cannon. Maybe add some karambits should he need more military. But now here come the halbs and the heavy rocket carts from Matt. He's adding in some keeps. And have to hold this breach now. Keep their flank alive. You can see Nerve Cakes dropping in score. But Matt is the Koreans. He didn't go for army as early as the Paladin civs did. So he's a bit far ahead in terms of getting his eco rolling. And then also has the fish boom over Zach. So is ahead in getting the siege rolling. So here come those Magyar Paladins in yellow. Along with their purple halberdiers from the other pocket. I don't know. I really do like the Cyan Pocket Paladins. They give me memories of the Max dominating with Finland. Those are definitely the two best, though. The Cyan Pocket Paladins and the Purple Pocket Paladins. Hello, Maxi. Who's winning? I don't know. This was a good push onto Nerve Cakes, but I think it's been held now. And Castle Foundations atop each other. That one won't go up for Zach. And looks like the fighting's mostly going to be here. We'll have a workshop for Zach over on Teemo's side. But I don't think Barles will be able to breach these walls. So Matt has a good boom, but that score needs to power him to a quick push, I think, to make up for the fact that their flank is kind of dead. And also the Tupi. In the long run, they're really just doing Blackwood Archers. Malay, Berbers, Teutons, and Cumans all should be able to contribute strong units in the late game. The Malay can get to Elephants. Berbers can get to Camel Archers. Teuton get to Great Siege Onagers. Cumans with Paladins. I don't know if Koreans, Bengalis, Magyars can hold up to that with a Tupi ally. Blackwood Archers also kind of preclude the Magyar player from going Cav Archer. It really forces them on Paladins. But also here, with the towers going up, Matt will keep this area safe by building keeps. And now the push will come in on Zach. The Trebs are pushing forward from Matt. And showing how great of a pocket he is now with this push. Yeah, they saved him at the very last possible minute. But he still has 88 villagers. So that's 16 fishing ships, 72 villagers. And he's going to need to reboom. At the very least, he is in the Imperial Age. And that helps your reboom so much if you're dead, but you're already Imp. And you're not going to waste 3 minutes of game time clicking Imp later before you can make a useful unit. He just has a straight path towards getting the Blackwood Archers. The Paladins are getting hit by the Halbs. And Matt continues to push. These will be Teuton castles, and Crenellations is in. Oh, but Bodkin's not in. That's being clicked now. So when the Teutons get all their upgrades, their castles can equal the range of Bombard Cannon. And that really means you need Trebuchets to push them. So here come the Elephant Archers now from Barles. Elephant Archers from the opposite flank. So many walls here, no one even bothering to cut. Usually you'll see someone make a few Bombard Cannon, simply to force the other flank to be on their toes and keep walling. But nothing of the sort there. It's just the full rainbow of colors on the other side, as Abu is himself cutting a passage so that he could deploy his Bombard Cannon, but Matt is counter-cutting to open the passage so that his team's army could go and kill the cannon. Oh, that is wonderful. Lots of repairs on this castle, but there are so many Trebs out. The castle needs to target the Bombard Cannon. It'll auto-target the closest unit. But you need to be very aware to right-click the siege. You have a lot to micro here, and this castle with some rocket carts too looks like it's just about to go down, and it will crumble as the elephants continue pushing forward. The elephants will continue pushing. It's a bit of an overlap in archer units between elephant archers and Blackwood Archers, but it's important just to have the numbers out. You think the red Cavalier's checker pattern clears any paladins? Yeah, that's true. There are some players who think paladins are not as pretty as the Cavaliers. Sometimes you can be reluctant to upgrade because you think the previous unit looks prettier. I'm the same way with the Teutons upgrading their guard towers to keeps. The guard tower is the prettiest building in the game. So Castle being hit, that is a lot of trebs now. And that's a Cuban Castle for Rooster that will crumble. And he does not have conscription. That makes your military buildings work significantly faster. And that's bad for him if he's trying to spam out paladins. There are some camel archers, though. They've gotten in. Looks like there was a cut around the walls here from Teemo's base. And he's managed to get a good raid on the early trade with the camel archers. Barles will be there to try to clean it up. Has a couple of monks chasing, of all things. This will disrupt the early trade and some of the gold income. Some nice conversions there. Now, the Berbers do have heresy, but that's not something that Teemo was thinking of this early. A push here, though. This is going to be right in the trade line, too. And Nerve Cakes, honestly, one of the better civs to have sustained the early push with, because his unit is so cheap. He has elite Blackwood archers, and even though he lost a lot of economy, he doesn't need that much economy. And yeah, now on this side, they're steamrolling. Now's a good early push. But Barles' team has recovered. And now the Blackwood archers are in the trade. The trade carts will go down. And this is looking better and better for Team Barles. I thought that push was really strong, but I think we're seeing the difference in pockets when the Teuton player didn't fishboom. Barles now getting pushed, though, but it might be a bit too late, as it looks like we're going to have a GG called from Team Teemo. Yeah, they can get a few raids into the trade, but not really enough to stop it. And as their trade line is going to be cut off, markets are in the corners, and you push right into the middle, disrupt the trade. That's what Barles does, and his team wins game number 1. So congrats to Team Barles for taking a 1-0 lead. Teemo's going to have to try to come back now. We have Matt beasting with 145 kills. Also, oh my gosh, he was so close to 69,420. Teemo's team resigned just a bit too early. But most res in the game for him. And oh, look at that, Abu, 24-minute imp. But also, you do kind of limit yourself if you go imp that fast to your follow-up. You can open up the enemy and have a good early push, but wasn't quite enough for them. And most vills for Zach, too. So GG. Williams would have been so happy. We all would have been happy. I've been checking the odometer in my car. I just passed 69,000 miles. I'm trying to catch it at 69,420. So let me update this scoreboard too. And that'll be a win for Team Barles in game number 1. And we'll get ads out of the way between the games as I check off the civs. So that was Koreans. This is the hard part. I need to remember what I just saw. So it was Koreans, Magyars, Tupi, and gosh, what civ was Barles? Bengalis, yeah, the Elephant Archers. I was against Teutons, Cumans, Malay, and Berbers. So, best of 5, game number 1. Fairly quick as far as these Rage Forest games are concerned. And remember, we also have the second semifinal coming up after this at around 18 GMT. It'll be ACCM versus Valis. Ooh, I didn't share a prediction for this set. I don't think I can share a prediction now that we're a game in. Should have asked me earlier. And also, everyone who subbed that last game. K-Pandu, Bird Person, Leftover Matt, Janchess, and K-Pandu again with the gifties. Thank you so much. It'll all help us support the prize pool. Yeah, so the teams are now going to need to rethink their strategies after that first game. It does feel like Team Teemo did use slightly higher civs. Something of an atypical game from Abu, where he didn't have a sneak villager. He wasn't able to dock any of those pawns like he wanted to. And Ted Sanders asking why Halb instead of Fire Lancer. Probably from the Korean pocket you meant last game. That was mostly because he was against the Paladin Civ, and the Halbs will have a higher attack bonus against cavalry than the Fire Lancers will. Fire Lancers, perhaps, in their own right, a stronger unit than Halbs, but Halbs fill more of a specialized role than the Fire Lancers do. You'll see Fire Lancers, I think they're a bit stronger in 1v1s, and they do have utility in the team games too. But usually a bit more focused on anti-cav situations is when you want to go Halbs. So we saw a bit of the weakness of the Tupi there, not having the fortified wall to hold the push. But also the strength in their ability to recover after the push. So it looks like Imperial will be coming on for Edgar Davids, subbing in for Team Barles. Team Timo will maintain the same roster. The same rooster on their roster. Were Saracens picked a bit late? Perhaps, yeah. Usually they're one of the top picks. We've seen them be a very strong pocket. Mamluks are a beast of a unit, and counterweight siege onagers with extra attack. Very good, I think. Weirdly enough, even though Mamluks don't have as great of an attack bonus against the Elephant Civs as they would against Paladins, if you're against Elephant Archers, I think counterweights for the siege onagers for more attack matters a lot. Perhaps even more than torsion engines for the Ethiopians. Because their HP is so high, having more attack helps you actually kill the elephants. Yeah, you get siege onagers that are better than the standard full upgrades, plus bombard cannon, and you get siege engineers, and you have an anti-paladin unit. They have a lot of things going for them. But they can have a couple of awkward matchups because they themselves don't have halbs. And they're very gold intensive. Neither Rooster or Zach are Saracen pocket players. Well, Saracen's over there on Team Barles. Fairly late. Persians are still great picks and better for those players. Yeah, and the Persians have an insane economy. Alright, players in the lobby getting ready to go. Put a bombard cannon on an elephant. One of these days, Captain Cadaver. One of these days. They have it in AoE 3? Really? Oh boy. Is that one of their new expansion units? I know they've had some expansions. I haven't played AoE 3 in a while. And here we go into the next game. And captains are split up this time. It'll be Team Barles to the west, Team Timo to the east, and we'll see if this is a restart. As it's one pond, but this is kind of a neutral pond between Barles and Abu. Let's see if Barles wants a restart here, or if they're just going to play it. So this is our African variant. You can thank Samero for recommending this, and I added it to Rage Forest a while ago. And now they added it to DE too. They have an African variant in their Black Forest map. The official Black Forest. Oh, that wasn't the... Okay, I have that DLC. That was actually one of the classic DLCs. Not made by Ensemble, oddly enough. But one of the first DLCs for Age 3. So, Eagle Warrior, unlike the Champy, actually is slightly stronger than the Scout Cav in the Dark Age. And Pockets will send over here with their scouts to help fight. Looks like Barles isn't asking for a re. And some walls going up. Interesting, never knew counted players' comfortability with civs before. Yeah, that is a big aspect. And it's part of knowing your players and knowing what to draft for them. Making sure everyone's able to draft together, too. So I have a wall coming up here for Teemo. As, again, a fairly open map. Here are 2 passages to the north. And 2 passages to the south. And there'll be Gajurs here for Abu. His Camel Scout does not get the attack bonus against cavalry until they reach the Feudal Age. So in the Dark Age, it'll be fairly even with the Scouts. Once he reaches Feudal, he'll get a pretty nice advantage against the Scouts. Abu, is he going to let these walls go up? He's a player who really likes the Vil fight. It doesn't strike me as someone who's going to let Barles wall this. Hills are going to turn and fight using the hill advantage. Nice fight from Barles. And that scout will be pushed back a bit. And some weak Vils there for Barles. He's definitely going to lose 1. He's going for the Vil for Abu. 3 HP. That Vil has 1 hit left. If he gets hit, he's dead. If he runs in a perfectly straight line to the TC, he's safe. And nice job from Abu. He's going to use his camel to block the Vil so she can't reach his Vil. And he's going to try to wall that Vil in. So Barles got a bit greedy chasing the Vil. The wall didn't have enough HP, though. And he'll break through and manage to extract his villager. Matt's there with his scout trying to help. We'll have double Vidax early for Imperio as the Burgundian pocket. So another Vil fight in the north. As this is classic Black Forest, fighting for the wall position. This is partially walled by both players, which means it's walled by neither. They can just delete and walk through. Looks like they're going to, okay, get a few tiles of wall up. And just kind of mutually agree, okay, we'll stop fighting. Call a truce. Get the wall there. And pretty equal walls for Teemo and for Nerfcakes here. You don't want to Vil fight Barles, though? Fair enough. I mean, you don't want to Vil fight Abu. And this is what Abu wants. And this is why I thought they would have been asking for a restart. Because this pond is super far forward for Barles. And I'd even say it's more like a neutral pond between the teams. I think this is a far more imbalanced map than that first one we had for the restart in the first game. But a great pond here in the pocket position. And it'll be our Persian pocket player here, Rooster, going for the fish boom. Walls going up for Teemo. As we'll have a good old triple elephant lore for Zach. Vil. Ooh, no loom. Kind of weak. He's using a Vil to block. Yeah, you can do that if you don't want to use a scout. Takes 2 Vils, but you'll get 3 elephants. Elephants have 400 food, so a bit more than the 340 of the boars. And over here, Matt has walled up. Abu just gonna go now. But Abu, he's more concerned about getting a dock. He just wants a dock. And Barles will try to wall in Abu's Vil. But Abu more than happy to get a single dock. Actually, he can still escape if he deletes that palisade and runs around. And what Abu wants to prevent is Matt being able to come down and get a fish boom as the pocket. Or Imperio being able to get a fish boom as the pocket. Between Slavs and Burgundians, you probably prefer Burgundians having the fish boom. So Teemo will go hunt 3 more elephants after he walled in a lion. And we'll deal with all of the different members of the animal kingdom here. The animal and palisade wall combo, using them to block the elephants. Hello, Mandingalingo. If they had asked, I would have given for this one. Yeah, I think I would have too. The first one I think was a bit questionable. This one I think is pretty clear. So Elephant still chasing that Vil back to the TC. Should be a clean lore. Loom is in, so nothing really dangerous anymore. We'll have 3 players up to Feudal for Barles' team. And only Zach now. There's everyone clicking up on Teemo's team. Some Xing from Zach. Don't know if they're thinking of pushing or if they just want to wall a bit more. But the civs will be way Burgundians, Slavs, and Aztecs here for Barles' team. against Wu, Georgians, Gajurs, and Persians. So the Persian pocket, I think, should be stronger than the Burgundian pocket. Savars, I think, should be Burgundian Paladins. Aztecs are always a tricky civ. They depend on your monk micro, and different players have different abilities with their monks. We've seen them from the pocket a few times, able to go Jaguar Warriors plus Siege Onager. Age of Empires villagers are pretty tough. I mean, look at those muscles of those villagers. Look at how thick those arms are. How large that chest is. Those guys are pretty tough. They're literally, I mean, how heavy is that gold that they're carrying back and forth to the mining camp? That's got to be super heavy. This is the content. This is the content we want. Also, how the heck do the villagers do this? They don't, like, carry their bows. They just kind of, like, glue them to their back. That's just their upper back muscles strong enough to hold the bow and grip it between their shoulders as they knife that food from that elephant. These guys have 25 HP and 3 attack. Imagine how strong a Teutonic Knight is at 110 HP and 17 attack. Oh, you can see the Woad Raiders. Now, that's what I always say. As Abu loses his forward Vil, but now Barles had to go 2 docks and open with Hulk, so that's slowing down the fish boom, and also meaning a pocket doesn't have a fish boom. When they added all the elite upgrades for the unique units, the Woad Raider is a downgrade, because he puts on more clothing when he upgrades to the elite version. No poisonous ones? Yeah, that's something I think we all kind of hit this point where we liked the classic wolves more than all the poison damage and whatnot. So I reskinned all of the animals to be wolves that just look different. Yeah, this lion here, it's actually a wolf. One of the changes I still need to make is swap the audio lines over. Because if you listen carefully, I don't know, I have the animal sounds turned down in Capture Age. The lion's actually making wolf noises. I need to go look up all of the audio file IDs and swap them too. It's really a wolf in lion's clothing. Exactly. It's sheep's clothing, but it goes for lions, Komodo dragons, crocodiles, jaguars, all the animals. So we'll have a boom here from Matt, 2 TCs, and 2 more TCs also for Imperio. So 3 TC booms for all the pocket players here. Rooster, though, gonna have the strongest boom with that pond. And also the Georgian pocket for Zach. Super good late game eco when they have fortified churches boosting their farms. I believe fortified churches do not affect the fish boom, which is why they want the Persian player with the faster working docks coming to the fish, and the fortified churches powering the farms. This dock here will go down, but look at the fishing ship numbers. 1 single fishing ship for Barles compared to, what's this, 7, 8 fishing ships already for a Rooster? And Teemo's team's gonna have a much smoother boom, all thanks to Abu forcing the fight on this pond. What does an elephant put 3 wolves in a trench coat? So, Abu push. He is the Gajurs. And what do the Gajurs do? They have siege elephants with extra bonus attack. So, while all the pockets are booming, the flanks are going to get some action in, pushing on the flank, and Barles will start walling. He still is in the feudal age, so he won't have all that much HP on the walls. He needs to get up to the castle age before they get to 1800. And now this elephant is going to go right through the walls. Wait, why is... Okay, that confused me. This monk just kind of has some orange in the robes he has. I thought that was Barles' monk for a second. That's a gray monk. That's Abu's monk. Alright, I was like, how did Barles get a monk over there? Might as well call them heavy siege elephants. Wait, where did the elephant go? Oh, there it is. The gray color, hard to see. Gray and orange. Hey, maybe that's one thing we have to do. We have to come up with a better color than gray. AoE 1 actually, instead of purple, had brown. Which, I mean, might fit the color scheme of the warm colors a bit better than purple. And I think what we need to do, we need to get purple maybe a bit darker. So that it fits with the cool colors instead of kind of the bright pink. And then find another warm color. Yeah, that's true. There was the dark gray mod that I used on Voobly. And tower defense from Barles. Do the Wei have guard tower? They do because he's researching it. So one way to stop a Mangonel and Monk push is with guard tower. That does shut down those two units pretty well. Does not necessarily stop the elephants. You are forced to fight them with spears and villagers. And Barles will be prepared for the elephants with a few spears. So his walls were forward enough that he could hold until the Castle Age. Now Abu's push is stalled out a bit. Good investment from Barles here into the early towers. And that also is slowing down the fish boom a bit more. Still 5 fishing ships. But our Persian player just booming away. 18 fish traps right now. And oh, this pond is just going to be teeming with fish traps. So we'll have a 5th TC here from Matt. So 5th TC from him. 4 from Imperio, but the Burgundians, of course, have their early eco upgrades. We have the Imperial Age 2-man saw already in for the Castle Age boom. Just missing handcart. And Burgundians will have a really smooth economy. Also on stone. So I guess there is a chance that the Persians would go Castilier rather than Paladins. They could also try to go Halb gunpowder. So they do have a few options there. But now the siege push from Abu will shift over here, and having been stalled out by Barles' guard towers, will now go through the walls of Matt, just for Barles to come over and do more guard towers, as Matt will wall pretty far behind this, but try to give Barles some space to contain it. White would be difficult with relics. That it would be. White's already for some stuff on the minimap, like relics. Or the sheep when you find them and they're not captured by anyone. They're actually white instead of gray. Make the relics hot pink. That would make them more valuable. For sure. Oh. And is my internet dropping? Oh, we're good, I think. Okay, I didn't drop from the game. A mini F on the stream. Hopefully we're fine. Alright, we're good. Let me know if you're still here. Small F. Alright, that's the, I've changed my OBS settings. It'll do a small bitrate drop instead of dropping completely. Okay, we're good, we're good. We're all going. So Mangonel's here, pushing some vills away from the guard tower. As that Vil will be trying to repair the Mangonel. So with 2 Mangonels, you can't really push garrison guard towers, and the spears are there to deal with the siege elephant. So that'll or the armored elephant. That'll take the elephant down, and the towers are able to hit the monks and take the monks down. So great defense from Barles. Mangonel's hitting the spears as these monks are going down. And oh, bit of a self-sacrifice there. But you got the spear at the cost of... Wait, there's a... Okay, no, that's not a converted Mangonel. It's just trying to get the scout. Okay, so Abu stopped. Abu stopped. I was a bit confused there at that who was shooting what, because that Mangonel shot killed everything. But now Barles is forward to wall up. Barles is forward to wall up, and that'll keep everything clean. There'll be a castle going up here for our Aztec's flank. And Timo will start walling behind this. And try to get multiple layers of walls up. Lion attacking the Vil, going for the market there. But the Vil's loom, so he'll win that. And we're getting the barracks and workshop forward for so Zach is the Georgians ready to go Halb Siege. Ready to go Halb Siege. Let me just double check my YouTube stream, see that we're good there. Looks like we're good there. Do Aztecs get fortified wall? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They don't get masonry or architecture, and they don't get hoardings, so their castles don't have any HP upgrades. They're the weakest castles in the game. They do get fortified wall. And also, Teemo as the Wu does not get fortified wall. So a flank civ, they can go fire archers, extra attack and extra range against buildings. Could be good at pushing the Aztec castles, honestly. But not that good at holding a push with his own walling. Just like we saw the 2P last game. And it will be a triple over here, perhaps recognizing that there are no fortified walls. The Persian pocket player doesn't have fortified wall either. So if you're looking for fortified walls, the Georgians that would have to come over here. And the Gers, they have fortified wall too. But you'd need the opposite side to wall over for Teemo if you wanted fortified wall. Yeah, the Wu do need only one unit. And it's always a question of whether that one unit is good or not. They could also go Fire Lancers, and they have good infantry. So Barles will do a castle in front of his pond. Doesn't have much there in the pond anyway. Also very awkward trade routes for the teams. Feels kind of natural that Barles would want to go from here over to the opposite side of the map. And also maybe from here down to the corner there. But you might start with a shorter trade route just because it's safer. So ram push now from Zach as the pocket. Barles will resort to walling more. And the way, they do have fortified wall. And with that university, Barles will click that tech right away. right away. So the monks there will convert some vills as the mangonel push gets through. Guard tower should be able to pick off converted vills, but Barles needs to send his whole village to raise these walls. As the cap ram push continues, with onagers behind it who can think about, or that can think about cutting the sides. Ooh, traffic jam. Barles has a palisade wall that is relying on the pathfinding to stop the push. There is fortified wall. As he keeps walling, we'll even delete the house to get more walls up, walling behind his woodline. As the push comes in, he's walling the whole forest, trying to stop the push from getting to the pond. Wasn't the Wu mostly just... I think all the Three Kingdoms civs have been somewhat disappointing in terms of traction trebs not really able to push all that fast. So onager cut here from Matt as the other pocket. The Slavs pushing in. So Teemo's team with a slight score lead. Lots of Aztec monks, extra HP, up to 70 HP for them. As a mangonel will hit the rams from Zach. And the halves will be hitting that outpost. Some more vills constructing walls. Some onagers forward, clearing some of the defense from Matt. And this siege ram push is going to be backed by Savars as our Persian pocket player with the pond has boomed. The rams now pushing the castle. Matt's almost here, but he has onagers. He doesn't have infantry yet. He went full workshop without barracks, and he has no way of stopping the Savars. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, that's where his barracks are. They're on the other side of the map, and they have pushed through almost. There's actually more walling here, and this is still closed off. The Paladins can destroy buildings, but they need to destroy them to get in. Teemo's trying to go heavy Scorpion. Monks can try to convert the walling vills, as the Paladins can push the buildings. And now Barles and Matt have to wall up in the back. Barles, is a good thing he sent vills to do those towers, since he has some vills and won't be defeated if he does a TC. But that's also pretty far forward, as Rooster's having a great push with his boom. He's ahead of Matt this time. And this is the difference in ponds. Matt not able to go down and take that pond. All thanks to Abu being forward with that vill. Rams now push the castle, push the docks, and we'll have the Svan towers being added in from the Georgian pockets. Those towers will basically be Scorpions with their unique tech. Deals pass-through damage along with more attack. And the Paladins trying to get in, but great walling from Teemo. Finally they get in, though. He bought himself a lot of time, but now he's going to get overrun. And he also has to think, okay, I need to run these vills so I don't get defeated. And the teams are going to start rotating around the map. Barl's, his base now is basically gone. The same will be said for Teemo's base in just a moment as the Paladin raid comes in. And Teemo's about to be wiped off the map. Kind of crazy how Teemo's team did this push with a very, like surgical focus on getting the Savars in with Rams, and not much investment from Abu other than being messy in the Castle Age. Here, Nerfkex has a lot of monks and a lot of arbs. And Abu's still just booming up on Vils. And he's going to go for Elephant Archers now. Going to go for the Gajur Elephant Archers. They are missing their final... What are they missing? Reconnecting. F again. Okay, I think I might have actually dropped from the game at this point. So let me grab... Is someone else streaming this? I will catch up and maybe open an Ornlu stream. If I need to catch up. Okay, we're back. Alright, so I'm going to need to get back into the game real quick. So I'm just going to open up an Ornlu stream as I reload into the game. Hold on. Let me just load this. The nature of internet drops for DE. Let's see. It doesn't show up on custom content sometimes. Yeah, I know that we're back. Let me just grab this from the dashboard again. Reload to that myself. And we'll get back and just look at the Ornlu stream for a moment. As the Arbs are pushing through and Teemo is completely dead for the most part. He still has a castle though. I mean, he's at 68 Vils. Barls is on 11. So he's not as dead as Barls is. But Matt's gonna die too, as the Savaras and Elephants push in. And the Arbs from Nerfcakes will be there in the pocket to try to push the Vils and push some of those Savars. And the Ram push continues in. All the Vils going forward for Rooster. And the castles will be taking down the Rams. Can Barles ask for Re now for the pond? I mean, he really does need one. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm not going to get like game sound when I'm looking at Ornlu's stream. There you go. So, castle's going down to some Treb fire as the Rams keep pushing. And now the markets are raided by Paladins from Imperio. So Imperio getting into the trade line. And this is going to be a situation where neither team really will have much trade available to them. Barles asks, I mean, Barles really does need that Re. He needs the Re for the pond right now. As the Elephants push forward for Abu, that castle will be hit by the Treb, and that'll collapse as the Rams keep moving forward. A few onagers now for Matt, still trying to help. And the key is now he's getting his halbs down, but the halbs will die to the Elephant Archers. So when he needed the halbs early on against the Savars, they were on the opposite side of the map, and now that he has them to deal with the Savars, he needs to be careful to keep the onagers in combination with them. And we'll have some Jin Swordsmen also from Teemo, able to help out against this push from Nerfkex. Barles has 9 villagers, but he has 3 villagers and 6 fishing ships. I think the problem is when he ran Vils earlier, those Vils were caught and killed. They were close to the push in the follow-up. So let me just keep an eye on where we are. Okay, halfway back. Oh, I need to be on full speed-up speed there. Click the right buttons. And the Elephant Archers there from Abu continue pushing in, killing some of the halbs, as that tower goes up for Zac. And the Ram push will continue there into the Jin Swordsman, though. So as much as Teemo is dead, he's also very much alive. He has 100 Vils, and he has enough Swordsmen now that he can stop the push. The Aztecs player is trying to go for some Jaguar Warriors, but the Jaguar Warriors are maybe a bit too late, as now we'll have the other pocket with some Castilier trying to help out, but the Elephant Archers are going to be too tanky for that. It really has to be the Siege Onagers from Matt to deal with the Elephant Archers. GG before I catch up. We'll see. It takes a while to catch up. One day, DE will have the technology to not drop me from the game if my internet drops for 1 second. I don't know if it's an ISP thing, but I've noticed that around 12 p.m., it always tends to have a brief drop. Maybe it's some equipment resetting on a timer. I don't know. So Onager's hitting the trib. That trib will get pushed back. And some Arabs going to slaughter some Halbs in the north. Or jump to a timestamp. I know it sounds crazy. I mean, they have the save chapter functionality. It'd be nice if every so often the server just updated the most recent chapter so you could rejoin at a recent part. So Arabs there getting cleaned up. And if Barles' team is going to win, Barles is going to have to boom back. And the scary thing is, he still is on only 3 villagers. And I think you'll need more than 3 vills to make it back. Let me see how far we are. 30 minutes. So we'll probably catch up around the hour mark. As the trade is continued to be added in. Yeah, like an autosave when doing a cast. Barles AFK? He might as well be. Might as well be. Doesn't have any town centers. His fishing ships are pretty much useless. And he has 3 villagers. And I think this is just a slow, inevitable death for his team, as Barles not being able to run or save himself like Teemo did. It did not bode well for him. Could I locate the vills? I would love to, if I were live in the game. But we have to watch Ornlu's stream right now, because we're catching up. You can go to Ornlu's chat and tell him to locate the vills for us. Top left. Oh, there we go. Top left. You can see it on the mini-map. A couple of town centers are added in. A couple of town centers added in over there. Ornlu stream for the failing internet. So Barles now... Look, he has a 4th villager. He has a 4th villager. There's a lion going for one of his vills. There's Ornlu looking at the TCs. And Aztec monks continuing to try for conversions. You hear the Capture Age background conversion sounds. There we are. Okay, 35 minutes there. A bit of catching up still. So Barles is thriving, right? He's rebooming. He is on 5 villagers. He's gonna make it back. That's a lot of elephant archers pushing forward. And try to take out some of those halbs. Onagers will trade shots there. But it's a weird thing where elephants have so much HP. Sometimes I think not even Siege Onager counters them properly. I don't know how to counter them, honestly. They have so much HP, they just dominate. Maybe having some rams in front to soak up arrow fire, like you're playing against the Maya in AOC. Yeah, mass SO. Good attitude from Barles by not quitting. Now, Barles is up to Imp. He's up to Imp. Is Imp the right usage of your TC time when you have 10 villagers? I don't think so. But there he goes. Up to Imp. And the hard thing, too, is the way he doesn't really have a great late-game unit. I mean, if you're looking at all the civs on Barles' team, the Way are probably the weakest late game. Aztecs at least have Monk, SO, Siege Onager, even at Lattle Skirm. Burgundians and Slavs, Cav, and good Siege, respectively. Good gunpowder for the Burgundians. And they are still holding. I mean, Matt is an absolute beast when it comes to the Siege Onager micro. Imp, you don't need to be Imp to receive, you only need to be Imp to send. So his teammates can sling him. Let's see, how are we doing on the capture age time? We're at 41 minutes. 2.8x. Like I said, we'll probably get to around an hour before we catch up. So the Shinbei Raiders still running around that pond, trying to get a cut. Yeah, that's true. Semifinals. If you have even a sliver of a chance to win, you might want to hold on. So 600 villagers for Team Teemo. And looking at their resources, we see Abu and Rooster both floating a bit. Even Teemo floating some gold. But you get to the point where everyone's floating. That's maybe when you have to think about maybe deleting a few vills here and there. Like Abu might not need 80 villagers on wood. As he's just selling all of his wood there for a tiny bit of gold. But keeping everything balanced. They're cheaper to help me get stable internet. Well, I've no option here for stable internet. It'll be later this year when I move. I'll finally get fiber. Yeah, I mean, honestly, considering they're holding 3v4, it doesn't look too bad. And their goal now is to hold while slinging barrels back into the game, so they can get the populations even. Right now, they're playing at about 100 less population, but if you look at the military counts, it's 170 to 170, basically, and that's keeping their ability to hold that they have the same number of military. If you get barrels back, and suddenly barrels can boom, and add 80 military units, even if they are trash units, then suddenly his team starts winning fights. And he has Lu Xuans in the pond. Why is there no game sound only conversions? Because my internet dropped, and DE kicks you from the game if your internet drops for 1 second. So we just have Ornlu's stream as we're trying to speed up and get back there. So I'm just on a corner of the map where we hear the conversion sounds until we catch up. Gotta love the monks. Thanks, DE. Oh, thanks. Spam the 13s for blame it on your ISP. Well, this is what I'll need to do. I'll need to hire Vodka as an observer so that someone with reliable internet can watch the games in case my internet drops. So Monk going for a conversion on a Savar. Gets the conversion successfully. And now we see just kind of how weak those traction trebs are for the Three Kingdoms civs, the Wuhyr for Teemo. Yeah, they're useful against the Arbalests, and against the Siege Onagers a bit, but you really can't push buildings with them. And don't look now, but remember when Barles was on 3 villagers? He's on 39. He's on 39 vills. She'll have it running. Yeah, it's like that Regicide Rumble game where T90's Capture Age crashed, and Archfrost then had to observe for him. All the Arbalests pushing in from Nerf Kex. And the Savara's extra strong against the Archer lines. We'll move forward. And some halves will go down to the Onager. As I hear conversion come in. The backup stream. Might be very needed. See if OBS can connect. This is a weird one because my game is still going. Okay, we should be back. And what's the difference now? We're at about 5 minutes of a difference between my stream and Ornlu's stream. And Ornlu's stream has crashed for me, but Capture Age is fine. We'll just watch from here. You may have jinxed it. Okay, so some Arbs getting hit by traction trebs. I think we're close enough we can just watch it in Capture Age for now. We're almost back. So, Barles now, 36 vills, And he can also add markets and start trade booming too. So as long as his team can spare a bit of sling for him, he's okay. He's going to have some Lushwans in the pond. And they'll be attacking these keeps and the rest of the towers here that the other team is trying to do to push. But that'll be Zach coming down for more vills to secure the pond. As some light calves start raiding the archery ranges and the stable down here. Alb's going down too. But these ranges will be cleared. So Barl's losing this forward he has, even getting a Lushwang converted. So now it's 3 bases against 5. And when I said earlier the trade lines were awkward, with the markets coming up over here, this is no longer an awkward trade line for Team Teemo. As the Arbs will be hit by the traction trebs, and some Castilier will push forward. And the Onager will push, and game over. Oh, that's because I crashed. Back to the Yuanlu stream. Back to the Yuanlu stream. We'll also get 2 more TCs. Okay, we attempt once more to rejoin. Extra is sad. I felt like we were almost there. Alright, once more, and I'll get the monk sounds out of the way for this speed up. But we'll just stick with the Yuanlu stream. In case this is a 2-hour game. Put it somewhere we're not going to have sounds, and then back to the Yuanlu stream. Classic Quest experience. Yep, finals tomorrow, Sci-Fly. Classic American internet experience. So we'll just cast without sound. No problem, though. So Arb's moving forward for nerf kicks, and he's still holding that passage. And I'm looking at Barls now. He has 102 vills. He has 60 vills and 42 trade carts. He's going to have a ton of gold. And looking at those units, I think that's a Shinbei Raider he's adding in. As the Shinbei Raiders will be pretty useful at fighting trash units. And honestly, since they are trading from Barls' original base, they are not that far from the trade. And this is an absolutely wild comeback from them. Barls was at 3 villagers, but the entire time his team, the military count, was still the same as Team Teemo. Team Teemo tried to keep adding in more and more like villagers and economy, but never really had the military push they needed. Yeah, if only technology allowed us to watch a 27-year-old game over the internet without crashes. If only. If only we had proper infrastructure in my area. So Jaguar Warriors will destroy an Onager. And it'll be a few cannon added in also from Abun Zuhalt. I mean, Barls is back now. Barls is back. His eco's where it needs to be. 53 trade carts and 9 more added. He has the economy he needs. He has 54 bills on wood, 53 on gold with more trade carts on the way. And if he's just going to go Traction Treb, Shinbei Raider, he has his economy added. And the Traction Trebs, as awkward as they are, will slowly but surely be able to push buildings. Slowly but surely able to push. So Halb's now getting mowed down by the elephant archers. You're catching up to live time now? If you get to live time before I do, you can like share it to me on Discord. And then we'll have a sound perspective. We'll have a backup backup stream. So Paladins now rushing forward. We'll have quite a few Shinbei Raiders there also from Barls fighting the Paladins, or fighting with the Paladins, trying to mow down the Halbs and the Camels before the Paladins go down. So Paladins is a meat shield, and camels will get killed by the Shinbei Raiders, but if the camels close the distance, they'll fight back right away, and be able to slaughter the Shinbei Raiders if they actually catch them. And maybe I'll ask, maybe I'll just spontaneously ask Vodka if he's around tomorrow, because he's been playing a lot of Rage Forest too on Andy's team. Or was that Andy's team? Yeah, that was Andy's team. Maybe he'd be down to co-cast / backup observe. He has 150 halves in queue producing from 3 barracks. That is a lot of halves. That is a lot of halves. And his team simply can't find a unit composition to make this work. They have 5 bases. They have the better trade. They have both pawns. They had Barles on the ropes. They had him down to 3 villagers. And yet he's coming back to hold. And the Treb will be going for the keep. Pushing back the spawn towers slowly. And I mean, look at those pockets. Georgians and Persians. Those are good pockets. The flanks are more of a wash, though. And honestly, having a Cav Archer unit, just an Archer unit, against the Khajuras is extra strong against the Camels. They don't really want to go for the elite Shravamsh Those don't really hold up all that well. A great game from Barles. I mean, great game from Barles. More so, a great reboom from Barles, down to 3 vills. But his team didn't give up. And I think his team's gonna win this game. That's a lot of Savars now from Rooster. Both teams are basically fully boomed now. As the Arbalists push through, along with some support from the pocket, to deal with the Savars. This is where it gets a bit tricky for the Aztecs, though, since they don't have access to Halbs. And Garland War's pikemen doesn't really give them the same way to fight Savars as Halbs do. He's just relying on Matt to be in the right position with Halbs. And that's hard for Matt because he needs to fight on both sides. And the Treb push can push forward a bit more for Rooster. And maybe his team is pushing slightly here in the north. It feels like Barles' team just now consistently a bit more military, on 190 to 180 for the most part. Do Burgundians... Nope, that is the Bohemians who get the Hufnitze. Burgundians, they lack siege engineers, so they don't get 13 range, only 12 range for their cannon, but they do get, as a civ bonus, extra attack for the gunpowder. So the attack bonus is even better than the attack you would get from siege engineers, since it is their standard attack instead of the bonus attack specifically against buildings. But they lack the range, and that is a big rough spot for them, lacking the range. So Elephant Archer is still in the south, and the hard thing about relying on a tower civ like the Georgians is that over time, your towers are going to be cleaned up, and then stone's going to get more expensive, and it'll be harder and harder to add more towers. See, you knew you mixed it up again? That's fine. Let me just check where we are in terms of getting back into the game. 39 minutes? Or capture age? 39, yeah. It's a while to go until that catches up. Yeah, Barles reclaiming his territory. He's getting his base back. He's getting his pond back, almost. As the onagers move forward, trying to fight the elephants. Have to be careful not to fight too much under the spawn towers, and to try to get hits on the halbs, as the elephant archers are fighting the Shinbei Raiders. And honestly, the Shinbei Raiders are holding their own fairly well. I would think the elephant archers would overwhelm them with the HP, but Shinbei Raiders able to hold. Killing some trade by accident. Oh, you're at 1 hour, 5 minutes, nearly there. Alright, if you get your stream to live time, or only stream is fine, gets confusing when I switch. I just want to check what time I'm at, because when I catch up, I'll swap back to that. But I need to keep checking what time I'm at. So big fight with the composite bowmen now. So composite bowmen ignore armor. Not that much armor on those units, though. I guess the paladins have good pierce armor still. And Rooster asking for wood. Rooster's got 11 vills on wood. Needs his team to send him some wood. Those are not composite. Oh, never mind. Not composite bowmen. Sorry, I think I got. They looked like composite bowmen. This is the downside when I can't zoom in myself. They are fire archers. They are fire archers. I just saw a unique unit that's kind of fancy. There are too many units now. I don't know what they are. Fire archers. Okay, those are honestly not that great against other units. The arbalests from the Aztecs probably are capable of fighting them pretty well. Fire archers missed that final pierce armor upgrade too. It would have been much more scary if that were Romanians now instead of Wu. Thank you, Radio. So the arbalists there, honestly, it's kind of tricky to play arbs under all those towers because you have to stay just outside the tower range. And it looks like Zach still is adding in more towers. He's going to keep buying stone as much as he can afford it. And it feels like things are now kind of at a standstill on both sides. As Barles is back, but he's also fighting elephant archers. And it's hard to find something to contribute against elephant archers as the way. Traction shrubs are what he's going for, but he still has only halfway reclaimed his initial base. Hasn't quite fully gotten there. And every time there's maybe a bit of progress made by the rest of Barles' team in the north, it's slowed down by all those towers. Happened with the AI army. Yeah, it feels like Teemo's team may have found their composition now, getting Zach with the siege onagers to help out. And over time, the Aztecs need so much micro on their monks, it's hard to keep up against the Savars. Even if they are converting traction tribes too. Yeah, they seem to miss the siege for the towers, but that's the downside of the Slav pocket, not having bombard cannon. They're a great siege onager civ, great halb civ, but no cannon. So you're relying on the paladin player, or the Castilier player, whatever Imperio is going, who's not going to have as much attention paid to doing siege then to add the cannon. He's not going to have as many workshops or as much of a focus there as Matt would. And without halbs, you're kind of relying on coordination then, as Matt has to keep the cannon alive. So Traction Trebs take down an Onager. We'll have some Shravamshriders running in for Abu. Maybe running into some Halbs. Feels like also a trade advantage for Teemo. Let's see, it's 74, 62, 67, and 53 against 85, 65, 70, and 40. Not that many trade cards for Matt, but I guess he's optimizing for making a Halbs and needs a few more vills on food. But yeah, regarding the better trade route, certainly having more bases gives them more trade. Now, Barl's doing something interesting. I see a castle foundation all the way in the north. He might be trying to make a push onto Teemo's base. But pushing in the north, as much as they need to hold their own trade line, doesn't give much of an advantage for Barles because of how far back the trade is for Teemo's team. They're able to go all the way more from that eastern, like very northeastern, but mostly eastern edge of the map. And pushing in the north isn't quite going to get there. And if he's pushing in the north, that's maybe a bit of focus on this passage that he's lacking, as some nice Onager shots come in from Zac on those Arbs. And the Savars will keep pushing forward. And honestly, not caring about the Halbs too much. And I have to say, those Fire Archers, they look, with their capes, they look like composite bowmen. I don't know, are those capes? Are those robes? I don't know what they are. But when they're from their back, they look like composite bowmen. There's still a bit of a cut there from Nerfkicks, trying to get more of a raid. But still, Jaguar Warriors are not anti-cav, they're anti-infantry. And they will be hunted down by the Savars. And Barls and Imperial need to swap some gold and some wood. $89 trade carts. Well, honestly, Imperial probably doesn't want to swap the wood. He's got only 9 vills on wood. Barls maybe just needs to send some gold over if he has that many trade carts. They look the same from the back? Exactly. Yeah, now we're at the weird part of the game. Barles' team, who were winning the 3v4, now seem to be losing the 4v4. As crazy as that is. Have to begin losing a 4v4 to get to a 3v3. You know, that's true. Maybe they just need to let one of their players die and then they can start winning again. But look at those military counts. Barles' team now down to 90 military, as Teemo's team finally up to 260 military. As we're an hour 30 into the game, I just want to check. An hour into the recovery. And the traction trebs will push the castle. Castle going down. And Teemo's team is making one heck of a comeback. Oh man, Dingalingo is 3 minutes away from live. Alright, if you want to hop on Discord, we can share a point of view, I guess. We'll actually get sound. But the trade is there, and I think that might just be the curse now that someone's going to be at live time. The trade carts will go down. The trade will go down. And this'll be it for Team Barles, I think. Remember when Barles had just about 90 trade carts? He's down to 55. Down to 55. And things are going to start collapsing for him. And the trade's important. He was purely on a golden wood comp, and there are the GGs. As Team Teemo will emerge victorious. What a crazy game that was. Barles was dead. Down to 3 villagers. His team held and were almost winning 3v4, long enough for Barles to boom back, but as soon as he got back, wasn't enough for him, and we had 1,400 kills from Matt as the Slav Pocket. Eco will also the most res for Matt. Barles super far behind in Eco for all the time he was dead. Oh, we can view the paid capture age stats there. Alright, but that will then, at least we'll see the end of it. Tie us 1-1. And big shout out to Ornlu for letting us see that. And also to Mandingalingo for the attempt to catch up. As I got to an hour 6 in game time myself. It slows down to 2.4 speed at the end. Maybe I just need a even better processor to speed up more. Confirm stream sniping? No, I think we're good now. It's weird. Around 12 p.m., it seems consistent every day. I don't know if it's some upstream problem in my ISP, but my internet seems to reset. Anyway, hopefully we'll be good from here on out. If there's anyone who wants to spectate along on Discord and give us a backup, that'd be wonderful. But I think Ornlu was a good enough backup for us. We can do a watch-along cast. We have backup plans. So what were those civs? I mean, you just watched so long, I've almost forgotten the civs. The Woo they had the composite bowmen. They were in that game. The Gajurs, they were a flank. The Persians, they were a pocket. And the Georgians, they were another pocket. And that was Slavs, Way, Aztecs, and what was the final pocket? Was that Magyars? Was that the first game? Was Magyars? Burgundians. And I just checked those civs off backwards, didn't I? Loss. Then win, and win. There we go. That's why when we do a LAN event and we're a professional, we have a production team, so the caster is not the one pressing the buttons. Now maybe if I'm casting myself, I'll actually be able to click the units and see them, and not confuse the fire archers. I don't have a personal robo, no. Okay, and players are taking 5 minutes for a break after that one. So we have a bit of a break. Thank you, Sensar, for letting us know. So now we're going to look at the civs remaining. That was an absolutely crazy game, and a game that Teemo needed to avoid falling down 2-0. But the first two civs for Team Teemo, Georgians and Teutons, already used. Celts and Lithuanians still remain for Team Barles. Now, Spanish still, they are a scary pocket, and if we have another super long game like that one, they will have a trade bonus. Not as much as it was back in AOC, but a bonus nevertheless that everyone on the team will have more gold long term. They'll benefit more from that trade. First water, done. So Saracens still for Team Barles. I mean, Saracens, Dravidians. The first row of civs looks insanely good still for Barles. Celts, Lithuanian, Turks, Dravidians, and Saracens. Even Portuguese and Byzantines on the second row. They do have Armenians there. They do still have the composite bowmen. We'll get to see that and I'll be right. Oh, hello, no zombie. You are awake. That is a nice time zone for you to be awake. Welcome in. I'll go to the games. The games have been amazing. Yeah, I'll get to see the composite bowmen and I'll call them fire archers. No. We're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right. Raining civs look much better for Barles. Yeah, I'm actually kind of questioning the mid-tier of Teemo's draft where he stole his shoe. And Goths and Chimera feel a bit early. Most of the bottom row civs is still there for Team Teemo. Even the Dark Rain sheet from AoE 1. Which one was that? Was that where they would swap to the different units? Hello, Menunez. Menunez getting ready for his set later. The trees, yeah. That'd be sick for Black Forest, actually. There's a cheat code in AoE 1 where you could make a cheat unit that had the graphics of a composite bowman when it was moving or attacking, but when it was standing still, it had the graphics of a tree, so you could try to blend in with the forest. There was another cheat that, kind of the same way the Konik would die and stand back up as a dismounted Konik. I think it started as a composite bowman, but when it died, it became a horse archer, and then when that died, it became a catapult. So every time it died, it became a stronger unit. AoE 1's cheat units were something else. They had several different cars in the... once they got to the Rise of Rome expansion. You had the Photon guy, and the Laser Trooper. Oh yeah, that's what I have, the Lego Cobra car. That's actually it's moved it elsewhere on my shelf. That's back there. That was a great set, the Lego Cobra car. Well, one day we need a Lego sponsorship where we can gift Cobra cars. Oh, and I think we're ready for the next game. So I think we're going. I think we're here. So the players took their break, and we are live in game number 3, praying for good internet. Yeah, poor No Zombie truly taking one for the team. No Zombie getting ready for his set at 18 GMT. Playing at a horrible time zone. So Teemo pushing forward with the scout, and he'll be against Nerf Kicks, as Edgar Davids will come back on for Imperio for Team Barles. All the scouts will converge here in the south. Push that scout back for Edgar Davids. And now Barles will... He is not going to fight for walls against Abu. He is going to wall off Matt. He is going to say, you know what? Abu is going to send a Vil straight for that pond. I'm going to wall off my pocket and make sure my pocket is safe so the sneak Vil does not get to his pond. So there's Barles, understanding he's against Abu, understanding where Abu likes to do is the flank. And this bear here will also be a bit awkward. As long as Matt fights the scout in the presence of the bear, the Vil won't be able to come forward. So Matt decided to run, but the Kamiyuk scout will get a hit on that scout as it runs. And 3 HP left on the scout for Abu. And will these walls go up? They'll actually be pretty close. So extra hit on the Cyan scout. As he'll try to keep this open, maybe? Yeah, but Barles will wall that. No loom for Barles, no loom for Abu. And Barles will run to the other side of the wall to finish it. But now Abu's here. Abu could try to wall this off. He could try to do something annoying. But the most annoying thing he can do of getting to the pond will not happen. Oh, we might have a lamed cow. As the cow will try to block the scout. Nicely done creating some separation. And Matt will run back to his TC. Take a hit. But on 3 HP we'll get back. And Barles will have more HP on his scout. Would have to deal with 2 scouts. On 3 HP, this can't disrupt Vils all that much. 1 hit should kill it. Where am I from? The extremely rural area without fiber internet, known as the New York City metropolitan area. A hit on the scout. They'll try to take the hill there, Barles will. And I'll push back Zack. So the bears, these are wolves in bears' clothing, won't attack the scouts, only will attack Vils. And when we look at the players who will have a pond, it'll be Matt as the Saracens to get a fish boom, and Rooster as the Goths. Now, one thing Saracens do have is Hand Cannoneer if they need to deal with Goths, and also the fact that they can go Mamluks. Tricky for Goths to deal with Mamluks because they do melee damage, and the Huskarls, all that Pierce armor, won't do anything. And missing the final armor upgrade for the... Or no, it's the final attack upgrade. Never mind, not the armor upgrade. Unless I'm just blind. Yeah, Goths missed the final armor upgrade, right? I can't see that dark color. Yeah, final armor upgrade they miss. So less melee armor for their infantry makes them even more vulnerable to the Mamluks. Italians, though, as the flank. Genoese crossbowmen always tricky. Italians versus Portuguese, a pretty interesting matchup because the Italians now give condottieri to their team. So this is the Italian plus Goth combo, where the Goth player can train the Condo. That's the Italian team bonus that the Condottiero and anti-gunpowder unit is available in the Imperial Age. So that gives the Goths a great timing. They reach Imp, spam down barracks, and it's researching perfusion and conscription while trying to spam Condottieri, while already having a production bonus on the barracks 20% faster. Jurchens also, having strong fire lancers, might have a reason to go barracks too. When you have the Goths as a pocket, usually you play them as though they were a paladin civ, trying to go Goth infantry spam, the same way a paladin player would go paladins. And it's important that you get the timing right, because their infantry, pound for pound, their infantry is not as powerful when you have the same population as a paladin player. But you do have 10 extra pop as the Goths. Helps a bit. They're worth killing a deer with TC because it only takes one shot instead of two. I think the difference is so small that it's pretty negligible, but if you want to be super optimal, maybe it is. I mean, the optimal thing here is Vils reload faster than the TC, but you can manage the hopping in and out of the TC so that the reload times add up for killing the Vils, or killing the Boars between using Vils and using the TC. Just waste time, it's better just to eject the Vils. I think so too. I mean, I think there might be some optimization, kind of like when you pre-kill one of the sheep, where you're sending only one Vil to go through the killing animation, instead of like 6 Vils wasting time on the animation. And if you time it perfectly with one Vil to shoot one arrow from the TC, and your other Vils just finish a deer and move to the next one instead of all of them shooting it, maybe that helps. There probably is some very small optimization you can do with it. But of all the things you need to micro, that's probably low on the list of priorities. Yeah, the TC shot is kind of slow. Exactly. I think it takes longer to reload than Vils do, too. I mean, it'll shoot instantly if it doesn't need to reload. But if it does, then it's a bit awkward. So everyone going up, and we'll have some stone walls here from Teemo. He'll try to get the flanks walled off. You need to keep the Vil in for the damage to register, though. As soon as the arrow shoots, then the Vil can pop out. What I don't know is if the TC will reload if it doesn't have Vils actively in it. As up, Edgar Davids has a scout trying to hit this Vil from Teemo. That's a low HP scout. He'll lose the scout, and he'll also lose the walling Vil, trying to get one more tile of wall up, but doesn't trap the scout. We'll delete that house foundation. And now, red here. as the Chinese Nerf Cakes can go and get that wall up behind this. Booster Scout is here. And honestly, this is super greedy from the flank. Just walling himself and not walling off the passages. But it's so open, he doesn't really have much of a choice. And there still is a forward Vil here from Teemo. We might even see a Vil fight, as these two Vils are walling up and might have to turn to fight each other. We'll have a scout forward for Rooster and hits the Vil. And actually, these are forward Vils from Teemo. So when Teemo went for the walls, he actually moved his Vils forward. And he's going to try to keep forward walls. And that Vil should go down. The scout's super low on HP. And will get the hit, though. A bit risky had the Vil killed the scout. But now Edgar David's still a bit of HP left on his scout. And they'll be chasing down these forward walling Vils. What the Vils could do is wall here. But even then, it's not going to wall the team off completely, since there still is this passage here for Edgar Davids. So Saracen Fishboom against Goth Fishboom still. I think the Goths can get going a bit faster than the Saracens can. Saracens really want to wait, probably for their Siege Onager upgrades or their Mamluk upgrades. Or even if you want to go hand cannoneers against the Goths, you have to wait for chemistry. And you're probably not going to want to open... I mean, I guess there's maybe an option to open Arbs, but as a pocket, that's awkward. And you'd be dealing with Huskarls then, which is what the Goths would want to see. There's Teemo up to the Castle Age. And oh, nice! Quick wall, but wants to save the Vil. And will bring more Vils forward. And in the Castle Age, he's sending the Vils. And I think Barles... let's see. He's gonna try to get that wall up. But he also wants to kill the weak Vil. It's a combination of getting walls and being greedy. As Nerf Cakes will wall another... or will lose another Vil by that wall. He'll try to stonewall this passage now as a castle comes up for Teemo. And he is looking to be aggressive as the Hindustanis. Now, the Hindustanis also could be an infantry civ if they open Gulams and then swap in the Imperial Age to the Kondo. So maybe a reason the Saracens player then definitely doesn't want to go hand cannoneers or really do an archery range at all and just boom into Mamluks. I guess that's what makes the most sense, boom into Mamluks. Even more so than Siege Onager, because Goth Flood is so cheap, it won't care about tanking Onager shots, and with some Huskarls or even a Kondo, you can run down the Onagers. Another outpost up here for Abu. There's some line of sight over the forest and into the TC of Barles. So Gulam forward for Teemo. We'll find some of the Vils there, as a monk comes from a conversion for Nerf Cakes, and gets a conversion as the Vil goes down. Oh, wait, what the heck? Wait, I want to check the Eco KD there. 0-3. Okay, I was a bit worried that maybe the monk converted the Gulam while it was in its attack animation. I was thinking Nerf Cakes might have gotten a kill there on his own villager. That can happen for ranged units. If you, say, convert an archer while a shot's in the air, and it kills your own unit, you get the kill. It's very nasty for the pacifist runs, where my onagers get converted, and the shot kills the monk, and then I get a kill and I fail the pacifist run. So TC up here for Zach. He's going to go for the 5 TC boom as the land pocket. 4 TCs here for Edgar Davids. Oh, that's interesting, though. As the Franks. Franks have a way of countering the Goths, even with Goths having Kondo, and it's going throwing Axemen. Frank versus Goth pockets is honestly a situation. Yeah, you probably still want Paladins, but you gotta have in the back of your mind the fact you can go throwing Axemen. Their Bearded Axe is beastly now, giving them +2 range. And they have a pretty high attack, melee attack. They're not anti-infantry. And perhaps doing them simply doubles up too much with the Mamluks that Matt might want to do. But it is certainly an interesting option, even against the Gulams. Don't both just have hand cannoneers? Yes, but the Italians are on the other team. So you got to keep in mind that Condottiero will be the team bonus, and that will counter hand cannoneers. So yeah, both pockets do have hand cannoneers, and were this a different civ, were this melee on the flank, then certainly they'd be a better option. Yeah, but that's GG out says Axemen are a bit redundant with Saracens already doing Mamluks. If you had a different pocket here, then maybe you think about Axemen. The converted Golem keeps the Mangonel away, but does get taken down. That's what I love so much about Rage Forest. You actually get to think about the civs. It's not just Crossbow Knight every game. There, you can use all the different units with different timings and different combinations. Late game Hindustanis actually pretty good against Mamluks, because Mamluks have an anti-cav bonus, but they don't have an additional anti-camel bonus on top of that. So the Imperial Camels, usually Heavy Camel, is a decent counter to Mamluk, and Imperial Camels would be even better. So Hindustanis do kind of counter Saracens late game, but that's late game where we would need a tech swap. Usually Hindustanis, especially as a flank, end up going for Chautauqua hand cannoneers with the extra range, which themselves might be good against Mamluks too, because Mamluks have a really short range. We'll have Imperial Age on the way for Abu, and Imperial Age also here from Rooster. Another TC will go up for Teemo. And a castle will go up for Nerve Kicks. As Teemo's Mangonels will take down this TC. As the walls will go up for Nerve Cakes. And he'll keep everything here safe so far. And he is still very, very thankful, I think, to have this back passage that he can run vills should he need to. Castle and some Chuko news will stop the push for now, as more players will start finding their way up to Imp, everyone other than these two flanks clicking up. And with a workshop over here for Zach, we already have fortified walls up across the entire passage for Barles. He's going to wall off the entire forest, being very well aware of the speed of the Goth cut from Rooster. So 48 fish traps from Rooster. But the barracks will be over here to the left, and seems like it'll be an attempt at a timing push to take down the Chinese player before they really can get their eco going. Now, the good thing about the Chinese is the Chuko Nu itself, if you get a lot of them, actually is pretty decent against Huskarls. It shoots so many arrows so rapidly that doing 1 damage per arrow repeatedly still kind of adds up against the Huskarls. Even we can see that against the Golams, usually a high pierce armor unit. I guess they are lacking their armor upgrades here from Teemo. There's Matt and Abu both up. An immediate Cavalier, Chivalry, and Plate Barding armor. So Edgar Davids as the Franks. Farming bonus for the Franks, too. You get the free horse collar line, so they'll have crop rotation right away. A bit more food on their farms. And we'll go for a smooth Cavalier into Paladin transition. There's Cavalier finished. Almost at the res for Paladin, and once Paladin is clicked, he's going to start spamming the Cavaliers as the upgrade comes in. I do see some Mamluks now here from Matt, who's adding 3 castles all in the same spot, just to get that production started. He will have to break through some of these walls to be able to help. Teemo walling at the pocket. Even the Chuko News there not in time to kill the Vills. Will only be 1 layer of walls. Without ballistics, that Vill can dodge. That's what you get with Handcart. 0.97 speed and is dodging arrows. And there we go. Goth Condottieri. Ready to deal with the Chuko News, but maybe not with the Mamluks and the Paladins. This is where the Goths now would need halbs against the Paladins. The timing on the boom is good enough for Edgar Davids, as there is Paladin, especially with Chivalry and the faster working stables. There is a Petard, the market not up in time. Teemo can't keep that walled, And now the pockets are here, as Zack with the Jurchens will be having heavy rocket carts. We'll try to put up towers, but now the Goths do really need those halberdiers out. Kondo will not stop the Paladins. Or maybe they will if they're numerous enough. Some Fire Lancers also from Zack. But as someone was asking last game, when it was a choice between Fire Lancer and Halb do have a bigger attack bonus against the cavalry. Or maybe that was the first game. But Fire Lancers will be eaten by the Mamluks too. And right now, this team does not have a counter to the Mamluks. Best counter will be the heavy rocket cart. Because of the short range of the Mamluks, only 3 range. Nice shots on the Halbs there. And now Matt's just in his wheelhouse where he gets to micro the Onagers. What is special about the Jurchen towers? They can get maybe... Let's see, they're fully upgraded towers. Well, I guess except for heated shot. So just don't tower rush the pond. Oh, Jacob, no game sound. Oh my gosh. Finally, you tell me that. We haven't had game sound for forever. That's the entire point of using Capture Age. I turned it off so we didn't hear the monk sounds while we were fast forwarding. Now we have game sound. Oh, that's right, they regenerate. That's true. With the unique tech, they regenerate. That is very true. You can just write that in the chat. You need bits for it, but thank you. Thank you. The Mamluks hopping in the castle. Mangonel hitting some Halbs. Oh, you did write it? No game sound, I think. Oh, you wrote it earlier. Gotta spam it more in the chat then. Something's broken, don't be afraid to get my attention. So the rocket cart's hitting Mamluks. The Onagers move forward. Yeah, the Goth KD is going to be legendary in terms of it's going to be negative 30 to 155. But now we have Halbs to deal with Paladins. And you get enough Goth Halbs, you can try to push the Mamluks back. They do still have a huge attack bonus against them. Because it is not just Cav, but also Camel units. And in terms of armor classes, yeah, Mamluks still are Camel units. But not Cav units, oddly enough. Well, that's odd, they're not Cav units. I thought they were. Well, okay. Only... Well, what's the help bonus then? So just the camels. Just plus 26. Okay, that's still a huge bonus. I guess it makes sense that they're not Cav the same way camels aren't. So the Halb's getting mowed down. We can see now the KD for the Goths, 50 and 240. On the other side, that is a lot of fortified walls from Barles, as he's trying to hold against the Italian player. Italians-Portuguese, a matchup that I think can go either way. The Kondo great against the gunpowder, always helps the Italians. Other than that, both civs, good archer lines, good gunpowder lines. Kind of equal, but siege engineers for the extra range definitely helps for the Portuguese. Italians maybe a bit of a faster start with their cheaper age ups. Quadruple Kondo. Yeah, lots of missing infantry upgrades, that's true. And maybe needed Malians on their team for the Malian Kondo. So this castle now from Edgar David's getting trebbed. And it feels like these regenerating towers are now being pushed by the cannon of Matt. So the keep here will go down to the cannon, as will the treb from Rooster. And there's conscription in this castle here from Rooster, as that will be 7 cannon from Matt, 2 more from Barles, all besieging it. and it will crumble. But here we go. Here we have the Hindustani camels, and these will be great against the Mamluks and against the Paladins. Not so much against the True Konus, but the rest of the composition here, both pockets should be countered by Teemo. It's the True Konus that really become the worry. And also the economy, because he really would love to get to Imperial Camel. Some rocket carts hitting the Vills, as we have a bit of a Condor raid as the cut gets through. And we'll have rocket carts as Zach's trying to micro both sides. But the cut will get through almost to the trade. A few Paladins, Hand Cannoneers, and Bombard Cannon there, as Barles is taking charge of cleaning this up. Genbo getting forward, but would need to push that castle. Yeah, the trade route is scary. It's very scary. I mean, maybe the trade route here is much safer than this one from Matt. Managers hit some of the halbs. Ooh, all the halbs going down. And now we have Imp Camels, and we'll see just how effective they can be against the Mamluks. Yeah, they do have a special Mamluk attack bonus of +7. Mamluks themselves, only attack bonus against Cav, not against Camels, so no attack bonus for them. Against the Imp Camels, which only have the Camel armor, not the Cav armor. There, that's something that's always tricky to explain. The camels are not cavalry. But it feels like they're stabilizing here. And maybe even an opportunity to try to spam Huskarls against the True Konus now for the Goths. As Hand Cannoneers from Barles are trying to hold, but the cannon there from the Italian player pushing into the trade, and the Paladins from Edgar Davids will not be that effective in the presence of the Imperial... or of the Genoese crossbowmen. Let's call them Imperial crossbowmen, but Genoese crossbowmen. Anti-cav bonus damage for them. Paladins will try to pick off the cannon. They will go down. Not too many Genbos left, but then again, not too many Paladins left. And with some Condottieri here to deal with the Hand Cannoneers. Not so much with the Paladins, but with the Hand Cannoneers. They're fine. I mean, they even get an attack bonus against the Bombard Tower. Plus 10 attack against the Bombard Tower. And Rooster is still pushing here. Honestly, I think his team's in a good spot. And honestly... It feels to me like the Frank player can't do much against Imp Camels and Genoese Crossbowmen. And maybe the way to play this is the Saracen player needs to play maybe Siege, maybe even Siege Mamluk to deal with the Goths here in the north. And the flank player could swap to Axeman here in the south to deal with the Camels, to deal with the Goths. And then do their own cannon to deal with the rocket carts. I still think Paladin's really awkward to use. I mean, Goth Pocket to spam Halbs, Hindustani flank for Imp Camels, Italian flank on the other side for the Genoese Crossbowmen, and where are the Paladins now going to be effective? We're only 16 Paladins on the field, and they're getting mowed down. And Edgar Davids, I think, is struggling to be useful now. And the Mamluks fare very poorly against the Imp Camels. That's why I think they need to kind of separate their roles now. Have Matt actually fight in the north, Edgar Davids fight in the south, but he can't fight with Paladins here. And just kind of waiting. The Chinese... The Chukonu is a beastly unit, but also super weak to the heavy rocket cart and some of the powerful Rage Forest units. Barles could try Arbs or Organ Guns. That's true, he could try Arbs. Probably better than Hand Cannoneers. But then, again, that's opening up Huskarls from the Goths. I guess Organ Guns still have the problems that the Kondo has an attack bonus against it. So I think it is still super tricky here for him to find a unit composition that works. It's crazy how there isn't really a clear answer for what unit does any individual civ have to work with on Teemo's team. But they all have various strengths and weaknesses, and they can combine them in a nice way. Yeah, they still do kill the Condottieri. And Mamluks also don't like fighting rocket carts all that much. That castle, 99 HP. Can one more Treb shot take it down? Barl's not repairing. I don't think he has stone to repair. No, he's out of stone. And that castle crumbles, and now the Goths have elite Huskarls ready to raid and get to the trade, as Teemo's team taking a nice score lead. And Barles' team cannot figure out their unit composition. The elite Mamluks getting killed by the Imp Camels. And this castle will go down to the Trebs, and all of a sudden, Nerve Cake's cut off in the middle, so that Matt can't help him as much. Units still can run up and down this back passageway. But that trade is now a bit closer to being hit, and is being hit on the other side. As Gembos are forward, the Goths are in the trade line, and the unit composition did not come to fruition for Barles. Teemo's gonna win this game. Teemo's team is gonna win this game. They're in a great position now, pushing into Barles himself. He's got a couple of relics in the monastery he's going to lose. And there's the GG from Barles, as Teemo's team goes up 2-1. And the Saracen Frank pockets could not find a way to deal with Goths, Jurchens, Italians, and Hindustanis. Not an obvious collection of civs from Teemo, but a great one in this civ matchup. Edgar Davids could not find anything useful to do with his paladins after early Imp, and Rooster with the Goths, 111,000 resources collected. Fastest player to Imp 2 at 27 minutes had a great boom. Max of 102 vills. Does that count fish traps? Do you have a fish boom? Yeah, he did. 53. I guess it does count fish traps. Maybe it doesn't count trade. Yeah, there were so many counters to Paladin. But Teemo's team now taking the lead. Taking a nice lead. And let me get that out of the way. I think I'll run to the bathroom myself between these games. Check the civs off. And what did we have there? That was Franks, Portuguese, Chinese, and Saracens. Against Jurchens, Italians, Histanis, and Goths. Still stand by, Saracens are overrated. I think they're very matchup dependent. There are times they can look OP, times they can look kind of weak. There's so much for Goth timing. Yeah, it felt like that was stopped initially. But that's the thing, the Goths, you can slow them down, but you don't fully stop them. They always keep spamming. Alright, I'll run to the bathroom and be right back. All right. Players are in the lobby getting ready for game number 4. And with only 2 games left, now you're thinking, how do you split up your pocket civs? And I'm looking at Barles' team and noting a distinct lack of siege onagers. Yeah, they have the Celts, but then the only other SO civ is the Dravidians. So they'll have to split them up, one for one game. Celts for one, Dravidians for the other. And in terms of pockets, they might still need Poles as a Cav pocket and Lithuanians as a Cav pocket. So for Timo's team, looking at their siege onagers, they have the Muisca, and I think that's it for them. No more siege onagers other than Muisca. People think Goth is full potato, but it's actually only 71% potato. Very matchup dependent too. That's the brilliance of Rage Forest. Depending on the strategy you go for, civs can be great or they can be weak. Depending on the matchups you get too. Okay, and game 4 starting right now. And what will Barles end up doing? As Teemo now will be in the pocket, no longer on the flank. And John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. John Slow's going to be playing... Did we figure out the date? He's going to play in a preview show match for Sudden Disaster. And I'm going to play probably end of next week. Orlu and I are going to do a play all 11 on the maps. Barles saves much better overall, but let's see. So Dravidians, Armenians, Celts, and Lithuanians. Dravidian flank. And that is... Okay, so Barles, I thought... Okay, Dravidians, they have Siege Onager. No Siege Engineers, but still Siege Onager. I thought they'd have to be a pocket for one game. But not the case here. He's going to use them as a flank. As we'll have Barles and Matt teaming with their scouts. This is a fairly wide passageway. Barles a player who really likes to delay Loom, but here he is doing it right away. And Eagle plus Champy. That has to be weaker than 2 scouts, right? I mean, the potential to micro the scouts with speed is a bit more. Eagle gets a few pokes on that scout. And the Vils now have to turn around and start walling. And those Vils will push forward for Abu. So Abu and Barles, 2 players who are going to love Vil fighting. And over on the side, Rooster not going to bother fighting. He'll let the forward walls go up. And honestly, this is such an open passage that if he wanted to push beyond those walls, wouldn't be too bad for him. In the middle now, the pockets have to figure out how to wall this, and Zach will be going forward to wall himself. 2 Vils and he did Loom. He'll be able to lure those boars after walling, and he could even get a 6 boar lure, so he might not lose too much time going forward. In terms of pawns, it's 1 pawn per team. An easy pawn for Imperio here is the Lithuanian pocket. So it'll be Matt as the Celts, and then Imperio as the Lithuanians, the 2 pockets. Barles using all their good civs in this map here. And Armenians, who will have the composite bowman. Not the fire archer, the composite bowman. I will get that right. Oh, nice color of shirt. Oh, thank you. Everyone's been saying that today. So Vil's here for Abu. Just gonna clear that forward house. Make Barles spend 25 wood and some Vil time, making another house. And Barles, despite sending the Vils forward early, will now be in a position where he has to lure that boar back to his TC and defend. Defend against Abu's forward. Fits well with the wood. Now that's true, I need to match my shirt to the math textbooks behind me. The boar taken there nicely for Rooster. And I want to see Zach go for a huge boar lure, all 6 of them. He still has that forward Vil. I don't know what happened to the other Vil. Oh, that Vil might have gone forward. Wait, where is Zach in terms of walling? Okay, looks like Zach came forward to do more walling, but was probably hunted down by the scouts. Barles' team clearly paying attention there, and they'll have Matt ready to wall the middle. But Abu doing Abu things. Abu is still forward. Forward with 4 villagers now, trying to harass Matt as the pocket. And this is, I think, where Matt could struggle a bit. Where he's such a good boomer, but he's not really a flank player. So now when he sees the flank gets Vils in, I don't think he's going to have the same quick wall skills that some of the more flank players, or even some of the 1v1 players tend to have. Yeah, I can improve the ordering of the math textbooks. They're kind of ordered, and some shelves have larger height clearances. So the big books have to be on certain shelves. So Scout here from Timo. Going to help push that book back from Matt. Matt has to do Loom, and every little thing you do as a pocket slows you down. Kelt's also not going to have the Fish Boom. That's going to be the Paladin player taking the Fish Boom. Yeah, Kelt's probably not going to be a Paladin player on Rage Forest as much as we'd love to see that. And Feudal Age there for Zach, as he did. He took 3 of the boars. He didn't take all 6. That makes me sad. He didn't take all 6. And one of them's going to walk back, so he only got 2. So 2 out of 6 boars for him. He'll send some more vills over to the wood line, keep chopping wood, and be ready to mine some stone. As we'll have some more walls going up for Nerfkex. Keeping this forward passage secure with a tower for Rooster. Whatever damage Abu can do here in Dark Age is not equivalent of their team not taking Lake. Oh, that's true. They are not taking the Lake. Not taking the Lake there. Zach is the Muisca, just booming away as the pocket. No one on Timo's team taking this Lake. And I mean, Abu is getting almost to the pond. He is forcing Imperio to wall it off. He's got 3 palisade gates there. That's going to be hard to get enough HP on everything. You might need to move the vills around. Might just need to put down palisades behind the gate, too. Barles and Matt both chasing him. Oh, but Abu split off one of his vills. And now Imperio has to use the fishing ships to block and ensure that there's no dock spot. And can he get the quick wall up? He can't quite get the quick wall up. If he gets a dock here, then that's a crazy amount of damage. Yeah, it's a lot of wood wasted, but it's worth it to keep your fish boom alive. And now Imperio, nice awareness with the fishing ships, using the shorefish, trying to ensure there's no spot for the Vil to dock. And even if she gets the foundation, Barles is chasing. Oh, the fishing ship blocks. And nice hit from that Vil from Barles. Feudal not too far away from Abu. And it looks like he might stop running and lose that Vil. Yeah, he stopped microing. Took a couple hits there. Here's the Maya. If he were the Vikings player, actually, the free wheelbarrow would be interesting with the speed boost for the Vil. But that Vil will be hunted down, as will his other sneak Vil. And Abu himself will likely take 4 Vil losses for everything that was forward. Now Zach will add the pond now. That is a late pond. We already have 7 fishing ships for Imperio. And Imperio should be ahead in the fish boom. So a couple of towers here forward for Rooster. Hello, Mrs. Only Cats. Hello, hello. And these vills by the tower will take some damage. And it is indeed a Man-at-Arms push. Man-at-Arms going through the walls. And this will be a wide open area behind it. Another house going up for Nerfkex. As the Vil goes down to a light cav. We'll see another gate goes up and a house. And, Deseret Bean, thank you for using the Prime
Lord
sub.
Nobunaga is in Kyoto. We must rescue him to restore his honor.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Market going up. Light cav still hoovering around in the back. We'll get a monastery up for Zach. As more walls are going up for Abu. And forward workshop. So Zach looking to be very aggressive here with the Muisca. So maybe a reason he skipped the fish boom early. It does kind of slow you down a bit, but then pay off in the long run. So if you're trying to be aggressive, I have seen players skip the fish boom to be aggressive. And it looks like his team wants to be very aggressive here. So Maya Vikings Muisca Khmer. That's going to be awkward to play late game, but at least the Muisca are a siege onager civ. At least the Khmer can be a strong elephant civ. Vikings can go Arbalest Berserk. Maya can go Plumes. At least they have options for their civs. Overall, though, Celts, Dravidians, Armenians, Lithuanians should dominate them late game. I guess the elephants maybe are awkward, but then considering every civ has halbs and really good infantry for the most part, you're in a position where you could maybe counter elephants, no matter where the elephants try to push. That might be why Teemo's team is being so aggressive. Archeteer on fire as a Mangonel pops out for Zach. And the market will be Mangonelled. And we'll have a Mangonel in that workshop for Matt. As the market collapses and the light calves start running in. So Teemo will look for a bit of a raid with the Khmer Light Cav. 3TC Boom behind it. Nothing really breaking through on the right. Rooster's still a good eco with the free wheelbarrow, and he's up to Castle Wheel. He'll then get Handcart. We'll have Heavy Plow for Matt. He has to do a workshop to try to defend Barles, but Barles falling back to this pressure. And redemption on the monks for Zach. Nice Mangonel shot from Matt. Got some value out of that Mangonel even though it went down. Stopping a scout and a monk. There's redemption on the workshop, so Matt may need to delete that workshop and fairly soon. There he goes. Does not want to let that get converted. Now Barles up to the Castle Age. And also... Oh wait, there's... From all the chasing he was doing the Abu's vills, I saw the vills go down by the docks, but Abu did get a barracks over here. Barles will have this walled in. I was saying Barles has some orange over here. I was thinking, oh, maybe the vills he did chasing Abu had eco. And they do. But they also have to stone wall this. Ensure the eagles don't pop out. And there is still a forward vill here from Abu. Xing on the walls here from Matt. Teemo saying, hey, let's wall him out maybe, as Abu has done that. And he'll even do a castle to push the wall, being very aggressive. Barles now will have to go for watchtowers into your university for a guard tower defense. Overall, though, his team up by 30 vills. They have a much better boom than the other team. In particular, getting that fish boom started earlier. Castle there forward for Rooster, but the Mangonel will get a couple of vills in trying to deny it. 2 Mangonels, and actually that castle could be a doubt castle for Rooster. As he's always going to send his entire village. He's sending the whole village to raise the castle. 18 villagers. Those men-at-arms can be a bit annoying. As the 2 Mangonels will try to kill as many vills as they can. That's the castle, 99%. It does go up, but the cost of quite a few vills. Mangonels here will go down for nerve cakes. Ram pulls back as the monk wants a conversion. Workshop being constructed here. There still is a forward vill for Abu. He's done a great job walling it. Siege Tower could get the eagles over the walls. I wonder if you do actually go for Siege Tower rather than a ram. But there is a ram push from Zach. Matt trying to wall up. Zach being very aggressive here. Monks and Siege. Like an IRL castle. This one here? A Viking castle? It is a pretty nice castle redesign now that they added graphics for everything. You know, forward, we'll get a shot on a ram. Be forced back by the monks. Oh, the Walden Barracks? Ah, okay, I gotcha. This looks like a castle. Like with a palisade wall. So, double walls here from Barles. So, there goes the siege tower idea if it's all double walled. Guess you can still hop this one. Barles needs another tile. But that'll have to be then Rams to break out. But as he's breaking out, Matt is getting pushed. Now, Matt has the Celt Castle. I think of all the new castles they added, that's my favorite. And this isn't fully walled, is it? Oh, Matt. There's a hole in the wall. Oh, no, Matt. This is what I was saying. Matt wants to have a clean boom. Get to the point where he can carry the game. Not have to deal with plumed archers running in his economy. I don't think he played all those 101s in the AOC days where you had to deal with this. Not like every game, it was someone going Drush FC plumes. Oh, they all lined up for the Scorpion, though. Lined up perfectly. Vikings on Black Forest. Yeah, there are not too many bans. You're using most of the civs in the game in a set. So there is Imperial Age for Imperio. Oh, Imperio up to Imp. Very appropriate. Celt Scorpions here for Matt. And Imperio's going to need to carry. How many relics does he have so far as the Lithuanian? 0. 0 relics. Are there any relics on the map that are accessible for him? No. Barles has this one walled in. The other relics are on the other side. This one's in a pocket. That's in a pocket. That one is walled off. So actually, our Lithuanian player might struggle without relic access. Dang, that is unfortunate map control for Imperio. And he has Black Squares mod. I'll have to take a look at what he uses. And players all have their own crazy mods. So Rams now pushing forward for Zach. Monk wanting to grab a conversion on a Vil. Ram pushing the tower. Guard tower is creeping forward to try to keep the monks away. But Vils and that Mangonel will have to deal with the Rams. This is the thing about Mangonels. Sometimes they can stop Infinity Rams. But Plumes want to start hoovering. And the Elephants want to push too. There's Imperio up to Imp. But if Imperial is tangled up trying to stop this, as Nerfkex is with a couple of Warrior Priests. There's that monastery just crying out for relics. And that barracks and workshop will have to go down for that relic to be accessible. And Barles is, again, perhaps going to die. He needs help, and he needs help now. And I don't think Barles, he at least has 5 Vils. Is this a repeat of the second game? Will Barles have to reboom from practically nothing? As the game is paused, that is not my internet dying, that is the game paused by Matt. I'll have some Xing in the middle from Teemo, maybe saying they need to wall off Matt. Now, Barles' team as a whole is ahead by 40 Vils, and that's a good number, because if Barles loses all 32 of the Vils that are left in his base, his team still will have a Vil lead. But this is triple pressure now. The Elephants are here. Chimera Elephants, Whiska Rams, and Monks. Villagers and Plumes from Abu as the Maya. And Barles is dead. Barles is completely dead, aside from these 5 villagers, who are going to have the assignment of rebooming. Still stuck in the Castle Age 2. Imperial Age is just about in for Teemo. And what did the Lithuanians do against the Elephants? Not really much they can do in a direct fight. I think the Lithuanians would prefer to cut and raid. Can you change your name? No, you cannot. You cannot fake your name. Yeah, more Vils escaped than in game 2. So we will need help from Matt. As the elephants move forward. Some repairs on the ram from Abu. Elephants push forward as rams go for the market. And if Barles runs, he has nowhere to go. He will be walled in. So, fortified wall here from Rooster. If there's one thing that Vikings can do, it's masonry architecture, fortified wall, hoardings, and then try to hold. Hold against a push, which will be a strong push with the composite bowmen and Trebs from Nerve Kicks. Timo, the only player who's really boomed on his team. And with the good halbs that Barles' team has, they can probably fight elephants. Barles now collecting the wood he needs for a TC. He needs his teammates to get imp just so that they can sling him. And he can get back. Another game, another Barles wipe, and he's the captain too. He's the captain, he's their best player. But the Trebs are out. The Trebs are out, and Barles' team still has a healthy score lead. Does that score lead tell the story? Imperio finishing the Paladin upgrade, and here is the cut. The cut up the middle, as Zach will open the passage, and now Abu has to wall behind, and Abu will have to wall the entire map. Good thing the Maya get cheaper walls. But those walls need to go up as ASAP as possible. Imperial needs to get forward. And it will be a forward castle from Imperio. So now Matt will have to hold kind of 1v3 while Imperio pushes. And the more he pushes, the less the 3v1 stays 3v1. And the more it becomes something like 3 halves versus 1 if the players then are dealing with Imperio. The question is, did Barles slow things down enough? 5 villagers. And ram push on the castle. Some pikemen and potentially woad raiders should be able to deal with the rams. It is difficult to ram push the Celts. Faster firing mangonels and a melee unique unit. Pretty good. Matt asking for wood. Remember, Barles cannot sling, the rest of the team can. A bit awkward when the Celt player is asking for wood, but Imperial's floating quite a bit. And Paladins here is still pushing forward. Is this open? Is this walled behind? It's walled behind. Onager maybe needs to hit the Wallingville. Does kill her. Maybe needs to hit Zach's Wallingville. And Castle for Imperio at this point could have been more forward. So the Paladins breach through to hit the first layer of wall. They'll find some Wallingvilles there. Oh. Deleted the wall that was by the straggler. So the elephant doesn't get through. But more and more walling from Zach. More and more walling. And now just a watchtower behind the walls. And Matt so far seems to be holding. Not all that many plumes from Abu. Only 11 plumes. One good Onager shot clears them. And enough halbs from the Celts to help fight the Chimera Elephants. Celts player. That's true, maybe Celts should get the wood when they eat a TC. Also a push, Onager cut, and the composite bowmen, which very much do look like fire archers from behind, the capes they wear. I will say I was reasonable being confused when we were watching Ornlu's point of view. They will move forward. They'll take down some of the scorpions. And the Trebs from Nerve Kicks will continue pushing the TC. And Rooster could be dying here. Rooster could be dying. And that TC 12 HP left. That'll go down to the Trebs. These Trebs getting peppered with Treb shots. Bills go down. And Rooster's dying here. Imperio, just about the same score as Teemo, but about to get to Teemo's base. Teemo will try to defend with a castle. And he is raiding Matt, but the elephant numbers might be dwindling as Imperio is here also with paladins, and Matt can keep adding halbs. He's still on 107 vills. Doing more barracks for more halbs. And should be something he can contain eventually. The paladins will go for the Treb. See if they... Or no, wait, no, that's his teammate's Treb. Never mind, they'll protect the Treb. They'll protect the Treb from the Rams. And they'll start trying to Treb back against that castle. Lots of elephants still. Lots of elephants still. But the Halb SO combo, or even just Halbonager from the Celts, should be one of the better combos against the Khmer. And meanwhile, the push on the right continuing. Look at that castle from Imperio. The composite bowmen are blocking it. The Vils have nowhere to run. And now we're down to 68 Vils, 65 Vils, and dropping for Rooster. As Rooster's base has been destroyed, he still has a few Vils that will go behind the wall that he had deleted earlier. Or that he had over-chopped earlier, perhaps, looking at those trees as he tries to re-wall. And a couple of Vils, if they run, they're going to run into composite bowmen. They have to be careful where they head now. They could garrison in the Khmer houses. Your allies can't put the Vils inside. I don't know if you'll realize that and do it. But now, Teemo himself might not even be that safe, as the gate is open and some paladins are in. And meanwhile, Matt has recovered. And maybe Barl's just taken one for the team earlier, 23 Vils. But his team, and Barl's team is better without Barl's. Whenever they're playing 3v4, they're winning. Whenever they're playing 3v4, they're winning. Oh, this is crazy. The elephant's gonna kill the paladins. The paladins are getting the job done with the raids. It's 156 Vils for Teemo. But a lot of them will be idling now, as he has to add in more castles, and this could be a doubt castle with the paladins getting in. And no rewalling, so the paladins can take out the market and some stables if they want to. And this will be a doubt castle in the middle of Teemo's eco. Teemo finally dropping in score behind Imperio, and Imperio doing this still with 0 relics, as the Lithuanians. Nerfcakes, give your relics to Imperio. He needs the relics, Imperio. Where did you put them? They're here, they're forward. You're Armenians. Oh, you should be making a relic out of thin air for Imperio. Imperio needs to build a monastery here just to grab those relics. Treb's going for the castle. Matt will lose the castle, and these Halbs are going to push back from Matt. Arles' team is doing this. Teemo's in a lot of trouble now. Rooster is 0 TC gaming for a bit. I think he had to add 4 more TCs now in the corner just to reboom. Went down to 56 Vils. Yeah, those military numbers from Barles' team. 191 to 47. There is no stopping the Paladins. Everything was spent on the early push. This castle finally will go up defensively, but 4 Trebs are right next to it to besiege it. I think that castle will likely go down. Composite Bowman now ready to raid the trade. They do have ballistics. And on the side, Matt is pushing. He is reclaiming Barles' original base. And he's ready to get an onager shot on some elephants. And see the good damage they're doing. Stables hit by the siege onagers. Stable collapses as this workshop looks like it'll go down soon. This stable still hit by the onagers. More stables go down. And now Teemo is looking pretty dead. And Barl's at 48 bills to have 2 players then at 68 for Team Teemo. Rather awkward. Bills on these farms will go down to the composite bowman. And Elite Temple Guard will try to chase the bowman away. The Paladin's having a field day raiding farms. They just want to raid some farms. Then guilds and coinage both on the way for Matt. Matt is honestly getting to the point where he can think about pushing castles with siege onagers. Celts with faster firing siege. Put a couple of rams in front to soak up the fire. And you can push castles. The Maya will not be a good matchup for the Celts late game. They do not have an answer to their siege onagers. Eagles would also just run into Woad Raiders or Celt Champions, or an easy composition for Matt to start making. Matt will build that castle eventually. There, the Vilskull. So Trib's taking down the castle, and Abu will try to repair just to buy time, but now Barles' team has his base back. They've taken out Rooster's base, they've taken out Teemo's base, and Teemo's team is down to 2 bases. They're calling the GG. Barles' team ties it up, and we're gonna have game 5. Barles just got himself some popcorn to see his team win. Alright, Barles, that's all he had to do. He was like, yeah, you guys, I'll go get a burger. You guys finish the game for me. He held, let his teammates boom. It's like when I play with Ornlu. Gotta let him boom. That'll bring us to game number 5. So, scoreboard, Barles ties it up for the Civs. That was Celts, Lithuanians, Dravidians, and Armenians against Vikings, Maya, Muisca, Khmer. So, Team Teemo maybe kind of prepared for that, saving Civs for game 5. We got 5 options left. Spanish, Japanese, Vietnamese, Shu, and Khitans. Barles has 5 civs to Turks, Byzantines, Burmese, Inca, and Poles. And I think I like Teemo's civs more. But I mean, Turks, Byzantines are still really good BF civs. Inca at the very end are kind of interesting. Burmese can be scary with elephants or a monk rush. What do you do? Turk, Byzantine flanks, Pole, Burmese pockets? Byzantines can also be a pocket, Burmese can be a flank. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe Barles just needs to go AFK right from the start, have his team win the 3v4. Alright. Play an ad. I'll take a quick break myself and we'll be back for game 5. Not sure about Catans and Shu. I'm not sure either. I think the Shu probably makes sense as a flank, maybe a bit more than the Catans. But then there's a question of Vietnamese, Spanish, who's a pocket. Japanese can be a pocket too. So yeah, I don't see the lobby up yet. Might be taking their time. Really think about their civs. Remember, ACCM versus Valus will be coming up next. We'll see how we cast that, if we have to go to Rex or if that'll be live. See if we can get these players encouraged to get the lobby going. Also, big shout out to Membinta Ornu also for casting Rage Forest. Appreciate the support that this gets. It's always nice to have people who are interested in the event. League is Rex? I have no idea. I thought it was live, and that they were maybe trying to plan so that ACCM doesn't need to play the final game. Because there's so many different time zones involved between ACCM and No Zombie. Both being Asian Pacific. And No Zombie was in the YouTube chat earlier. But yeah, so maybe surprising win from Teemo with the Goths earlier. ACCM is playing right now if they're alive. Well, his games will start after they're set then. Hopefully that times it well. He hops right into Rage Forest. I mean, neither team has an SO Civ left, right? That's why I thought you'd split Celts and Dravidians. I mean, Barles could have died as Inca on the flank last game. They didn't need to use Dravidians there. And then you kind of have a more clear Dravidians pocket, Turk flank, and then you're choosing probably Burmese and Byzantines as your remaining civs. Whichever you feel works better as a flank or a pocket. Atons, they do have heavy rocket carts, that's true. See if Sensar's around. Alright, everyone's in the lobby now. I do like the fact that having one extra civ at the end means you have to think for the final game, and it's not automatic what your civs are. You are just in time for Game 5, Sam Squanch. And we are launching into game number 5. Let's go. Let's go. The game is paused, and we are having some discussion about pawns, surely. Barnes may be regretting that game earlier where he didn't ask for a restart with his awful pond. Yep, and there. Team Teemo asking for a lake re. And saying, okay, this lake's super far forward. And let's see what happens if they're going to go. Yeah, they're going to have a lake re. We can look at the civs at least. So, Vietnamese flank, Japanese pocket, Spanish pocket, Shu flank on the other side. Turk flank, Burmese pocket, Pole pocket, and Byzantine flank. So, Byzantines and Burmese, question of which one's the flank and which one's the pocket. Byzantines will be the flank for a fast imp. Although Cataphracts, I think, could still be insane against a Japanese pocket. Love Rage Forest tournaments. I do too. I do too. I love how passionate everyone who plays Rage Forest is about it. And doing this because they enjoy it. Everyone who donated or is supported is doing it because they are crazy about Rage Forest. And it's amazing how much support this gets. I think we're at around like $6,000 or something for the prize pool, all community raised. That is amazing. Is he jerk? Yeah, I know you're at the Doom stream too last night. A nice, relaxing late night game. Are Britons the most banned Civ? They're definitely up there. They're a very good flank from the Vil fight to the longbows, but banned most of the time. You're playing Modern Warfare 4. I genuinely haven't played Call of Duty since the original Modern Warfare 2 back in high school. That was a ton of fun. I've never really gotten into the whole Battle Royale shooter thing. They added Battle Royale to AoE 2 a long time ago. No one ever really plays it, though. It's satisfying seeing the big armies going against each other, right? And it's satisfying seeing it's not just Crossbow Knight. Or it's not Hulks. And, ooh, let me make sure we get the colors saying Barl's Teemo at the top. Alright, so Barl's against Abu on the flank. 1 pond per team. How the heck do you wall this? Well, Barl's and Abu, pretty clear for them. The other side, what is this? What is this? This is one interesting map for Game 5. So, Byzantine Turk flanks, pull Burmese pockets for Team Barls. Probably the Burmese who will fish boom, while the Poles will want to use the Folvark farms. On the other side, Vietnamese Shu flanks. Or no, sorry. Vietnamese Shu flanks, Japanese Spanish pockets. I think I like the flanks more for Barles' team and the pockets more for Teemo's team. Vietnamese is also pretty darn good, and also the option to do elephants late. It'll, in all likelihood, be the Japanese player fish booming, and then the Burmese player fish booming for both teams. Is Tatars ever considered for flaming camels to counter elephants? Tatars are picked pretty much. If they're not banned, they'll be more of a mid-tier pick. Good Cav archers, good Cav option with the Keshiks. Extra range Trebs, and then as you wrote, flaming camels for elephants. So, depending on the matchup, they have some good options. And Burmese's pocket, you 100% know what's coming. Boom into monks, right? Just monk rushes the pocket. But no, probably booming for elephants if they have the pond. Byzantines kind of have to go halbs then. Cheap camels, but camels won't be good against elephants. And trying to keep this walled. Not quite there. His Rooster. He'll kill a scout, though, and try to save his Vil. And he'll save it. He will save it. He'll stay alive. You do a quick gate to wall this off. Oh, actually, he walled off everything. But the Vil now is trapped. And he'll try to run the Vil and gets a wall up. Actually, that worked. And he saves the Vil. He saves the villager. Will wall her in against the side. I'll give Zach time to bring his scout over. Okay, Censar, as we have a triple Borlor. Oh, wait. Triple Borlor, 4 HP left. Emo should have this. We might need another Palisade. Okay, he gets it. Close to the TC. Has to keep the boars chasing. Make sure they don't get even a single hit on the hunter. Has to be careful that he might ungarrison. They hit a weak Vil. But one of those boars will run back. And he got a bit scared with the low HP Vil. Didn't want to lose the Vil. He's also microing a scout fight and kills the Vil at the same time. That wolf helping him out. That is a wolf in wolf's clothing. That makes the right growling noises. And now this forward Vil has gotten even more forward walls from Rooster. And Barl's break his scout through that palisade in time to hit the Vil. No, he can't. The wall goes up. Trying to hit diagonally, but doesn't get it. And Rooster, as long as he's paying attention, should get the rest of the walls up. And they could do Castle Drop or Rambai. I mean, the Spanish could do Castle Drop conks. Different ways the Spanish can play as the pocket. As we are 3 hours and 22 minutes into the stream. These Rage Forest sets can take forever. Nice quick walls from Abu. He'll trap Imperio's scout. The quick walls, and absolutely thrilled that he killed the forward scout. Also, kind of the obvious walling spot between Barles and Abu. Now, as the Turks, Barles has some options. Could go for a castle push in Janissaries, could go for a fast imp and try to get artillery, or could just boom and try to get Bombard Tower's artillery. Any good comebacks? Game 2 almost had an incredible comeback, where Barles was down to 3 Vils. His team almost won 3v4. Barles boomed back, and then the other team came back. Okay, so the Wolf looking for a diagonal hit. Smells that 2 HP Vil and wants to get a little snack. So Palisade Gate there for nerve cakes. Oh, there he is, those Vil. 2 scouts there from Teemo and from Abu, and a Vil from Rooster. Rooster doing a nice gate to wall in the Vil. I'll spend a bit of wood to ensure the Vil is killed. I could do a triple Borlor if he wants to, but I think he's more interested in walling. Yeah, Rooster not in Team Slam is sad. Okay, so Tower Rush forward for Barles, but Stone Walls from Abu. And let me double check Sensar's message. Okay, so we're starting the next game as soon as ACCM is available after his league set. So we'll see if we do it live or if we have to cast Rex. There's a tower going up from Abu. So I don't know if I'll have time to get a second coffee after this game. I mean, this might be an 8-hour stream of Black Forest. I'm going to need a second coffee. There's Nerf Cakes up to the Feudal Age. And while he tried to pressure, he has a barracks. And Vil here from Teemo ready to wall. League set just finished, so he might be on time. Alright, assuming ACCM does need a short break from the league before he plays Rage Forest. I know they have a ton of time zones, but I think this might be... unless this game goes super long and their first game is quick, maybe they start and we just kind of speed cast to catch up. So Vil's forward for nerve kicks. They will hit that scout. Scout low on HP, but still alive. Has to avoid the spear, but he's staying alive. X here in the middle there from Zach. There's another market will go up. And market and blacksmith for Zach. Spear will poke a Vil and not run into the TC. So another barracks up for Teemo. Scout goes down, and some Vils will go for a set of stone walls here by the gate. More Vils building walls up here. Market and a house for Abu. See if the weak Vils can run away from the archers. Weak Vil down, and he's desperate for that market wall to keep himself safe. Abu not up yet. Already spent stone on a tower. Has to go for more walls. Looking at his stone count, not much left. Can he get this next layer of wall up? That wall needs more HP. And everything will go up as fast as he can construct it. Looks like it'll go up. On the other side, one spear is still forward. Timo resorting to walling his TC. Abu's still safe on the other flank. Some walls coming up here for nerf kicks. Keeping this protected as Rooster also will start walling the middle. Xing there from Timo saying, hey, this isn't stone walled, that might be a problem. Spear's poking the wall, be careful about that. Watchtower going up for Abu. Rand's becoming a bit of a mush just watching all these mill fights and stuff. How do they actually play this? It is absolutely crazy. I think Rage Forest is the map that changes the most in playstyle from low level to high level. In that when I was playing Black Forest in the new player lobby on Voobly, on HD back in the day, you just wall and boom. Now it's aggressively fighting for wall position. Yeah, the walls are weaker and take longer to build now, so you're not walling as securely as you were before, but I think that still holds true. The higher level you get, the more aggressive it is. Oh, look at that! Mark it to attempt to trap the archers. Not quite far enough back. Kind of cute, though, still. Imagine the game without quick walls. And I didn't Fortnite remove walling at some point. AoE 2 was just like, yeah, we did it before you did. It was cool. I don't want to say back in 1999, because let's be honest, we probably didn't have the ability to quick wall in that lag. But at least from user patch 1.4 onwards. A Manganello for Zac will clear the archers. Boom, 3 for 1. And we'll now go forward to try to hit the tower. Abu deleting some walls, let his pocket go forward. That is a forward TC for Rooster, but using the Vills since he's there already. I wasn't even born then. I at least am old enough to predate this game. And AoE 1. And quick wall before Viper did. I mean, Viper was definitely the big reason quick walling spread. I don't know if he was the first to do it, but certainly kind of the user patches improving performance, especially in 1.5, along with the spread of streaming for Viper, it definitely helped proliferate quick walling. Slam did a lot of it with the Slam gates. Back before we could rotate the gates, Slam was well known for, you'd place 2 palisade foundations and then a stone gate atop them to do a quick gate wall. Things really did get out of hand when rotatable gates first were introduced. And that's why gate foundations now have 0 armor. Because making it so easy to place a gate suddenly made quick walling way too strong. But it did kind of suit Viper's very greedy playstyle. That part of the reason he got known for quick walls was simply because he wouldn't full wall his base, and then he'd resort to using the quick walls. And that would create some amazing situations where he'd trap the enemy army. Quick wall with markets. They're large enough that, against fletching archers, you give yourself a wall and then 4 tiles a market, and you're outside the range. That was the same thing with gates. You do a gate perpendicular to the wall, and be far enough back that the archers couldn't break. And the game is paused. Alright, every time I see a pause, I worry that my internet dies. But Zac just needs a second. We're good. And so far, no one really pushing Teemo or punishing him for not having the walls. There is a few... Yeah, there is a group of archers trained for nerf kicks in that range, and he does have double range. So as the Byzantines might just go crossbowmen. Not going to go cav archers as the Byzantines, but we'll go crossbowmen. Do you expect any current mechanic to be abused in a different way, like how hassles are used to quick wall? I don't know if there'll be anything new. Usually, whenever there is a so-called quality of life change, people figure out ways around it. Like the garrisoning in and out of rams before they, or the siege towers, right? The Fire Lancer siege tower. Stuff like that kind of comes and goes as they finally nerf it. Oh, okay. Apparently they had, Paul's Zach had a microphone issue on his team voice chat, so he's trying to fix that. Hopefully he fixed it. Looked like he said he could hear his teammates but couldn't speak. But hopefully he's good now. I'm sure Abu would love to hear his teammates speaking. So, I mean, you know, he's trying to stop the light cap from destroying the ram. Those are awkward attack grounds, and I think he gets his own ram destroyed. So enough walling here, and I guess commitment to the defense. Barles will be safe. And on stone. So this might be a castle from him soon. There you go, 10 vills on stone in total. Guess he has another stone mine somewhere, maybe. That's only 7. It says... this says 11, actually. Does he have 4 more vills on stone? Oh, over there. Oh, I guess that when they finished the TC, they were auto-tasked to the stone, and the capture age must have counted that somehow. Interesting. Yeah, but looking at the pockets, only 65 vills for Rooster. The pocket booms certainly are behind for Teemo's team. But then again, it is Japanese fish traps on a pond, so around 30 fish traps there. And Zach trying to push while Matt is booming will give Matt the advantage in the boom. Also, Matt gonna play Burmese. Usually he's a Halb Onager Civ. Burmese do have good Halbs, but not the Onager line. They are lacking Siege Engineers. They can go Onager Bombard Cannon, but no Siege Engineers. Now, there is Imp. Imp for both pockets here for Barles' team, for Imperio and for Matt. Oh wait, they do have Siege Engineers. I literally looked at the tech tree and thought they didn't. It's Siege Onagers they lack. They have Siege Engineers, but no Siege Onager. I was just thinking of that time Stark thought that the Burmese had Siege Onagers. It was like, no, they don't have it. And my mind thought Siege Engineers. I mean, no SO civs for anyone. But forward barracks now for Matt. So he's just going to go Burmese, chemistry, handcart, chainmail armor. Maybe he plays Halb Bombard Cannon. Halb Onager? Okay, there's the Onager upgrade. Teemo's feeling kind of dead. And, I mean, this pressure from Zach as the Japanese has not forced Matt to defend at all. Barles able to do this himself, adding in all of the walls. Do I open Halb or Champ versus Burmese? Japanese champions, honestly. Against Burmese, interesting. So I think the answer to that question, you also got to keep Cav Archers in mind. But when you scout the barracks, I think that means you have to open champions. If you were to scout stables and anticipate elephants, then yeah, you could go Halb. But Japanese champions attack faster versus Burmese champions just extra attack. It'll actually be a Halb opening. So Spanish could go Conquistador, honestly. Conquistador hand cannon to fight Halbs. Even though you probably do want to play them as a Paladin Civ, usually. And it will be, let's see, Pikeman first for Zach. And a couple of onagers will hit the houses here. Houses hit by the mangonels. They're perfect into Japan early imp. So Halb opening here, conscription and guilds for Matt. And Matt is such a beast as a pocket. He's just outboomed a Japanese fish boom. There are towers going up though. Zach looks like he wants to do Yasama towers. And he needs to run Vills. I mean, we have seen players come back from 3 Vills so far this set. It has been a crazy back and forth set. But as the Cavaliers now are pushing forward for Imperio, looks like this TC likely will go down to the cannon. And doesn't look like there's anything to stop Matt now. And maybe opening champion. I'm still thinking from both players champion is the play, but that's with the insight that we don't see the pockets. Champions themselves, I think, are decent against Cavaliers. Not as much as Halbs, for sure. But decent enough. You could be going champion to fight Halb, Cavalier, even crossbow if you get all the upgrades. Thinks he's Viper? I mean, you don't want to play like Viper did in Rage Forest. So here come the Yasama towers. There is the keep upgrade. That might slow this down a bit, but look at all the cannon. Look at all the cannon. 10 bombard cannon for dealing with the Yasama keeps. And on the other side, let's see, it's not going to be huge walls, but the Byzantines... Oh wait, my Nerf Kex is on the other side. I saw the architecture with our Byzantine walls. No, those are Turk walls. And mine's still on AOC architecture mode. Okay, the Turks. They get up and they do bombard cannon and artillery. They're actually pretty good at holding against a push. And stop cuts. So 3 players over here. Charles doesn't need to be here. He's just booming on the other side. Joring his way up to Imp, as he's at around 100 Vills. Traction Treb. Fighting Matt's Treb and the cannon. Treb down to the Traction Treb. You see hit by the Treb here, as his barrel's up to Imp. And so Nerve Kicks and Abu still Castle Age. Abu just gets up. Nerve Kicks another 30 seconds. You're right to all, he's going Halb. They're on a voice chat, so I believe someone's told him to go Halb. That okay was, I think, the me full Halbs. Yep. So full Japanese Halbs. Against Polish Cavalier. Could be okay. Paladin's in for the Spanish. So, I mean, this should be the stronger army composition. Japanese Halbs. Fully upgraded Paladin versus Cavalier. Castle Age crossbows. Chemistry Bracer just coming in against the Arbs from the Shu that can get the machine gun Arbs. This team holds. They should have the better army composition. And while that was a nice initial fight, Timo down to 87 Vills. He's still alive. And Nerfcake's not Imp yet, or not getting all the Imp technologies yet. Really needs Arbalest. Needs more food for it. I mean, Matt needs to sling food for Arbalest. I think he has to get Arbalest now. The other side, Barl's starting to push. And if this game is won, it might be because Barls can push this side as the Turks. And the Vietnamese here have a nice boom, but so far no military from Abu. And perhaps, just perhaps, Barls starting to go for what looks like an army of Sipahi cav archers. Combo them with bombard cannon to push. There are some fortified walls, but also remember, you're against artillery from the Turks. It is extra hard to wall behind this. We'll have Yasama keeps over here for Zach to try to hold this, as he has a lot of keeps on this side. So that will give his team time to recover a bit in terms of their army numbers. Right now it's a 40 military advantage for Team Barls, but they are down in Vils. Yeah, those cannon from Matt doing work on the towers. Zach gaining a higher score lead. Remember, the towers will get a lot of kills, and they will kind of float their score because of that. The Cavaliers are also cheap. They lack the final armor upgrade, so they'll take extra damage from those towers. The Arbalest will be squishy to the towers. The Halves will be squishy to the towers. But they could maybe take that fight, and it could still be cost efficient for them, even if they are losing units. If Barls is able to push this side, and it's an equal game on the other side, then his team wins. Castle breaking through the wall too. One market will go down. And the trade is started in this corner. Maybe they could think about doing a backup trade over in Zach's base, just in case Barls pushes. They cannot let Barls push this. Bombard towers, remember, they themselves, with 120 attack, actually do a good amount of damage to buildings. That wall will soon be breached. So Zach rising in score from the Yasama towers. That is a lot of halbs, too, from Zach. A lot of Japanese halbs. And the halbs are still there to deal with the cav player. I still am very curious about a champion swap from either pocket. But I guess specializing against the Cavalier is perhaps a good thing. So Imp Skirm. Imp Skirm, but Turks will have extra armored hussars to try to deal with that. Imp Skirms will dive under the bombard towers to try to pick off bombard cannon. The Turk cannon will have extra HP. And all of them will go down. That's a lot of lost Imp Skirms, though. The castle fire into some of the bombard towers. And if Vietnamese need to hold, Imp Skirm might just be what they need to hold. It's looking like an even game on both sides now. Imperial needs one swing at the top. Ooh, that is a good point. If his team can get to a point where they feel like they can hold, Cavaliers run this way. Clean Imp Skirms. And the sooner that happens, the fewer keeps there'll be here for Zach. There is Heavy Camel from Barls. Heavy Camel as the Turks to deal with Vietnamese cav archers and Imp Skirms. And he's going to be raiding underneath these towers. Okay, I don't understand that from Barls. Maybe he's playing some 5D chess I don't understand, though. Honestly, just going Hussars, I think, would have been fine. Afraid of elephants? Camels aren't really going to deal with elephants, right? Although, I guess that's the Turks' best option. The Imp Skirms will fall back as the Hussars start to raid. On the other side, a couple of nice Onager shots from Matt, who does have Siege Engineers. But once again, no Siege Onager. Oh, that could be arms lined up for big Onager shots. Oh, nice split. Nice split from Teemo. And he'll get away from the Onagers as they go down to tower fire. And the Paladins are taking a pretty good fight here. And slowly but surely, Zach's team getting the upper hand on the western flank. Barls still stalled out by all of the towers and by the Imp Skirms. And he needs to push. How quickly does he need to push, though? How's his team holding on the other side? They're falling back to a couple of castles now. Remember, they had a forward base here. This is half of Teemo's original base. They can get pushed back, fall back to this choke point, and then defend here. And have more room to hold even if they get pushed. They have a bit of time for Barlscom this side. And now, speaking of Imperial swinging this side, that's exactly what he's going to do, adding in Cavaliers over here. 18 trade cards, so has to be careful about gold if he's trying to add trade and Cavaliers at the same time. But one big swing that could kill Imp Skirms might snowball things, as we'll have Bombard Towers here from Barl's extra range. They're... what's the range? They're 8+5 from artillery. Yeah, it looked rough for Teemo for a while, but Teemo still has the score lead, and they have the better unit composition in the West. The fact that they also have Imp Skirms to add in is crazy good. And now, as the heavy camels are in, so too are the paladins, but they're going to die to Imp Skirms and keeps. They can't really raid under the Yasama towers. The cannon going down to the Imp Skirm. The Imp Skirm are there to keep the cannon away from the towers and keep the towers standing. Teemo here, I think his team can smell the finals. They're close to it. Barl's team had a nice early push, but they're getting pushed back themselves now. And it's up to Barl's, as team captain, to muscle his way through Abu. And that's true, they also have late game Spanish trade. So the longer it goes, the more that trade profit disparity will kick in. Bombard Tower is taking down the keep. Clean mid with your trebs. Clean mid with your trebs. You V them. I mid Zach. And now the Cavaliers. I mean, the Cavaliers really aren't doing much. The downside of being a pocket player that doesn't have the Pierce armor. There's Winged Hussar from Imperio, who's maybe feeling crunched on gold now. And enough trebs here to threaten the Bombard Towers. Oh, is the 5th Civ option Inca? I mean, they could have gone Inca Flake Burmese Pocket instead of using poles. And then have the Burmese player going Elephant. I mean, that is still a change they could make. They have the Burmese player swap from Halbs to Elephant, but maybe they're afraid of the Japanese Halbs still. I mean, that could change things if you had maybe Byzantine Pocket going Cataphract dealing with Halbs. Winged Hussars forward, Camels forward. So many Yasama towers still holding. What is the price of stone? 265, getting more expensive. Yeah, Zach, 7k more score than anyone else. The Japanese Pocket, when there are no Siege Hunter civs, really, to get splashes on Halbs or Scorpion civs, they can shine. Especially when they have such great range support from the Imp Skirms. And now it's full walling mode, fortified walls for nerf cakes. All the Hussars killing the cannon. Cannon will go for the next Cav Archer. And some Halbs gonna push forward and kill the next Hussar. Some towers in the back, ramming the wall. Towers will shoot the Halbs, they go down. Halbs need to move forward and perhaps hit a tower. Cav Archer's moving forward too. I should let Barls die, this might be it. Look at those army counts. 226 to 90. They cannot keep their production up on the West. And Teemo's team is going to punch his way to the finals. He's about 4k score ahead. Siege Engineers coming in for Teemo as the shoe. And the opening composition, Matt going Hal Boninger instead of Elephant. I mean, you can always second guess something that clearly didn't work. But what about Byzantine Pocket Inca Flank? Or even Pole Flank to Trush? Did they put their civs in the right positions? Zach asking for gold and stone. Buying some stone. Nabu at least has banking, so we could buy stone and send it for free. Get banking Rooster. The Cavaliers still trying to push here, but I don't like them running straight headfirst into Vietnamese Cav Archers. Yeah, the Cav Archers miss Parthian. That's just armor against the Cavaliers. Other than that, as far as attack, they are fully upgraded. 3 biz is a good pocket. And you have Cataphracts to deal with the Halb opening. And the Cataphracts can even fight Paladins decently well. Yeah, honestly, the thing the Cataphracts fear the most would be the Imp Skirm. But then you just try to make it super messy with the enemy pocket as you boom then. Rooster rebalancing eco. And Zach trying to tell his team to fight. As the Cavaliers now are facing elite Fire Lancers. Vietnamese getting to the Fire Lancer composition. Tankier unit than the Halbs. 102 HP for them, so they'll hold up much better to the heavy Cav Archers and be a tankier meat shield in front of the cannon and the Imp Skirms. This castle here from Barles looks like it's going to go down. To the west, Nerfcakes is getting his base raided. Paladins pushing forward from Rooster. And Barles now maybe regretting not getting that pond restart in game number 2. Now Sapahi denied from Barles. That'll be 20 HP he won't have on the Cav Archers. A lot of trebs. A lot of trebs for Abu. And more towers. Zach still has stone. What's Zach's market? That's 281. Zach 317. No guilds. There's no guilds for the Japanese, is there? No. He needs his team to buy him resources. And then do coinage and banking. Sling back and forth. Give him the stone. So still the army count over 150 down for Team Barles. Team Timo can keep pushing. The overall pop over 150 down for Team Barles. As now, Nerfcakes has completely collapsed. Doesn't really have anything else he can add as the Byzantines at this point. Yeah, just cheap units. There's a GG from Barles, and Timo will find a way into the finals, defeating Barles 3-2. What an amazing set that was. 650 units killed for Timo, 569 for Zach in that final game. A back and forth set from start to finish. GG. 137k res collected for Matt, maybe a bit overboomed. But when it came down to the civs at the end, they didn't save Dravidians for this game. Tried to use Burmese as a pocket to go Halbonager. Tried to use Byzantines as a flank and Poles as the pocket, but the Cavaliers were not all that useful. And Team Timo will punch their way into the finals. Let me update the civs one last time. Spanish, Japanese, Shu, and Vietnamese over Turks, Burmese, Byzantines, and Poles. Ooh, GG. What a crazy set that was. Also, thank you everyone who subbed during it. We're at 155 out of 200. Remember, every 100 subs gonna add another $100 to the prize pool, so thank you for the support. Yeah, Japanese towers were crazy. Okay, starting when ACCM is available. Let's see, will the next set be live? It is. They're in a lobby right now. So looks like the next set will be live. Hold on, give me a moment to update my overlay, and we'll get to the next set. Knockout range they've been excellent. We've only missed one game we've played 24 out of a possible 25 games so far. Alright, so just an ad to clear this as I update the scoreboard. This will be what side is which team on the draft. Wallace to the left. Team Wallace against Team ACCM. My title. Oh, I never updated my title for this. So, Valis versus ACCM, Rage Forest Semifinals. There. I should have put the team names in the first title. And here we go. New draft. There. Celts the first pick again. Celts and Georgians. ACCM has been liking that Georgians pick. Yeah, I agree, Sensar. I think keeping Dravidians for that final game and using it as a flank, right? Because you could use them as the onager pocket. And their Barls just kind of died with them. And of course, that's hindsight being 2020. We see that he died with them on the flank. But you could die with any Civ, pretty much. Maybe you don't want Goths for the walls, but you could have picked Inca or Poles there, saved Dravidians, had Byzantines, Dravidians, Burmese, and Turks for the final game. Anyway, the players are now in the lobby for the next game. They're in the game for the next game. Alright, right into the next set we go. Oh, I need to leave the previous game. Click too many buttons. Right into the next game. And here we go. And what a set that was. And here we are. We'll get the team names. This is Team Valis against Team ACCM. And we will have ACCM, unlike the other captains, typically plays as the pocket. Lets Menunez be the flank. His other side will be Grinchy as the pocket and No Zombie as the flank. For Valis' team, we'll have Valis, Fangita as the flanks, Gigia and Manos as the pockets. Manos has been a beastly pocket so far. So this is a crazy map in terms of passages. And Valis wants a super forward wall. Running into an Arctic Wolf. So ACCM as the Muisca pocket. They also have Bohemians. So way Byzantines, Bohemians, Muisca. Against Hindustanis, Armenians, Celts, and Magyars. So Celts and Bohemians, two powerhouse civs used in this game. Bohemians with Hufnitsa. Maybe Hufnitsa Hinkinen are pretty darn good against the Celts. I know it's not going to happen, but I would dream of seeing Celt Paladins surprise a Bohemian Gunpowder opening. But Bohemian Halbs would deal swiftly with that anyway. So 1 pond per team for the pocket players. GG will have it as the Celts. ACCM will have it as the Muisca. Could consider giving it to Grinchy, depending on which save they want doing what. Muisca, they don't have Halb, but they do have Siege Onager. And I believe they do have Siege Engineers. Yeah, Siege Onager with Siege Engineers. And while they don't have Halbs, they do have the Temple Guard, which is an anti-cav unit and can fill basically a stronger overall unit without as much bonus attack against cav, but can play a similar role to the Halbs. So Vil goes down, Champion Scout goes down for ACCM. Vil on the side will be fought. As Menunez in the fight of his life here against Valis as the flank. Now, Valis did lose a set in the group stage against Team freaking Andy. Lost that 2-1. So far has been playing great in the playoffs. Are they low on the YouTube? Let me know if they're low, like in general. I can raise them slightly. Yeah, maybe I do want to raise them slightly. Put them a decimal ladder. Triple lore using the Arctic Wolf for Monos to help block. Zill's will stop right under the TC. As triple lure again for ACCM with a boar. And he's going to lure them while Grinchy takes the pond, actually. Okay, yeah. So I was right about that. Bohemian fish boom on the pond in favor of the Muisca boom. Gonna let Grinchy get the boom. So ACCM is the captain. Gonna trust his teammate to boom. Trust his teammate to fish boom. So TC hits the Arctic Wolf. Or will be under the TC. Nicely done from Vegeta. Gets the boars under the TC in a good spot. Nice triple lore from him. These walls from No Zombie. It's awkward for him. Monos is pretty far forward. Has this Vegeta, but No Zombie's TC was so far back it was hard for him to get good walls. Vegeta just had to walk and got there first. No prediction time? I will say 3-2 Valis. Hello, Trashy Man. Tear the KD and then Rez? It always depends. Unfortunately, the team game interface isn't really that good in Capture Age. You kind of need to see everything at different points. Sometimes early on we see the KD for Vil fights in the idle time, but then when everyone just kind of walls up and we're not Vil fighting, and it's like, we'll go back to the resources. Depends on how intense the Vil wars are. I always feel would be ways to redesign this overlay to kind of get everything condensed into one line. And get the Vil numbers and overall numbers in one line. Maybe the font has to be ever so slightly smaller. I think it's still fairly readable. And there are smaller fonts mixed around here. And then you have another row for other stats. KD, relics, number of trade carts, maybe number of fishing ships, stuff that we want to see. Well, yeah, it is hard to fit everything onto the overlay that you want to see. A few boars chasing this Vil from Menunez. See if he can get his triple lure successful. We'll have a forward stable from Monos as we'll get more walls from Menunez. And oh, Trashy Man, thank you very much for the Prime sub.
Bleda is no more. When Attila returns to camp, he alone will rule the Huns.
Thank you very much for supporting Rage Force with the sub. So no zombie up to the feudal age. You like the pre-capture age overlay on Voobly? Yeah, the spectator dashboard or the PKZ overlay. I like that too. There are times I feel that casting in-game in DE has things that are a better experience than Capture Age. We saw that yesterday, how the graphics even looked a bit better after Capture Age crashed. It always does have its trade-offs. We have to figure out how to get Thin Ice not crash Capture Age for a sudden disaster. So, Castle Age here coming in for most players. Flanks will be up a bit later than Pockets usually. And not much fighting, just some walls going up here and there. Tower going up along the walls for Valis, so he's going to look to pressure Menunez a bit. At least force Menunez to wall behind this. Next over here, up and down the passage for Vegeta. Walling there. As no zombie will add in his own walls to keep that going. And tower for Valis. Looking to break through. Bit overwhelming. It is kind of overwhelming, that's for sure. I always do wonder if there are simpler ways to display information. I do enjoy a good UI design session myself. I'm not quite a graphic designer, but I do have to do a bit of that myself, just from doing web design and whatnot. I I used to design, or at least work on, like full stack dev, including front end code for the healthcare software. So ensuring that the doctors, who are not necessarily tech savvy, can use your software and have a good interface is definitely a tricky problem to get right. Especially in the face of updates, where you don't want to make existing functionality take more clicks or more button presses to get to. You still need to introduce new features. So, players up to the castle age, pretty much everyone now, other than Valis. So Valis looking to be aggressive here, but he's being aggressive into what is a ram push now from ACCM. So while he was in the feudal age looking to push, so that his pockets could come to this side, as the opposite pocket too, as Monos came here looking to push with 3 players. Actually, ACCM showing some aggression himself. And now in a position where, well, I guess it's not GG out who's being aggressive, just has the scout here. It's Mangonels from Monos. Monos has played Magyars before to great effect going heavy Cav Archer with recurve bow, but the Temple Guards from ACCM will be perfect against the Scouts from Monos, and even take down the Mangonels. So this tower from Valis, he wanted to stay feudal and be aggressive, now he's just feudal against someone who's Castle Age. And Menunez has a chance to get a pretty good eco lead. Maybe he wants to help push. He does have 3 vills on stone, maybe he's thinking Tiger Cav, but honestly at this point, he has such a great lead. Against Valis, he could add in TCs. Boom. Try to push an Imp then. Way versus Hindustanis is maybe awkward. Hindustanis, I think, should be good in Imp against them, but that's in Imp against them. And a big, they need to boom first. There's Temple Guards getting hit by the Scorpion. More walls go up. More walls go up here for Fengita. And the ram here for ACCM is breaking through these walls. Alright, so forward knight for Monos. Mangonel hitting the ram. Forcing the ram back. And gill nets for GG out. Then that'll give him a better fish boom. Where's his pond? So he's up to 21 fishing ships, 19 fish traps. How's the fish boom going for the Bohemian player? 18 fish traps, 18 fishing ships. 1, 2, 3 TCs for Grinchy. And thank you, Team Teddy99 for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for following. So the push from ACCM seems to have stalled out. He's just adding in more TCs to boom right now. And Monos will keep defending with his Scorpion and Mangonel. Just ready for ACCM in case he were to continue pushing. But so far, ACCM content simply to boom himself. Fortified Church for Fengita. That'll give him his first relic. Looks like that's his first church. As he's mining stone. And he will make those blue composite bowmen. Which I will not call fire archers. We're not going to mix those 2 units up anymore. And will be Armenian composite bowmen. As Valis is finally up. And to make up for the long feudal, he simply will add 3 additional TCs immediately at the start of castle. And that'll help him try to catch up with vills as long as he can keep them running. He has a good stockpile of food because of all the vills he had while he was going up to the next stage. And oh, what are those X's? That's Vegeta. He's a thinking man. He's either saying, let's cut there, or he's saying, beware of a cut. But I think that would be an awesome spot to cut, because they get right into the fish boom. ACCM will be focused on being forward. Menunez will focus on walling the entire map. He's got a Bill on a hill fighting a wolf. He's going to want to get that all walled. Forward University for Vegeta. And yes, Vegeta wants to cut here. The Kelp player can do their workshop there. Ho, and Mono's, he can go up. Whether he wants Paladins or Heavy Cav Archer, both of them can get through. And the fish are right there for Grinchy. Oh, that's gonna be sick if they push here. There will be a university now for Monos, so he's got to be close to going up. Clicking handcart himself. He's lacking a bit of food, actually. I guess that Mangonel defense really did slow him down. He did go for the light cav opening. Or at least the scout opening. Did he do light cav? Yeah, he invested in... Oh, no, he didn't. That's just scout. 1 dot is scouts. Did not invest into light cav, just a few Magura scouts. And in terms of the total boom, ACCM's team is ahead. And oh, look at that fish boom. 48 fish traps to probably the same number. 45 fish traps. Works of art, those fish booms. Masterpieces. So more walls will be going up for Menunez. Some stone walls everywhere for him. Walls up and down the entire map. Do the Way have stone walls or fortified walls? Yes, they do have fortified walls. So important that we check that. That we don't have that 2-piece situation from earlier. ACCM still with a ram. Imp on the way for Vegeta. Grinchy will be the first. Are Britons and Kumans really top tier BF civs? I think on one thought process is it doesn't kind of matter what you ban because it's global and neither team can play them. So you're not really thinking Civ strength so much as you are thinking Civ style and what you feel comfortable with versus what you think the other team feels comfortable with. On the other hand, yeah, we've seen a lot of Britain bans, and I do think they are one of the strongest flanks. Kumans are very interesting as a pocket, and they can be tricky to play against, because you can go for the ram push with them too. And if you yourself maybe don't have a good ram strategy, and you think the other team does, you might just think, okay, we'll ban it. And that way, we don't have to think about all the possibilities of them. Alright, and here we go. The cut up the middle, exactly where Vegeta wanted. But ACCM, his team may be anticipating this. No zombie walling. No zombie has been walling the entire map. Has a good fat slob up the passage. But they were, not anticipating this so much as walling literally everything. This is actually the last spot they've fortified, so great spot to cut. Will the castle be up? The outposts are up, and the outposts see this. The onagers actually will open the passage. The passage is open if anything can run through, but it looks like they'll pull back from the castle. Instead, they will have to make a bigger pocket here. They're going to try to turn, but they'll just find more walls. Yeah, very well defended from Team ACCM. We've seen Valis essentially do early aggression, all 4 players in one spot before, too. So the fortified walls are there in time. Will this actually be enough walling, though? There's now 2 layers, but the onagers have opened the path to the walls. And there's a Hoofnitsa immediately for Grinchy. Yeah, and a Hoofnitsa even that should stop siege onagers for a long time. Monks, too. Redemption monks from ACCM. So now we think, what Civ composition do we like more late game? Do the Armenians have Bombard Cannon? No, they don't. So the only cannon Civ will be the Hindustanis. Interesting. So, Bohemians, I think, are in a good spot to go gunpowder. Hand Cannoneer against the champions. Hoofnitsa against the onagers. And it will be Cav Archer against Monos. That's the only downside of the gunpowder. Cav Archers can deal with that. You kind of want Hussite wagons to stop the Cav Archers. But now that castle in Treb range, being very careful to cut an opening without, well, I'd say without cutting all the way through, but they are all the way through. Hoofnitsa can hit the Trebs, but the onagers will be there to dance around and force it back. Even if it does go down. And there's a repairville there, as that castle will crumble. And even though this was spotted and walled, walls only hold for so long. Maybe there can be a bit of momentum here for Team ACCM. Or I mean for Team Valis against ACCM. As ACCM's team still just kind of on the back foot, needing to wall, trying to push, but pushing into Magyar Cav Archers. Trying to push Halib and Shenbei Raiders into recurve bow Cav Archers, who right now are out of range of the onagers, and ACCM does not yet have siege onager, so a bit of time maybe to wait for GG out to get his much better Celt SO into position, and perhaps even give him time to go Woad Raiders. Monos with 39 Vils on food, in the long run won't need much food if he's going Cav Archers. The one thing Monos won't have is Paladins to try to snipe the onagers. But he could try to go Magyar Hussars. That's a food expense. But he could try to go Magyar Hussar if he gets a few castles up. Food only, and they have an attack bonus against Siege. And then if you're spamming Hussars to snipe Siege, you're not wasting gold like you would be with Paladins. And Hoofnitsa, usually kind of vulnerable to Cav Archers. And there's 3 going down right away. It's a nice snipes from Monos, who, again, we've seen him beast with the Magyar's pocket before. Luchuan on the pond. So ACCM's team does not want to give up their pond. In the south, we just have more walls. 4,200 HP for Nelsombi's Byzantine walls as he sends a ram forward. I'll have some more fat slot passages there for Fengita. Tower up for ACCM. And we'll have a couple of petards hoovering around. But now Siege Onager is here for GG out. Ooh, if they could get that hill and get some shots, that would be sick. Oh, nice shots on the Shenbei Raiders. Onager has to pull back, as the Hoofnitsa still gets some shots down on the Cav Archers. Alright, that was sick. Monos just lost a ton of Cav Archers there. But there will be tons of losses here, with Hoofnitsa and then Esso on both sides. And this is an expensive fight for Grinchy to be losing Hoofnitsa. Let me check out his overall KD. Not eco, but overall, yeah. 58 to 143. He has lost a lot of halves to Monos, who has a positive KD. And to GG out, who's doing great with the Siege Onagers so far. Let's maybe see. Both teams feel like they're floating a bit of res, so not really in the full-on spamming stages yet. That is still the main fight. As the slight push here with Hand Cannoneers, as Nelsombi the Byzantines, will be responded to by more walls. Maybe Fengita needs to research some text there. Cav Archers pulling their weight, sniping off the Hoofnitsa. This is one of the reasons Magyars are a great pocket. They don't have good siege themselves, but oddly enough, they're kind of an anti-siege civ. Not quite the same way as Mangudai, but simply having that extra attack and range lets them reach out and hit the siege from far away. A bit more defensive, also with that final armor upgrade. They still have their own drill siege onagers to complement too. And now, let me look at this rainbow of units. Champions, Hand Cannoneers, Siege Onager, Cav Archer, even Bombard Cannon from everyone. Onagers trade shots, and they're still kind of stalemated here. In the south, no zombie, maybe somewhat pushing. As Fangita will wall up, he'll do an onager, but that's against the bombard cannon. No siege engineers for the Byzantines. Is it there for the Armenians? No. So not the best siege civs down here on either side. I'm worried about this push, though. Still a score lead for Valis' team, and GG out with the Celts is just doing Celt things. Just doing Celt SO things. Reminding us once again why Celts are such a good Rage Forest civ. Hoofnitsa down. Xianbei Raiders suffering some onager shots. Monks want to get conversions on the SO, but this is where if you're Celts, you have to remember that you have Heresy. Still can do Faith, but Heresy for the onagers so they don't get converted is great. Really nothing happening in the south, but we do have some Cav Archers here for Monos, as Manjucha keeps walling. And against hand cannoneers, maybe Cav Archers are useful. Some Bombard Towers for no zombie. He can do Greek Fire for a blast radius for the towers. Don't know how good that is. But Monos managed to run in. Monos, he didn't keep fighting. He ran in. He ran right in and he got to the trade. He got to the trade. And that's going to be the end of it. As he got to the trade, the Cav Archers getting to the trade will end it. And Team Valis takes a 1-0 lead. Wonderfully done from them. Finding a point to pressure. ACCM's team reacted. It felt like they had some good moves here and there, stopping Valis' tower rush as ACCM pushed back. But wonderful combo in the pockets of Celts and Magyars, dominating Muisca Bohemians. And getting to the trade there was the straw that broke the camel's back, as Mono's 200 kills. Magyar is a civ that might not jump out at you as a powerful Rage Force civ, but play them with recurve bow heavy Cav Archers the way Monos is. And dang, they are strong. Also the option to go for Paladins too, so they have a bit of versatility. Dang. Yeah, no zombie Byzantines can be hard to contribute on the flank. I really like Cataphracts from the pocket, but from the flank, if you're not getting pressure with the fast imp, or you're not really holding with the walls, it's hard then to contribute because you're not going to have a power unit outside of the Cataphract. So that was Celts, Magyars, Armenians, and Hindustanis. And ACCM then will have been Muisca Way. So using some low-tiered civs, but then Bohemians and was less of Byzantines, of course. All right. So we'll take a quick break. Remember, no ads on YouTube, and if you sub, there's also no ads, and if you sub, you help support the prize pool. So I'll be right back, and get ready for game 2. Alright, so players are in the lobby. They're still getting ready. Open capture age. The entire team Valis is so good at turning a lead into a win. They'll only need to be fighting 4v3 for like 10 minutes, and the second they broke through, Monos went for the jugular and ended it. He got to that trade so easily. And yeah, right, that's finding time, the right spot for your full rainbow to fight. Valis and Barles absolutely beastly Rage Forest players. So now, at least Team ACCM used bottom civs in Wei and Muisca. They still have their Georgians. But Ethiopians and Teutons, oh, those are some good pocket civs for Valis. Then Lithuanians, Persians. Balls' draft feels really nice to me. Yeah, ACCM did get Koreans pretty late. And does have Spanish. I don't know if Dravidians are that high of a pick. I guess you're really valuing the Elephant Archers. I mean, Elephant Archer plus SO is a nice civ. I still personally don't have a feel for rocket carts. I don't feel that heavy rocket cart is as good as Siege Onager was. I think Koreans take a bit of a hit as a pocket because of that. Turks are still Turks. Portuguese, I'm not as sold on. But where are we at? We are launching. We are launching. And once more... Here we go. Let me get the colors. Where's ACCM? He's purple. Alright, ACCM's team to the northwest. Valis' team to the southeast. It'll be 6 pawns per team, with Fangita needing to get a forward wall. Same rosters as the previous game. Valis, GG out, Mono's Fangita. Against Menunez, ACCM, Grinchy, and Nulsambi. We have a bit of a pause, maybe asking for a pond. Paused by Monos. Fangita checking the lake. I think this is completely fine. I wouldn't give a re for this. I mean, yeah, Fangita's lake is kind of forward, but it's also kind of like back into the side. I think this is fine. But yeah, it is kind of awkward that no zombie can come down here and wall the lake. So we'll see what the admins decide. This is certainly somewhat of a gray area. But it's, I think, just entering the gray area barely. Alright, not getting an update there. So, in terms of pawns, it would be 1 pawn for each pocket, a safe pawn for no zombie. And a contestable pond for Fangita. And are they going to continue? Valis says re. Okay, so they will restart. Okay, they will restart that. I'll trust the experts there. We did see before what not asking for a re can lead to. And maybe Burrows is not in the finals because he didn't ask for a restart. In a map I thought was clearly a restart. So, always good to check leaks. And once again, this is the lovely benefit of running this event with 0 spectator delay. Admins can just look at it and see everything and spectate. Because if you have a 2-minute spec delay, admins can't see the map, and they are affected by the spec delay too. And the only thing they can really deal with is screenshots from players when they're paused. Or players can share their point of view, but not really able to check it the same way with that. So restart lobby being hosted. And here we go. Attempt number 2, game number 2. Lets you select a map seed, that way admins could pre-select a few. I've thought of that. Why is the game over? Because the number of pawns is uneven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That looks fine to me. Just 2 pawns combined. I don't see anything. It just says game over. Unless that just bugged out. And it's actually not over. Looks not over. I think my DE just bugged. Unless they called for a merged lake re in the first second. I'm stuck at 0 seconds. And I can't spectate this. Got up to live gameplay. Is anyone else having trouble watching it? Yeah, Memb is watching it. So the game is going on. Is Ornlu watching it? Do we have to do an Ornlu stream again? Yeah, Ornlu's watching it just fine. Okay, so the game is fine. I just can't watch it myself. We're having a real DE moment here. I have the map selected. Now let me restart DE. Restart Capture H2. We're having a good old thanks DE moment. Merged lakes is fine. That's fine. As long as it doesn't, like, merge and destroy a lake. But both players have room to fish boom there. Just adds a bit of variety, I think. Alright. So, attempting again. Spectate this. Will it work now? I mean, if it doesn't, we can always do the Ornlu stream again. But, okay, we're in this time. Just had to restart my game. Alright, get your thanks DEs in the chat. So, we'll speedcast the Vil fight. Forward walls from Valis. No zombie against Valis in the south. And we'll have forward walls from Menunez. Menunez against Fangita in the north. As we said earlier, same lineup. It'll be Italians, Franks, Jurchens, and Poles. Italians, remember, they have the Kondo as the team bonus. Against Malay, Tatars, Sicilians, and Wu. And yes, it will be An 8-pond map. Potentially a 0-farm game if everyone docks. Malay for Valis. Valis a player who does sometimes skip the pond to fight on the flank. But as the Malay, I think he's going to be tempted for the fish boom. I think everyone will be. And everyone's pond is pretty safe, too. It's not just 8 ponds, but 8 safe ponds. We might see the biggest fish boom ever. We might see 100 fish traps on this pond if both players dock it. Some forward walls there from ACCM. Pretty far forward. And oh, let's go. 5 boars. Oh, he messed up. He missed one. But he's getting 5 boars from that vill. No loom, too. And also, he's Jerchins. He brings the boars back. They won't decay. You just shoot them, leave them under the TC. You don't care about them anymore. You'll get a ton of food there. So, Jerchins with 5 boars, plus a pond. He's gonna feast under that TC. Just needs one vill to hunt that one, and bring it under the TC properly. And look at that. Oh, that is nice as the Jerchins. So we'll have a bear attacking the vill who is going for the boar lore. And he'll try to wall in the bear. GG out, Will. And GG out. We'll wall the bear in. So 16 HP left. Will he go for the boars? Oh, he will dare to go for them. And yeah, the bear line of sight will help him here. He can go a bit farther away from the boars while the bear is watching the vill. And the deer will be pushed inside. So, now that he's far away, he can't use the bear anymore, and he's gonna have to let one run. Oh, he's trying to bring him back to his TC. For a second, I thought I was gonna bring him to Mono's. But I guess Mono's already has a nice fish boom going. That vill is just there for the boars, not the pond he was docking. Instead, he's docking down here, and yep, Valis will dock. Now Sambi will dock. And just waiting for Menunez to dock. But Menunez is the poles with an early barracks might not dock. He might just want to do Folvark farms instead of a dock. If he's going for some aggression. He'll probably one dock it in feudal. Yeah, I might do that too. And some militia will be trained for Menunez, as the feudal age will be on the way for him. Forward mining camp on stone. So it looks like this will be a Polish tower rush with men-at-arms. They'll gather gold as they mine stone. Feudal age on the way for everyone, pretty much other than Valis and, weirdly enough, Grinchy. Going for a longer Dark Age, luring in some more boars. Long distance taking some deer. As he'll go for some gold now. And the TC will take all 3 of the boars. Lovely, lovely there. And yeah, still just waiting. No dock from Menunez. So in feudal, oh, he's even got a diagonal gate to try to break through. Or that's a diagonal gate from Fangita to try to wall more. And he'll wall behind that. Just buy some time to keep walling. And now that tower will go up. But Fangita's still in the Dark Age for a few more seconds while the Palisades are weaker. And not able to build a tower yet. So that'll be a nice and aggressive forward tower for Menunez. And Fangita will have to keep reacting to this. It's so interesting that ACCM plays Pocket as captain. Yeah, I mean, most of the other captains have been flanks. Timo, Barrels, Valis, but ACCM, he trusts Menunez. And ACCM plays Pocket. Valis and Grinchy both up to feudal now on opposite teams, as the men-at-arms break through. And there will be, as expected, another tower for Menunez. When he gets fletching, the towers will defend each other. And when he gets fletching, he can actually put vills in 2 towers to win that tower fight. But maybe he's a bit of a ways away from fletching. He will be doing Folvark farms, but without horse collar. And I think Fingita can attack that tower from across the wall, too. If he sends a Vil there. And right now, not enough range that would stop that across the diagonal. So a second tower from Fingita, and that will also be in range of Menunez's forward tower. So 2 towers versus 1. 2 towers should be able to win that fight. That's why I was looking for the fletching upgrade here. So that you could go 2 towers and win it. Now, Men-at-Arms don't add any extra arrows to towers. Unless Teutons get crenellations late game. They'll just sit outside and stand there menacingly. As the towers do the real work in the fight. And some castle ages as well as booms will come in. TC's going up. As well as more walls up across this passage. And a town center also from ACCM. So, TC from Valus. Alright, not just going to be all in aggression on the flank. It will be a TC. And now, no zombie. Got a multi-layer stone wall this. Against the Viper, Valus was very aggressive with castle drops. But I've also seen him go for booms on the flank. So he has a few different playstyles. Fish boom now from no zombie. Grinchy also keeping himself safe in the pocket. That no stone wall from Valus, yep. Just anticipating no zombie will boom. But no zombie's ready for a castle drop, honestly. He's got 8 fills on stone. And that castle will be forward. There's the stone wall. Here's the stone wall from Valus. And at the front of his base, 2 golds and a stone. The other gold and stone are in the back. So Vil fighting a bear for Valus. That bear goes down. That middle passage still does look weak to me with only 1 layer of stone walls from each side. Another TC up here for Fingita. He's booming on the flank too. Castle Age not yet in for Menunez. He'll have quite a few Folvark farmers. And I wonder if he tries to follow up the towers with some mangonels. Fingita as the stone... as the woo is on stone. Looking for the fire archers. That I will not confuse with composite bowmen. Looking for the fire archers. As no zombie is up to the castle age. And his fish boom still going strong. 10 fish traps. And where is he going to plop his castle? Will he delete the walls to place it a few tiles more forward and hit the lumber camp? And there it is. Okay, didn't delete the walls, just went forward. And we'll be able to break through, start making Genoese crossbowmen. If he wants to raid with them, that is. Nice TC spot for Fingita between the gold and the stone, avoiding the hill. Valus, yeah, he does have a lot of forward resources. Both gold, or 2 golds in his main stone. And even these resources in the back, the other gold and stone, are kind of to the side rather than forward. And his pocket then has a pond here, so he has to make sure he defends that. Lots of areas to secure for Valus. As those walls will go up. And we will be seeing an Italian fast imp here. Interesting, interesting. So Generous Crossbowman good against Cav. But I think that monks are the most interesting part of the fast imp. You probably do need Bombard Cannon to break through walls. But they're the discount civ. Chemistry is 25% cheaper, and gunpowder units minus 20%. You have a fish boom powering the fast imp, so you won't need farms. And once you have the number of fish traps you want, you could just stop adding fishing ships, and you won't really have more expense on the lake. Yeah, awkward to play poles with this many ponds. And he will be behind 4 TCs. He doesn't have a pond. And Fenchita gave him 0 opportunity to tower push. Yep, he just shut that down immediately. And now he'll do a castle. So Menunez still getting more stone. Castle that will take down a tower and then potentially lead to fire archers. We'll see how Menunez reacts. Right now he's leaving the lumber camp. And stone walling. He'll go for more stone walls behind the outline. No bodkin yet, so Fenchita could research that for more range and break through the walls a bit farther out. But Menunez, no stranger to a wall. He'll do what he can. Wants to save his Vil. We'll likely need more layers behind this. As we have GG out, 3 TCs with a fish boom up to imp as the Sicilians. We have monos coming towards GG out for a castle. Now he could play heavy cav archer again with more armor. And what is that? Yeah, silk armor, scout cav, and step lancers, +1 melee and +1 pierce armor. So defensive castle from Valis, is that the play against the fast imp? Trebs are here, and as long as you have trebs, castles won't stop you. They won't stop you once you're an imp and you have trebs. As long as you can defend your trebs, the castles will go down. You don't have that big of an eco yet. Yeah, it's 107 Vils. 107 eco units, but only 77 Vils. You've been adding expensive fish traps, even as the Malay. And now Treb War in a spot where you can't hit the Treb. So this will delay the fast imp for sure. Let more siege come out for Valis. Treb slowly working on the castle. On the other side, more stone walls, more fortified walls from No Zombie. No Zombie has to be careful of his scout. We'll go down to a mangonel shot. No, he pulls it back. Just in the nick of time. Oh, okay. Wall deleted for Valis. Scout goes down. Castle later cover it. Genvos are hit. Nice shot on the Genvos from Valis. Valis is defending this very well. The forward treb goes down. The relic blocking the pathing for No Zombie. He can't get forward. That's why you need monks for the fast imp, to pick up the relics so they don't block your pathing. And we do also have imp on the way for Fenchita. That is onager for the Sicilians. And Mono's doing elite Keshik. You'll have 4 castles from which to produce them, and in a somewhat central location to help both sides. As some fire archers, not composite bowmen, fire archers, try to fend off the mangonels. So houses forward for Fenchita. But the main push is here, that castle being repaired. A few more bombard cannon for No Zombie, and the longer Valis repairs, the bigger his eco grows. 122 eco units compared to the 71 of No Zombie. And he's honestly not that far from clicking up, especially if he uses the market. Paladin, though, and this is the hard part. When you're Castle Age and Cavaliers into Paladins now from the Franks start pouring in, and you're relying on your pocket, but maybe the pockets are here in time. Maybe, just maybe, GG out with the Halbs is prepared. Keshiks move forward. They'll pick off some bombard cannon. Nice mangonel shot from the rear. And all those cannon will go down to the Keshiks. Monos is boomed in time, and Monos, what a beast move from the pocket, is here to stop the siege. And it's elephant time. Malay elephants from Valas. The Treb goes down, and I don't see how this gets stopped. Okay, this is maybe plugged up with all fortified walls by Menunez. Cavalier going to turn into Paladins. And yeah, Valas. He's imp. His elephants are even cheaper. He needs to get to elite battle elephants somehow. But now everything is turned around. Valas' team is pushing. Yeah, what are those onagers even hitting? Is there a big rainbow of units now? Green, cyan, purple, and gray all here. 4 players. Oh wait, no. I keep forgetting purple's the other team. Just missing blue. Just missing Fingita as the woo. But then the same thing. Red, purple, yellow. 3v3 right here in this choke point. The onagers there for GG out are coming out. They need to get some hits on the Paladins to weaken them. And this team now. Team ACCM, desperate to defend, trying to snipe off Trebs. But Menunez's boom. And the Trebs now are safe. Not enough halves. Maybe ACCM can do something with the heavy rocket carts. But then GG out has Siege Onager on the way. Elite Battle Elephant on the way for Valas. And in the north, it is simply walling from Menunez. Menunez not really able to contribute, doing some cav archers as the poles. And some towers up for ACCM as the Jurchens. Remember, they will heal when he does the unique tech. But he still needs upgrades for them. And the Trebs will take down the towers from afar. Oh, this is looking kind of stalemate. Siege is being picked off from both sides. Valas should go Arb. Interesting choice. Yeah, I mean, it would help against Genbo, Halb, and Cannon somewhat. Depends on the cannon shots, but bad against the Frankish Paladins. Forest hit by the Onager, opening up a bit of a path. The elephants are elite now. An elite Malay battle elephants being spammed, along with Keshiks. This push is just feeling like more and more Team Valas has the energy. They're up by about 50 military, and a lot of that military is elephants. In the north, this push continuing. Menunez is still not really doing anything about it, just gonna let it break through more. They're both over Boon, but need to sling the flanks? Maybe. Particularly no zombie. ACCM could give no zombie a good sling right now. As those paladins keep hoovering around, but don't really want to engage. I think the Frankish paladin does beat the Keshik one-on-one, but should not beat against the elite elephant one-on-one. I don't think the 3 armor difference makes up for the HP difference. And meanwhile, the walls have not yet been breached, but they almost have been. We'll have a lot of Polish cav archers for Menunez holding and get as much eco as they can before the breach, maybe. At 119 Vils and 43 military. No fishing for him. Still, not even late game in the pond. Going full bark farming. only going for full Vark farming. The Treb goes down, and now HCCM's team is pushing back in the south just a bit. Maybe Menunez is contributing by walling this game because Fengita was pushing there. Yes, the Wu with fire archers wouldn't contribute too much in the south. Can the Genoese crossbowmen fend off the elephants well enough? And now the elephants, slowly but surely, they don't want to fight the halbs. They don't want to fight the halbs. And they're getting pushed back along with the Keshiks. Man, Genoese crossbowmen are such a strong unit. And honestly, they counter all three of the units here right now. Keshiks, halbs, elephants. Halb Genbo very happy right now. And whoever suggested the Malay player going Arb, maybe that would have been the right call. The Sicilian's now on Halb. Yeah, that helps against the Paladins. I'm trying to figure out what would have made sense there. As now, with the Cav Archers, Menunez is going to push back against the Fire Archer Halb combo. We'll have to dodge some traction trebs. But ready with his own rams and cannon. Halbs there all going down as the ram push is ready for Menunez. In the middle, we'll have a forward castle for Nosambi, or on the side, as they push up. And the siege ram push. Now, we'll go for the castle. Siege rams for the castle. Halbs try to deter it, but they're protected by Cav Archers and traction trebs. And the ram still pushing the castle. The Fire Archers, they're doing what they can against the Cav Archers. The Pole Cav Archers, I mean, they also don't have the last armor. Neither unit has the last armor. So they kind of kill each other pretty well. The Poles also do lack Parthian, right? Yeah, so they're missing 4 Pierce armor compared to fully upgraded Cav Archers. And that has drawn the attention of the Keshiks. The other side, though, Paladin's raiding, starting to get into the Double Lake Fish Boom. We'll have more walls that are not finished because the coastline is open. And Valis needs to get that walled, pushed off of an extra gold, and now the trade in danger. And I think this push with the Genbos might just be enough, as Menunez is also pushing back on the other side. And dang, I thought that composition was working for Valis' team for a while. But I was not expecting Menunez to have such a strong pushback 1v2. And now with the Keshiks on one side, there goes the ability to take both sides. The Donjons are going down, the TC's going down, and the pond just about lost. And now as Valis rebooms, he's not going to have a pond to reboom. And I'm just trying to look. Walls in the middle never went up. And there's a little enclave of where did Valis run? There he goes. There's his TCs. Looking on the minimap for his TCs. They're in the corner by the other docks. But he's down to 35 villagers. And he might as well have no fishing ships, as the ones on this lake are all going to be deleted in just a moment. At the same time, though, now Menunez is getting pushed a bit. The Fire Archer's doing the job. He'll lose the castle. And this is his team's trade right here. So Fengita maybe giving his team a breath of life as he's getting into the trade line. Seeing the difference into Halb Siege pocket play between a captain and last pick right now. You went at the top and at the bottom. Well, Halb Onager from ACCM. Just Onagered a ton of his teammates' Genoese crossbowmen. But he's pushing through now. No gold though, I guess. Oh, let's see. Okay. Now they're both kind of losing their trade as Menunez, who was just pushing a moment ago, things have turned around and he's getting pushed thanks to Mono's coming over here. They can swap sides for trade soon. They can. I mean, if they swap sides, that will be 2 pawns for ACCM's team. If Menunez needs to reboom, he'll have a huge pond. Or I guess 3 pawns for them, since it's 1 pawn per player, it looks like. And heavy rocket carts will hit the TC. Siege Hunters are down. As the cannon push this GG out, 0 on food. He's out of food. Remember, he was fish booming. He didn't have farms. He did not have farms. He has to add them. He did not have a farming economy. But now Menunez reduced to having ACCM do Luchuan on the pond. And now those heavy cav archers can just kind of get trapped. We'll have some towers. Menunez looking for everywhere he can run. Luchuan there to try to help out. And he is indeed running. This is not walled because they wanted the trade to be fair. Or to be unobstructed. But GG out, I think, dying faster than ACCM will. As GG out's down to 77 vills. And Menunez is dying. But the rest of the team is okay enough to give him, or to give ACCM's team a 40 vill lead. And those cannon shots taking out some halbs. Taking down some halbs. As the bombard tower is hit by the cannon. And by a treb shot. But Menunez is still dying, and we're still rotating around the map. ACCM has such a beastly score, though. And now we're going to see Menunez trying to wall this off, force a cut to have to get in. And it feels like ACCM's team should be in an advantageous position, having essentially killed 2 players and lost 1. And Valos will call GG, and ACCM will tie it up 1-1. So, we're guaranteed at least 9 of the 10 games today. This will go to game number 4. Oh, let's go. I'm tired. I've been casting for 5 hours straight. Let's go. GG ACCM, and we are tied. Man, it looked like Valos' push had a lot of steam. But things just suddenly turned around. Menunez eventually died to Fingita. But it required Monos going on that side, and when they were already being pushed, Monos swapping sides kind of opened the floodgates for them. And Grinchi, the most res collected, just edging out Monos. Fastest imp time for no zombie, of course. And dang. I'm tired, am I also enraged? Are you feeling the rage or rage forest? Well, other than that brief internet plus DE drop earlier, things have been going pretty good. So that was Jerchins. Or Jerchins for ACCM. Jerchins, Franks, Woo. Or Jerchins, Franks, Poles. And Italians. Well, if I'm tired, I can't imagine what no zombies going through it at ACCM at this hour for them. I think it's like 4 a.m. And then Valos was Malay, Tatars, Sicilians, and Woo. Also missing some bombard cannon could have made the difference in the initial push. So many things can make it, it's like small differences add up. Let's make sure YouTube's still alive. It is. Yes, thanks for watching on YouTube too. Alright, I'm out of beverage. I've had a coffee and 2 bottles of water today. Let me go grab more. I'll be right back. We have 2, hopefully 3, War Games of Rage 4 is to get to. Let's hope this goes for a Game 5 too. Alright, I've restocked on water. Hopefully we're good for the final games, and let's just jump into it. Hopefully we load this time. Alright, so let's get the colors again. ACCM is purple, indeed. So it'll be No Zombie versus Fangita in the north, and then Menunez versus Valas in the south, where 5 hours in. And we might be 3 hours from the end still. So, Menunez, nice wall in front. What the heck are the passages on this map? I guess Vegeta has one spot to wall. He also has a very forward pond. Doesn't look like they're asking for restarts, though. Close enough to his TC and it's wallable. I wouldn't restart that. And Grinchy versus GG out in the middle. So, okay, there's a pond for Grinchy, a pond for GG out, and then a pond for Menunez. So, Kitan's Turks Pocket, Spanish, and Aztecs. So, Turks Spanish Pockets could be aggressive, especially with an Aztec flank. Against then Bengali Shu Teuton's Persians. So, the Teuton Persian pocket combo. Mono's there. One of these days, I hope he goes elephants. Yeah, Menunez and another non-fishing save with a pond. But this will, in all likelihood, be ACCN coming to take the pond. The only downside is there are 2 bears between him and the pond. So if he sends a Vil, he'll have to quick wall because he won't be able to fight both bears without Loom. Yes, this is definitely going to be a lake for ACCM. And this is tricky now if Monos wants to take this lake, because you definitely want the Persian player taking the pond. And actually, it's just going to be taking the Teuton pond, as it looks like Menunez will lose his scout. Did he manage to scout who's taking the lake? Yeah, he saw that Monos is taking the lake. And GG out as the Teutons might be tempted, with the farm bonus, to skip the fish boom. But this is where we're going to have extra important to get forward walls from Vegeta. I can't help but think this is a mistake, that you want the pocket to be doing the fish boom. I guess the Shu can have a good fish boom if they go very heavily onto wood, because they'll gather food while gathering from the trees, and they can just put all their Vils on wood to get food with the fish boom. Pretty smooth zero farm gameplay from them. And that's true too. Turks, a good matchup into Teutons, gunpowder against Halb Siege. Artillery that will outrange crenellations. And in the case the Teutons ends up going paladins, the Turks do have heavy camels at least. So multi-lure here from Grinchy. Looks like he's pretty successful at that. Yeah, nicely done as the Vils pop out at the last moment. Oh, ACCM, let's swap to this. Lost a Vil. ACCM lost 2 Vils. 1 bear walled in. Did you lose a Vil trying to get to the pond? I only see 1 bear here. Oh. How did ACCM lose a Vil there? Like, was he chased by a bear and trying to get to the TC and just lost the Vil? ACCM. Well, as I said, the bears make it scary for him to get to the pond. And yeah, I think he just didn't get the bear walled. Yeah. Fast Imp Sling Valis. Elephant Archer against Catan. That's true. Turks really don't have a great counter to Elephant Archers. Bombard Cannon really don't have the damage or splash radius that Onagers do. And then they just have Skirm or Spear. I mean, what do they do? Heavy Camel? I mean, Sipahi Cav Archer probably loses. I mean, the Hussar have Pierce Armor at least, but I don't think Hussar is what you want to do against Elephant Archer. And the Catan's kind of the same situation. Lacking Bloodline, so when you get to Imp, we'll be weaker against those Elephant Archers. Their own Cav Archers... yeah, wouldn't be the best without Bloodlines. Heavy Camel too, no Bloodlines. Heavy Rocket Cart with Siege Engineers from the Catans feels like the best option on this side against Elephants. Ooh, that's interesting. Because you can sling an Imp. And Vala should be able to carry this side if he does get Imp. And the way he's walling, he is scared that something comes forward from those pockets. Laddle Skirm, but wrong side. Interesting idea at Laddle Skirm. And Spanish from Grinchy. I think that this team just wants to be aggressive. I think they want to be really aggressive, and I think ACCM losing that Vil puts him pretty far behind. He's already, 7 fishing ships here for Monos? 1 for ACCM. 3 though for Vegeta, and it will be Grinchy who gets the fish boom. And if it does go super late, Aztecs and Turks are very gold-hungry civs, but they will have Spanish trade. I mean, honestly, the best thing against the Bengalis would be probably if the Aztecs could get siege onagers on this side to fight the elephant archers. But I guess that would be Menunez's role instead as the Khitans. Battle Elephant rather than Elephant Archer feels nicer if it can get to because Teuton Halb stops the counters to that. I mean, what would be the counter to that, right? That's another thing. Turks don't have pikemen. You're relying then on Khitans going... They don't have Halbs. They have Fire Lancers. So yeah, honestly, just straight Battle Elephant might be good this side too. I mean, Aztecs certainly can struggle against elephants without Halbs, even though they have good monks when you get to large numbers of elephants. Speaking of which, Persians have elephants, and Spanish are the only Halb civ. If there is an opportunity to go elephants, this has to be the civ matchup, right? No Halb, no pikeman, no Halb. Another elephant teammate. You got a fish boom for it. And, oh, here's a Vil forward from Valis. And he'll lose it to the scout. Nice. Did Grinchy do that intentionally? I think he was just sending the scout forward and not paying attention. But it happened perfectly to block the Vil. And GGL's going to pick the Vil off, though. Can Menunez quick wall? Nope, lost the Vil. Is this closed? Okay, yeah, that is closed. There's a wall there. Menunez, no! Oh, 3 boars, eat the Vil. He got distracted. He got distracted by something. He was adding in the pastures. He'll have a gap between the TC, that won't matter. But he'll have a gap. Aztec monks, but you're... Oh, that's true, too. You have Teutons to provide conversion resistance for the elephants. This has to be it. This has to be the elephant matchup. For monos, please give us the Persian pocket elephants. And there's the scout going down for GG out. Yeah, Gaia with an impressive KD this game. ACCM and Menunez. We have 1, 2, 3 kills, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deaths. Okay, yeah, what the? We have seen Gaia kills, and we've totally missed a lot of Gaia kills. What the heck? It's killed 4 units. Okay, Menunez, once more trying for the Borlor. Oh no, Menunez! No, Menunez! Oh no, Menunez is not a successful Borlors. What is he looking at? Maybe the castle drop that's coming on his face? Oh no, this is not a good start for ACCM's team dealing with Gaia. Oh no, the boars aren't even under the TC. Oh, man, I think Gaia might have to be a captain next season. Looking like a really good player. So, forward castle from Valis. Menunez, don't lose the build to the castle. Don't lose the build to the castle. Okay, you noticed he's gonna build a wall, though. Goodbye, Vil. So, with Fletching plus Bodkin, the castle will go beyond those walls. With the range it has. And okay, okay, there's Loom, and the Vil will win that fight, but I'm scared nevertheless. It's over here, just a light cap from ACCM. Oh, there's a bear. That Vil doesn't have Loom. The Vil doesn't have Loom, but she's safe. She's safe. Guy looking for more kills. Yeah, the Feudal Age Boar Rush did a lot of damage to Menunez's economy. But that's what makes the Boars fun. You have the trade-offs. There's a risk to it. It's like a rocket launcher in an FPS. You can face rocket yourself. Here, you can die to the Boars. Ratha moving forward will hit this Vil. Get some HP down off of it. And Menunez will lose a forward. Menunez! No, not like this, Menunez. 6 Vils down for Menunez. Who still... He'll be our last word to the Castle Age. He has had a very rough game. And honestly, on the other side, Workshop for Pangita, but he's done about as well as he could have hoped for, protecting the fish boom. Still, the hope for ACCM's team will be that both of their pockets do have fish booms, versus only the Persian pocket on this side. Teuton's one of the better civs for skipping it, but as we've seen, the fish boom is just so insanely strong. You miss out a ton by not having it. In Manos, that's true. He also has more fish than combined almost. 18 and 15 to 28. So he's almost them combined by himself. Wait, what is this? Oh, no zombie. No zombie's preparing to run already. He's like, I've played enough games where I've died this tournament. Let me just get a safety TC already in my pocket. Let's look at some more walls up. And Menuna is just gonna fortified wall fat slob the passage. This is closed right between the tree and the gold. Yep. That is his main gold, and his main gold is super far forward too. Basically covered by that castle right now. Running from his old teammate. So a couple of Rathas from Valis. Let's keep an eye on the ecos now. Oh, the scouts are healing. Look at that. Healing the scout from Pangita. Also, some easily accessible relics for everyone. A couple spawning in the bubbles, but most of them accessible. And we'll have a house up here for Pangita. With a few crossbowmen now for him. A few crossbowmen. And a dock going up. We'll have... Oh, nice! Traction trap shot on the Vil. And if crossbows come forward, that leaves only a single layer of walls for the traction trebs, as Pangita is imp. Well, someone said fast imp sling as a strat. Well, here's the fast imp. 23 minutes, imp as the shoe. I mean, nicely done with a fish boom and 2 TCs backing this up. I mean, he's imp and he has more Vils than Menunez has. And Menunez is going for a 3 TC boom. Oh, poor Menunez. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful against Valis. For sure. There's all those Gaia animals too, which was a tough situation for him and for ACCM. But now, no zombie. Struggling a bit to wall this off. But we'll wall everything, doing fortified wall too. There we go. Fortified wall. They look so much brighter. It's like someone turned the sun on when he researched that. I never realized that, but that kind of shocked me. It's like the difference in shadow is far more intense too. And Aramatu, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. We're here casting some Rage Forest. Some 4v4 AoE 2 action. And Sacred Money. Sacred Money, thank you very much for the follow. That's what the Aztecs had with their team bonus, that the relics generate more gold. Some Sacred Money. And Calvin Despois, thank you for the follow. Oh, the Wallen Vills getting torn to shreds by those crossbowmen. And I'll have an X over here. Menunez may be seeing how thin that is and worried about it. Telling Nosambi to wall that too. As he's doing all the walling he possibly can down here. 60 elite war elephantos, good luck monk microing that. Stack. No, you're not allowed to stack patrol, Wise Turtle. That is disallowed. No stack patrolling. This is a more harsh ban than World's Edge does. We're not using their handbook. No stack patrolling at all. The consequence is also you have to delete the unit, so it might not be a straight admin loss. Depends on how bad it is and how intentional. After the league, I hope you enjoyed casting. As more walls go up for no zombie. Man, I love watching these Rage Forest games. They're so hilarious. There's so much going on that feels ridiculous, but also is necessary. I mean, look at how walled this is from Menunez. You can even go all the way to the edge. Needs to grab that relic, too. I am still hoping to see War Elephants. I am, too. Yeah, we have Savar queued. Yeah, we have 10 stables here. And markets in the... I still want elephants. I still think, as everyone was pointing out, elephants would be great in this matchup. And let's be honest about it, too. Your Savars, they're going to take a while to break through, right? And then, okay, maybe they're not. Maybe no zombie's open. Okay, he is open. Never mind, they're in. I was like, oh, he's walled so much, it'll take a while to break in, though. They're in right away. And that TC looks like it's going down to the Traction Trebs. Paladins here slaughtering the remaining Vills. And now, well, it is a good thing no zombie already started booming in his pocket space. He was prepared to run, and now he's prepared to wall this off. Now we're going to have Cavaliers from Grinchy. He's a bit slower, though, in his boom. The Spanish don't have the eco the Persians do, and he'll need to get Paladins. Up in T90, thank you also for the raid. Welcome to Rage Forest. As we're in the semifinals, ACCM versus Valis. And after Menunez got off to a rough start, he lost 6 Vills, 4 of them to Borlors and Bears. His team's trying to hold on, as we have a strong push here with the Persian pocket just about to finish Savar. And we'll be fighting Spanish Paladins and Turk Heavy Cav Archers. The Paladin still a minute away, taking a while to get the upgrades in for Grinchy. On the other side, this castle here from Valis, walled off for the moment by Menunez, who's trying to recover from his poor start. But the Khitans are a tricky civ that don't have many late game options that feel really strong on Black Forest. And this is a very weird combination of civs for ACCM, where individually, Spanish, Aztecs, and Turks all have some really good things going for them on Rage Forest, but it doesn't feel like the civs fit together the way they do so smoothly for Valis' team. Finals tomorrow, yep, best of 5, too. Well, as we've seen, we're 5.5 hours in, and we're maybe at the halfway point, depends if this goes 5 games, of our next best of 5, so these take a while. It's happening in the middle. Oh, we have a cut. We have a cut with petards. So this entire middle has been walled by Menunez, and with fortified wall, so it takes 3 petards to get through a tile of fortified wall. We have a cut here from GG out as the Teutons. He'll get Siege Oninger soon. And we also just had, I saw Elephant Archer finished from Valis. And I mean, they're trying to get to the pond, but there are some cannon galleons now on the pond. I love these Rage Forest games. So much stuff happens. Yeah, cannon galleons on the pond to stop the cut as Menunez is trying to wall. And the petards come forward. The Savars now are going to find... they're going to enter the airlock between 2 gates of No Zombie and Grinchy. And some Paladins will get trapped there with the Cav Archers. Arbs from Fangita is the Shu. Shu can struggle to do much in the late game. Don't really have that powerful of a composition. If they're getting the Arbs out, no Zombie's going to need to reboom, because right now Fangita's contributing more. Menunez and No Zombie both still Castle Age. Menunez up to Imp. And they could do White Feather Guards, that's true. What's the Shu Traction Treb bonus? What is the Shu bonus? They move faster. So it's like drill, but for something that's useless. Well, it's not useless. You still need them, but they don't destroy buildings anywhere as quickly as Tribs. Yeah, and Fangita did a great job breaking the walls open there for Monos. But ACCM, he remembered Bloodlines this time for his Cav Archers. We had a game earlier where he played Sipahi Cav Archers with the Turks and forgot Bloodlines. Both give 20 HP, so it was basically just a very expensive Bloodlines. Zavar's trying to pick off the cannon. So far, so good for ACCM defending. This is a cannon there. But Turks will be a very scary late-game civ. Artillery cannon. No Zombie losing some vills. He's got to be careful farming out there. I think he's trying to queue vills from these TCs. And he has, right now, 6 TCs. And honestly, could even add more than that. 2 of these TCs are still in the danger zone. So welcome everyone over from T90 Stream 2. Hope you guys also enjoyed the league. We'll have some... Ooh, lots of petards now. From Valis and from GG out. Mangonels cutting everything. Bombard Tower is aiming to defend. I mean, with Bombard Tower plus Fortified Wall, artillery on the tower, so they get up to 13 range. Bracer counts for that too, so 8 plus 3 from the Blacksmith Upgrades plus 2 from artillery. Also pretty useful against the Elephant Archers. They have high enough attack that they'll do some damage. And let's see, the range is pretty far. To the point it can probably pick off onagers. And ACCM will rely on Menunez to do some more walling. How many tiles of wall? Let's see if this lags the stream if I zoom out this much. 340 tiles. So 340 tiles from Menunez, at least. Oh, that's the other team. And another 105 from Grinchy. And then 187 tiles from No Zombie. So that's like 200... 550, so it's like 650 tiles of fortified wall this team has made. But Grinchy and ACCM are pushing back. And we always do have to remember, Spanish trade is crazy good late game. As we do have a pause from them. Is the stream lag? It probably lagged for a second when I zoomed out. that lagged my PC. I'm just crashing my PC with Capture Age. Stream lagging hard. Okay, no more zooming out. No more zooming out to count walls. Zooming out crashes Capture Age. See, OBS says it's fine right now. Capture Age might just have died for a little bit. Oh wait, that was actually the game itself was laggy too. Okay, I did a laggy thing in Capture Age at the time the game lagged. Yeah, I'm sure it was paused. They had a sorry go. I shouldn't be able to crash their game. That would be crazy if Capture Age could crash their game. That should not happen. To be fair, the explosion and sudden disaster crashed Capture Age yesterday, so... Zoomed out and made this isn't HD. This isn't HD where spectators could legit interact with the game by ungarrisoning relics or mess up the sling slots. So, Bombard Towers here. This is tricky. ACCM needs to micro the Bombard Towers to hit the onagers. Right now, they shoot at the closest thing, which is the elephants. And heavy rocket cart down here to shoot back at the elite elephant archers. And thank you, the Combatant Wombat, for the follow. That's an elephant ram push, too, from Valis. And Menunez is imp, but the downside of... the Khitans is no halb. They only have pikemen. And they have fire lancers too, but only pikemen. However, against elephant archers, they at the very least have heavy rocket carts. They're a siege onager replacement. Some more light cav come pouring in, but into the pikemen. So pikemen plus heavy rocket cart looks like it'll be the play for Menunez. Halb's pushing down the middle from GG out along with those elephant archers. And I think, as we said, the Turks, they have... Oh, they have trade that's going to path here. But they have feudal skirms, feudal spears. Nothing that really fights the elephant archers. On the other side, though, it does feel like they're pushing bolt magazine in that castle. That'll make the Arbs turn into Chuko news. And maybe their push is being stopped just a bit. You have your CA going just in case. Just in case we crash and need to catch up. I don't need to watch from the beginning again. Yeah, the Archfrost strategy. So rocket cart's still pushing the elephants as the rams go to get through the walls. Oh, the mounted trebuchet, is this good at anything? I have no idea. Plus 30 against siege, plus 30 against heavy siege, and plus 0 against siege. Those bonuses totally make sense. It's probably a ship, too. Okay, let's get into some camel shots here eventually. I have a new DLC coming out, and I don't even know all the things that the previous units do. Well, this is being held a bit, but the problem is, that pushed up the middle now has reached no zombies reboom, and also gotten into the trade. So some elephants and halbs are raiding the trade, but that might be cleaned up with some paladins coming over. Paladins and a few cav archers. Now it's Menunez who's down in Vils. Still only 85 Vils for Fangita. 64 Vils, 19 fishing ships. But also you don't need that many Vils as the shoe if you're just making arbalests. Not all that many halbs here from GG out. So the paladins, I think they lose that fight. There's too many Savars. Does it give Grinchy time to wall? He's got 5 Vils forward walling. If he throws down gates, he can wall. And yeah, looks like he will get the walls. This is going to be close. But yes, he gets the walls up in time. No ranged unit here to stop the walling unless that monk drops the relic. And you can start walling behind this again. Okay, I'm not going to zoom out and count the wall tiles again. As we have another cut through the middle, but that will run into some walls and a castle. Oh, war elephants. Are we seeing them? Are we seeing? Oh, we are seeing them. Elite war elephants. Let's go. Elite war elephants from Manos. Finally, we've been waiting. We've been waiting all tournament for a Persian pocket. Finally, to make the war elephants. Let's hope he goes full war elephant now. What does he have? 1, 2. He's adding a 3rd castle or a 4th castle. That could be tread from the other side. That's a bit risky. Persian trade also. Talked about Spanish trade earlier. Caravanserais to speed up the trade carts. To, some Vils were sacrificed on that gold mine. To speed up the trade carts. Now, where's the trade going to go? All the way to this corner. And then more market... where are those markets trading? Are they trading to that corner too? That feels like the safer trade line. Somehow, Valis' team isn't able to push despite getting all the way across the map. ACCM's team has held. They need to get maybe a bit of a sling to Menunez so he gets more Vils, but he's closing in on 200 pop. And now Paladin plus Heavy Cav Archer pushing through this side. I don't think either of them counters the 620 HP elephants. What type of shots can the Onagers get? Can they delete the Paladins, maybe? Maybe we were talking about earlier, though, that you could go to a simple Bengali, just war elephants, elite battle elephants, I mean, and have a push that the pikemen probably don't stop when they're not halbs. And the rocket carts probably wouldn't be as effective against a melee unit as they are against the elephant archers. Because here, at the very least, Menunez has an option here. And probably has the better onagers than the Bengalis, even. They don't get siege onager. I guess heavy rocket cart's supposed to be more like a siege onager than an onager. I mean, this is ACCM's team. They are not going to give up easily. And man, it looked like they were practically dead. But we've seen that so many times in Rage Forest. The team can be dead and things turn around. Here's another push. With onagers there from GG out. Cutting through the forest. Couple of straight trees there. And the danger here is not necessarily the cut, but also the space. Because this now gives space for trebuchets to hit the tower, hit the castle, hit the markets. There are enough castles here for trebs. Oh, some petards coming forward for Fingita. As down in the south, it's just rocket carts and monks and elephants duking it out. Menunez needs to repair that castle. There is an X as they're trying to find a way through. They can chop around the market. They can chop around the market and then get in. Market deleted by no zombie. And this trade is a bit risky. Probably needs to be redirected to some closer markets, a bit shorter. There's still a halberd the trade somewhere. Bombard can try to take that out. The castle does go down for Menunez. It's a nice rocket cart barrage on the elephants, but they're tanky enough to survive. And this is now the standard battle elephant push, as the game is starting to feel extra laggy here. But the standard battle elephant push for Valis, right into the pikemen. And the rocket carts, just miss a shot there. So we've seen 4 types of elephants: siege elephants, elite battle elephants, elite elephant archers, and elite war elephants. As we have more elephants still being queued there. 18 elephants in the queue from Monos. As the team's getting to the trade, where are they going? They're cutting to the back. They're going to find the bear in the forest. They're going to send it to Menunez to kill more of his vills. Just cutting here because why not? Menunez now getting overwhelmed. And there will be ACCM's pond. Could go Turk cannon galleons for the range. Now this will be part of the trade. I suppose trade could be moved back here where there already are some markets. And the team might want to do that soon. Yeah, elephant grenadiers, elephant bombard cannon. Trebs going for the castle. And FD Simbacort, thank you for the follow. Oh, okay, here they go. Here come the war elephants. Monk wants a conversion. We do have... Oh, we don't have faith. He's devoted, but he's not faithful. Monos needs some researchers. Oh, and as the war elephants move in, that's going to be too much. ACCM's team will call GG. And dang, that was a rough game for them right from the start. They held on, though. They held on for a while and made it competitive. That's another win for Team Valis, who now find themselves 1 win away from the finals. And ACCM showed they can win a game in Game 2. They need to win the final 2 games. So 374 kills for ACCM. Those Sipahi Cav Archers were pretty darn nice. Valis had the most deaths. Or not, that's the fewest deaths, never mind. The stars is fewest for deaths. I was going to say, that'd be shocking for an elephant player, but no, it was Menunez as the Khitans, spamming the pikemen. Yeah, Monos, the Persians had the best eco. For peace elephants, yeah, we got battle elephants, war elephants, and we need some peace elephants. Siege elephants. Some pacifist elephants. So, thank you all for tuning in. And a reminder, we do have a sub goal. I think the total prize pool is around $6,000 for Rage Forest. And every 100 subs, I'm going to add another $100 to the prize pool. We got a counter there. We're closing in on 200. So thank you all for the support so far. And it also means you don't have to watch the ads that I play between the games. You fast forward slower so they last longer. Yeah, passive elephants. Maybe we'll finally be able to avoid killing Kushluk. That was Teutons, Persians, Bengalis. Those were some high civ priorities. And Shu. Against Spanish, Turks, Khitans, and that was Aztecs. Alright, so that leaves Georgians, Dravidians, and Koreans as siege onager civs for ACCM, and Bulgarians. Honestly, ACCM's team still has 4 beastly pockets. They'll need to figure out how to combo them. And as flanks, you're definitely playing Portuguese. And then you're figuring out what to play from Gajurs, Malians, Maya, and Vikings. So Ethiopians, Lithuanians make sense for pockets for Valis, as do the Slavs. Then they gotta figure out their final pocket. Probably between Vietnamese, Goths, Romans, and Khmer. And then figure out their flanks. Inca and Chinese at the drafts. I think maybe the role's a bit more not defined for some of Valis' later civs. Elephant boats? We have those. Garrison a transport ship full of elephants, and you'll see some elephants popping out of the transport. You have an Easter egg for elephant boats. That doesn't count. It's close enough. So everyone's in the next lobby. And man, we've been casting Rage Forest almost for 6 hours today. And if ACCM wins this next game, there's a chance we go almost 8 hours. So thank you all so much for the support. I've had so much fun with Rage Forest. It's just so refreshing to watch something where it's not just a team game with Crossbow Knight every game. Same thing when I cast King of the Desert and Sea Arabia. I feel like just having one map with a lot of civs that are viable lets you see so much more of the game. You see all the unique units and decisions and late game pushes. Thanks also to Ornu and Mem for casting this and carrying us. So they're in the lobby now. They've picked their colors. Same lineup, it looks like. Just waiting for ACCM to rejoin. So Valis' team, a former Rage Forest champion, finds himself one game away from the finals. And also, what a day this must have been for ACCM. I think it's like 4:30 a.m. for him. He just played his League games, and now he's playing his Rage Forest games. No Zombie 2 in Australia. You got Manunas in the US. Let's see, we don't have a flag for Grinchy. And a variety of time zones here, then. We got Monos in Argentina. Valos in Finland. GG out, I think, is that a Swedish flag for him? And Fingita from the UK. Grinchy's East Coast US? Okay, there. Yeah, ACCM on a huge marathon. Goth and Roman pocket? I suppose you could try it, but that's not going to be the case, I think, when they have Ethiopians, Slavs, and Lithuanians, which are 3 very good pocket civs. Your Slavs and Ethiopians definitely are going to be your split up for SO pockets on separate games. ACCM loves marathon games. Well, he's probably used to it. Almost more than anyone else. Fingita team, Great Britain, yes. I've met him before at LANs before. I'm still hoping to go to the Hamburg event later this year. So there we go. I'll have game number 4 starting right now. So let's get the colors. ACCM is purple. And in the north, it'll be No Zombie versus Valas, and in the south, Menunez versus Fangita. So changing the matchups just a bit. ACCM and Valas both the captains, but ACCM plays the pocket role. Unlike Barles, Valas, and, well, Timo had been pocket for one game, but was mostly the flank. You need your fix. Rage Forest is baller. I've been having so much fun with Rage Forest. Also, no pawns this map. And they did go for Malians on the flank. Malians, tricky Rage Forest civ. On paper, they have the tools you want. They got Siege Onager, Bombard Cannon, a good unique unit in Gebettos. They can go Arbs, they can go Farimba, Cavaliers and Camels. But in practice, the fact that they miss upgrades somehow, somewhere for pretty much all of that makes them kind of subpar. Often you want a civ that has a very high peak, and then you combo it with your other civs to cover the weakness. Here, the Malians do a lot of stuff okay, but nothing particularly strong. No Siege Engineers for their Siege Onagers and Cannons, so they lack range. No Paladin upgrade for the Farimba Cavaliers. Lacking Halb, and relying on Camels makes them weak to Elephant pushes. I thought it was a water map? Randomly, 20% chance each of 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8 pawns, balanced equally per team. So some walls going up for no zombie. And it will be the Goths, but on the flank. So we have seen Goth pockets be effective, but also I think highly matchup dependent. Malian's a civ that's usually pretty good against Goths. Gebeto Warriors, Hand Cannoneers, both available to them. Also, universities work faster so they can get to the Hand Cannoneers in early imp. And remember, Goths no stone walls, so they will be relying upon GG out as the Slavs, who does at least have fortified wall, to go and wall the passages after the initial palisades. And did get a pretty forward wall there. The other side, not going to have an extended wall off war. Menunez has a forward wall, but didn't sneak a Vil. No pawns, where we've seen Abu sneaking Vils all the time. But that's true, Goths without an Italian teammate. So gunpowder becomes significantly more viable when the Goths cannot train the Condottiero. Arnlu said Black Forest was a water map. I mean, it's a fish booming map if you have ponds. Now, that's what makes it interesting, because you have strategies about who takes which pond. This is also a double boar map. I randomized it, so it can be either pairs of boar or triples of boar. This looks like a pairs of boar map. So boars will be taken under the TC. Arabia has pawns too. Hey, Arabia can be a fish boom map. Okay, Arabia can definitely be a fish boom map. And Menunez, as the Gajurs, will have 8 sheep in the mill. Oh, it's kind of cute how you can have your allies' sheep in your mill, and they don't change to your ownership. They, like, if they have their scout nearby, so they don't change when they garrison. And Vil there, quick walling the bear. Easy quick wall for ACCM, who without Loom will try to take the bears, or the boars. So, 0 deaths to Gaia so far this game. And the boars will be chasing the Vil. 16 HP, but we'll be running away. Boar's chasing that Vil. We'll get it back to the TC. And he should be good now. Has the scout to block. So he's fine. He'll do that safely. I'll have the same thing here from Menunez, who had less save, 4 HP. If he messes this up, 1 hit and the Vil dies. And just needs to garrison the hunter soon. Okay, he does garrison. And kills the boar with the TC. So, nice and safe to kill with the TC now. You still get the food on it. I miss the days. Makes me sad inside to see boar lures be so easy. I liked it when players could mess up and lose vills. It's kind of fun for Rage Forest because you don't lose as much if you kill the boar because you have so many. How do they... I have no idea how they produce sheep in the mill. I am open to explanations. I don't know what's going on with the sheep and that donkey, but they're making food. Oh, look at that mining camp. Beautiful, touching the stone and the gold from Menunez. Milk for cheese. Sheep milk? I could understand maybe goat milk or cow milk. I mean, it's just based on the Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds of, you built an animal nursery and put the banthas and the nerfs in it. You could be a scruffy looking nerf herder. So some tower rushing here from Valis, as we'll have an X also there from Monos. Monos sending a Vil forward from the opposite pocket, potentially to help out with this push. Now there is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 easily accessible relics for Monos' Lithuanian pocket. So Gothslavs, Chinese, Lithuanians, Malians, Bulgarians, Gajurs, Koreans. Oh yeah, also Bulgarians. So 4 beastly pockets were left in ACCM's draft, and Bulgarians are a very good pocket sieve. Halb SO from them, or even just two-handed swordsman with armor. Honestly, Bulgarians kind of hard counter Goths if you get their two-handed swordsman going. And decent boom with the TCs costing less stone. Blacksmith's faster, so you get your upgrades. Unique tech for armor. Also, it can be played as a cab sieve with Konix. Usually it's going to be Halbaso. And then your siege technologies are cheaper. Less food, and that helps you go for them faster. But no zombie having problems with the men-at-arms. Only had 1 tile of Palisade actually walling up here. Thought he maybe was more walled, but the Palisades didn't go all the way to the edge. That's what you get for playing at probably 4:42 a.m. for him. I don't know, maybe it's even later than that, whatever his time difference is from me. And now he's just going to send his whole village to chase the men-at-arms. He will wall this up now, so no more reinforcements for the moment. And this is just going to be one big fight, as Menunez, no more HP on his Camel Scout. And he has lost 2 vills to this, Menunez has lost 1. And his team's losing all their scouts all of a sudden. Monos picks them off. And now Valis is through. Valis is through, and this is scary, as Monos wants to come in too. And there is another villager there, and there is still a tower behind these walls, and some stone walls. So at the very least, Monos' scouts won't get in immediately to hoover around. And Grinchy will be up doing a TC a bit before Monos. He'll also stonewall himself off. That way nothing comes to attack him. As Valis will indeed be going for a barracks. And Valis versus no zombie is a bit unfair in terms of the skill matchup. No zombie is a good player in his own right. But this is someone who's kind of maybe mid 2k now against Valis. And also this is Valis' wheelhouse in Rage Forest. So we'll have a few TCs added in from the rest of the pockets. Aside from Monos, who is going to do a workshop and be very aggressive. So this is a situation the aggression has to pay off if Grinchy's getting a better boom. Maybe the good thing about the Lithuanians, though, matching up against the Bulgarians, is all the extra armor they would get from Bagains. Doesn't matter if they're fighting the latest unit, because that will ignore the armor. Valis is through. Certainly was scary to Viper. And I mean, no zombie is having his eco horribly disrupted now. I don't think we have a res collected stat, but we do have a res spent stat. And no zombie's 2k behind everyone else. Needing to tower his berries. And he was not ready to deal with the speed of this tower rush. And now Monos is through with Light Cav. And no zombie, if he hasn't managed to run Vills yet, he needs to soon. ACCM over with Fire Lancers. That is interesting. And it's not going to disrupt his boom all that much. It's just one barracks. And he is Koreans. So he'll have the wood discount too. So a couple of Fire Lancers. They can deal with Men-at-Arms where they're only in the Feudal Age. And the Men-at-Arms, that's a lot of Men-at-Arms too. 8 Men-at-Arms, so Vals will be feudal for a while. And just now the second TC from Monos. So Team Valis has more Vills, but that's just Valis compared to no zombie mostly. For pocket booms, ACCM doing a very low effort. I'm going to ensure he doesn't get defeated play. The Micro as well should be able to fight the Minganel. In the Feudal Age, Men-at-Arms only have +2 against Shock Infantry, which the Fire Lancers are. So other than that, I think the Fire Lancers still should win one-on-one. 65 HP to 45, and more attack. They even have a melee armor. There's a split, and they have their charge attack still. The No Zombie did get a clandestine lumber camp, but not in a spot that really keeps him safe in case of a push. Hello, HQ. And more Fire Lancers added from ACCM. Also a Mangonel from Grinchy. They're going to try to boom while keeping their friend safe. That's 4 TCs from GG out as the Slavs, which are a scary Halb SO Civ, but no Bombard Cannon from them. They'll be relying on the Goths or the Lithuanians for that. Goths, oddly enough, have decent siege with Bombard Cannon, just no siege engineers. Same as the Lithuanians, no siege engineers over there. So it could be tricky dealing with the Koreans late game and all their range. So this wall is breached, that is open. And Monos will pour in more units from the pocket. ACCM for now cleaning the barracks. Nice Mangonel shot from Grinchy on that scout. And with the charge attack, the scout has to flee the Fire Lancers. Yep, some more Men-at-Arms from the barracks. So Val's going full Man-at-Arms play. He's up to the Castle Age. I think this is more about how are the pockets disrupted, and the thing is GG out is not. GG out is not disrupted at all. He's had a smooth Slavs boom. Whereas Mono's, the other pocket is the one who's slowed down. But both pockets combined for Team ACCM, 61 and 64 Vills, probably better than 74 to 48. As long as GG out doesn't quickly overwhelm them, they should be okay still. And CC Man, thank you for the follow. Maybe a Val's roof to stone wall here. Kind of a tricky area to stone wall though with the workshop. Eventually though, I think No Zombie, he needs his lumber camp over here so we can work on chopping through to run. Well, he's up to the Castle Age and only 30 seconds behind Valis. With a 4-Vil difference. So, okay, considering everything he's dealt with, this could be worse. But 1 barracks down, 2 more in their place. This is going to be double barracks Goth longswords now from Valis. He's going to look to tear down the TC with longswordsmen. Send all units to destroy the TC? Well, it won't be before he gets Castle Age, that's for sure. Castle will come in 30 seconds from now. There's longsword squires and armor for Valis. What's the Bulgarian team bonus on the other team again? Okay, that's the other team, though. Blacksmiths work faster. Oh, Siege Tower Fire Lancers from ACCM. Is ACCM going to save No Zombie with a Siege Tower? He might. It doesn't work like it used to on the Empire Wars ladder. We've seen him in the Brazilian Dynasty lose games due to Siege Tower Miss Micro, and win games due to Siege Tower and Diagonal Wall Micro. Now, what a throwback. A nightmarish throwback, but a throwback nevertheless. So Fire Lancers there. We'll fight the Knights and the Light Cav. Will not want to fight the longswords. Now that they're longswordsmen, they have +6 against shock infantry. And this is not going to be a good fight for ACCM, even if it is under the TC. And now that longswordsmen are out, they're going to wreck the fire lancers. And they're going to force ACCM to swap units if he still wants to help. He will, however, get a castle up. Will that be in time to save No Zombie? That's a question. Oh, what No Zombie needed there? He needed a quick wall, and to keep the longswords out, then ACCM could have hopped the fire lancers over the quick wall. But now that they're in, the longswords will be raiding the gold. There's a nice conversion. And just enough siege from Monos to protect the push. And there is longswordsman from GG out as the Slavs. He might go... He's got forward vills. He might go Slav champions with Drazina. Oh, there's some barracks. Alright. So it's going to be even more champions. Now, the Koreans can deal with that if they get enough war wagons, but that's enough war wagons. That's going to be a lot of war wagons ACCM needs. Jeep, hello Jeep. Hope you're having a lovely day. There's a guard tower from ACCM. If you can get a few guard towers up, that slows down the push quite a bit. TC still holding for No Zombie. He's going to get a second TC. Boss will have now a second, third, and fourth TC foundations placed. Hard to disagree with him not running any vills. These vills can run now, I think. Just run a couple. It might be safe. These vills he probably feels are safe too, since he's stonewalled them. Now, Fire Lancers still do not like fighting longswords. And if ACCM goes too heavily for war wagons, then we're going to have Onager from GG out. So GG out now, the most boomed of the pockets. And Menunez versus Fangita. Gajurs versus Chinese. I do not know how that matchup goes. There's Great Wall, so extra wall HP there. I think the Byzantines still get more. I think they get 4,200 and the Chinese get like 4,000. He should run at least 3 vills. Chat does not think he's safe. I mean, he doesn't look safe against all these longswords. Castle going up as the longswords chase the fire lancers away. And there will be a mining camp for No Zombie. So forward treb for GG out. And Fangita with a great scorer like Menunez. What will Grinchy be able to do now as Bulgarians? He's going to go two-handed swordsman. What is all this infantry we're seeing? So Bulgarian two-handed swordsman with all the Bagane's armor. Did they win against Drazina and Slav champions? I have no idea. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Plate mail armor, Gambesons. He needs his unique tech. He needs expensive tech, Bagane's. Because right now they will just die to champions without that. At least the champions themselves don't have Drazina yet. So Treb's pushing. ACCM might need some repairs on his castle. Grinchy agrees, and he'll send Vills to repair. Another conversion on a champion as Trebs go down. This push is kind of stalling out. The Fire Lancers are somehow doing well enough against the champions, who should have +8 against them. Now that ACCM's up, he's doing chemistry, and he can swap to gunpowder. What do these walls have down here? 3,900 HP. Okay, yeah, so 3,900. Not as much as the 4,200 of Byzantine walls. Yeah, splash damage. I don't think the splash damage is affected by the armor. Now, there we go, he has it. 1+8. Must have been quick to research. And he's getting arson, so they will still attack buildings pretty well. And take down the castles with them. We'll have some elephant archers from Menunez, who haven't gone for lots and lots of walls. And also, as the Gajurs, he could do fortified wall. We'll decide, I'll just go to the other side. So we'll have the full rainbow of Monk, Two-Handed Swordsman, Fire Lancer, Elephant Archer here for ACCM's team. The team pushing together. No Zombie, still pretty far out of the game compared to Valis. Valis almost imp on 100 Vils. No Zombie, 50 Vils. Still stuck in the Castle Age. And ACCM's team may need to think about slinging No Zombie to get him back into the game, get him some more town centers. And for now, they're pushing this back. The castle will crumble, and they're going to regain control of their side of the map. Menunez can go Elephant Archers, and how would that do against the Chinese? Heavy Rocket Cart without Siege Engineers, so less range, against the Elephants that would, as the Gajurs, miss Parthian, and miss also the final armor upgrade. So Chuko News maybe could be effective even. Rocketry Corps, what are the rules for slinging? You have to be Imp before you can sling. So right now, No Zombie, the only one in the game who can't sling. Any of his teammates can sling him. On the other side, they can all sling each other now. There's a loud click of opening the Gatorade. So Rocket Cart cut. And honestly, this is looking like a scary army now. Monks even to heal the Elephant Archers. And maybe they can just do this. Maybe they can just about do this if they can push quickly. Lots of castles here. And two-handed swordsmen are still pretty squishy, even if they have a nice attack bonus against buildings. But as I said earlier, the Lechai on their way. 4 relics for Monos. They have the full +4. And they should massacre these two-handed swordsmen. Probably need to see more Halbs soon. Team Valis has their full force here too. Yeah, I think we will undoubtedly need to see Halbs against the Lechai. But it will be more now Huskarls, it looks like, for Monos. The Goths just feel so much more limited when they don't have that Kondo as an option. Those have been so strong for the Goths. So Halbs and Fire Lancers forward. Onagers go down. As the Bombard Cannon hits the Onager. And the Elite Latus is pushing forward along with some champions. Now maybe the momentum is picking up again for this team. But they will be pushing into the Korean or Korean Keeps, rather. And pushing under some Onager fire. Some Monk conversions too on the Lechai, maybe slowing them down. But Halbs are a bit late in coming out for ACCM, and they will still not like fighting the Drazina champions of GG out. Scores are still really close for everyone other than No Zombie, but No Zombie's up to Imp. And remember, we talked about the Malians having the faster working university earlier. They could very easily get some hand cannoneers out. And with ACCM and his team thinking maybe just sling No Zombie to hand cannoneers, he has 3 ranges already, and he has chemistry clicked. Add in 2 more ranges, have 5 range hand cannoneers, and suddenly you have something that stops the infantry. And I think that actually be a crazy good plan for the team. He's doing block printing and Theocracy for the Monks. We got Siege Onager coming in now for Grinchy. And if they can hold just a bit longer, they're going to get their full force here. And their full force where the Goths, they have numbers, but how much do they contribute? Are the Slavs really a champion civ? We'll have double Halbs now against the Lechai. Maybe an opportunity for the Bulgarians to get back to two-handed swordsmen. Here we have some Monks going for conversions. They can swap targets maybe to the Lechai. Siege Onager, a minute away. Lots of Siege Onagers here from GG out. Gonna get some Halbs down. Could also use Bombard Cannon from No Zombie. There's nothing happening on the other side. Both players content just to leave this here. They'll have trade all the way from side to side for both teams. Trade line looks slightly better for ACCM's team. They have a ton of Elephant Archers, and they're holding No Zombie on 96 Vils now. And he's got hand cannoneers popping out. He has the hand cannoneers he needs. 7 range hand cannoneer production. He's got 14 in the queue. And all of a sudden, he has an anti-infantry unit. Has to be wary of the Siege Onagers for sure, but he will contribute to the fight more than just the Monks now. Fingita. Oh, Fingita is full sling. He is full sling mode. So will full sling mode beat 4v3? Hey, it will if ACCM keeps on ensuring his own halbs. And missing the Huskarl mass. The onagers are all here. ACCM's team desperate to force a game number 5. We've only been casting Rage Forest for 6 hours and 17 minutes. We need more. Nice shot on the halbs there. If no zombies back into the game, that's also another player who could go Siege Onager. Could go for some Farimba at some point for camels to fight the Lechai. We'll have towers here. What are these? Keeps from the Chinese. They should have extra HP from Great Wall, right? Oh, 30% extra HP. Nice tower bonus for them. He's full sling, but the rest of the team still has high eco counts. As a whole, the team is around 20 vils more than ACCM's team, but 50 military less. Oh wait, now all of a sudden they're 70 vils more. Wait, did I read a number wrong? They were really close in vils, and then it suddenly got really far. Maybe someone on ACCM's team deleted vils? Keep Sleet Rage repeat. That's the ticket. Trying to figure out, let's sell it here as a zoom level. Yeah, so down here, workshops for Finjita. You might think about pushing Menunez. That's what you do. You do a couple rams, a couple rocket carts or mangonels or whatever the Civ has these days. And push through the walls. Just force your opponent to pay attention to walling. Do Malians get Theocracy? Yes, that's researched. Malians have a good monk tech tree. Everything aside from Illumination. And they do have Redemption, too. So converting onagers is a play. Oh! No more halbs out. That is a lot of keeps. But remember, the longer the game goes, the more expensive the stone gets. So, yeah, 195 already. Is that with guilds? That's without guilds. Does anyone here have guilds? ACCM does. Where's his market? Does he have a market? There you go. 172 if ACCM buys it. You want the player with guilds buying the stone and then slinging it. With banking, so there's no tax. You just don't want to pay tax on buying stone. No one going Bombard Cannon? The only Civ that would have it are Koreans and... Actually, everyone has it other than Bulgarians. Great, Bombard Cannon might be nice here against all the Siege Onagers and Towers. And there we go. There we have one from Menunez. But no Siege Engineers as the Gajurs. ACCM is really the one who has good cannon with the Siege Engineers tech. Uji Daddy. Vathalisocracy? Only the Malay have that. And now, where are the hand cannoneer numbers? 43 of them. 43 hand cannoneers that now have to be extra careful of onager shots. 31 hand cannoneers now that have to be careful of onager shots. As the Huskarls push forward, ACCM's team still holds. They have the full rainbow here. Red, yellow, purple, and orange with some elephant archers holding. Oh man, this has been a crazy game too. Elephants pushed back by the Siege Onagers. The monk's still healing the elephant archers too. That is important. I think, Zombie might need to be careful to keep a few hand cannoneers behind the elephant archers. Because Huskarls actually do kill elephant archers pretty well. They're only going to be doing 1 damage to the Huskarls. So many towers here from everyone. Oh yeah, what's going on down here? A bit of a cut from Fangita, met by some towers and bombard cannon from Menunez. He said, no, you're not getting in here. You're not cutting. We are fighting in the north. So this is one of those Rage Forest games. I think I just need to put the screen here. And just about here. And we'll be here for the next hour. What elite upgrade did Menunez just do? How can I tell? I guess between Chakram Throwers or Shravamshriders, one of those. Does he have... Is that displayed somewhere? It is, it's not there. I'm gonna guess that was Chakram Thrower. Or no, it had to have been Shravamshrider there. He's gonna add some elite Shravamshriders to the fight. I mean, he could also do Frontier Guards and add a couple of Camels to help against the Lechai. But I guess that doesn't help against them because Frontier Guards is melee armor, and they ignore it. They still have extra attack to help, though. Elephant Archer probably the right play, though, just for killing Halbs. Spaden, this is the multiplayer task that your PC has to pass to play online. Might be even more intense than that. I think there are more towers. I think there's trade running, which adds some more pathing to it. And okay, push in the south, sudden push in the south. Vegeta is going to stop slinging. I mean, look at his team. They have a huge stockpile of resources. They don't need sling now. Vegeta can delete bills and push. He can delete bills and push. And he's got GG out back in the push-up with some siege onagers. So Menunez now suddenly has to react to this. There are Fire Lancers in there, elite Fire Lancers. He doesn't have a good way to react to this. He wanted to be multi-layer fortified wall down here, as his team feels like they're maybe pushing in the north, but they could lose some momentum if the Elephant Archer number starts to drop. And they have to pay attention to this. They can't let their trade be destroyed. They'll get a castle up, but not enough. Those are a lot of tribs, and he's quickly going to lose castles. ACCM sending vills. Where's he sending them? To their deaths, maybe. He wants to make some towers here. Let's see if that goes up. Some of the Fire Lancers dying to towers. We'll have towers here from Vegeta. And this team might need to swap their trade. Maybe delete some houses, put markets here, and trade to here. But they have to be careful of their trade, because they are pushing in the north. And they are pushing this. If this were just a fight in the north, I think that they're breaking this team and would win. But look at that, GG out, 8k wood in the bank. This team has a bank of resources. Only Menunez really does for his team. But he's going to spend that bank now to clean this as fast as he can. He has elite Chakram Thrower and elite Shravamshriders. Chakrams to take out the Fire Lancers, Shravamshriders to take out the Onagers. But the keeps are there, and they're going to protect the vills. Suddenly, he's trying to do another castle, as this is starting to get really laggy to me. They're 100 military behind. How have they not lost yet? I think they are losing now. ACCM with the siege tower. All of a sudden, Vegeta pushes, and it feels like even though he wasn't fighting here, it's the moment his team was falling apart. Is it a game-winning move or an act of desperation? As the trade now for ACCM's team is in danger. More Chakram Throwers, more Elephant Archers here for Menunez. He needs some help dealing with this, I think. Shravamshriders themselves, not enough to take out the Onagers with all the Fire Lancers, and Onagers could get good shots on the Chakram Throwers. Menunez has to micro this. And at the same time now, the team may be just stabilizing with their resource bank in the north. Their trade not quite hit. And Vegeta's push might just be saving his team. Can Menunez clean this? This is now key to his team. If he can clean this, then they're okay. If he can't, then they're dead without their trade. And they haven't quite pushed fast enough. As here come now Paladins, is that supporting the Lechai? Yes, Paladins. Capture Age losing the ability to render the Treb deaths. As the Halbs still are here from ACCM, but no more Elephant Archers, no more Menunez. Menunez now stuck defending the trade, and maybe he will do so successfully. He needs to kill the Vills quickly before more towers go up. That's key. Kill the Vills and hope they don't garrison. Garrisoning Vills makes it so annoying to stop the towers. ACCM has to come deal with this too, as they can still... They had to delete the markets, and they have another market here from Menunez to move the trade. And Team Vala is still behind in military, but with all the towers they have, it slows down the push. And you can get away with having less military if you have more towers. Case in point. What are those? Elephant archers that had died? Did Menunez lose all those elephant archers all at once? Or did he delete them just so he would have more pop space here? I mean, honestly, it's faster to delete his elephant archers and remake them with the eco he has than it is to walk them from one side of the map to the other. Now, what a beast Menunez. Track Rams taking down some Halbs. Some Schrampschreiters running from the Halbs too. Treb moving forward for Fengita. And the Chakrams are holding, but just barely. Just barely. And Menunez needed to react to this earlier. It still feels like his team hasn't lost ground in the north, but also here and there Huskarls are getting into the eco. And when I say here and there, here are 30 Huskarls running through the eco. But Grinchi prepared and walling. Grinchi with the walls. And there are castles up here. So Hand Cannoneers chasing the Huskarls. Maybe, though, the Huskarls and the Bombard Cannon will be an issue. Maybe now Grinchi needs some two-handed swordsmen to deal with this. As the cannon will tear through those towers from ACCM. ACCM's still the top overall score. If they can't seem to stop this push from Fengita, and now here comes some Paladins, but they're going to run straight into Gajura Heavy Camels, and they should be massacred hard by the Heavy Camels, although, as I say that, the Onagers destroy the Heavy Camels along with the towers. Okay, they shouldn't have fought there. They needed to fight back there, and because they didn't fight there, the Trebs will now go down, and without Trebs, Menunez can't clear the towers. He needs the towers cleared. These towers are so powerful in holding this area, keeping the Vils alive. There's so much trade at this one market. I think they need to go farther back. There was a big traffic jam. He doesn't need the blacksmith anymore. He deletes it. Just as I was going to say, he needs to delete the other blacksmiths too. And Menunez, he lost his food eco. Remember, he had a huge stockpile of resources earlier. Now he only has 16 Vils on food. He's lost all of his farms. And this push from Fengita might just be enough to end the game. His team in the north still is holding. They still have towers up, protecting the trade. And ACCM's team was so close to getting to the trade. And now it's Goth spam into Hand Cannoneers. Will this be enough? Because it's only the Bombard Cannon and the Huskarls of the Goths here. Hand Cannoneers are here. And they can counter all of this army. The problem is just these towers now. Towers being so effective at killing units, and now this push from Fengita, along with now Monos getting to the edge of the map. There goes the trade. The market is deleted, and these civs very gold hungry. Malians, Gajurs, Koreans, even Bulgarians. You're not going to get away going Halbs, I think, against this composition of Goths and Slavs. Lithuanian's the only civ that really would worry about Halbs with the paladins they have. Paladin's also a bit more pierce armor than the Lechai, so they can raid under arrow fire for a bit longer. And man, what an amazing game this has been. And maybe ACCM's team has one last charge in them, because No Zombie still has a lot of Hand Cannoneers. And if 2 players are down here, and 3 are up here, well, that'll be more units. And the Goths maybe lose their strength if they don't have more units. But then they have the fast reinforcements. And the Halbs are useless up here. Halbs are fairly useless. That's a lot of siege onagers. GG out just has to be careful not to move forward into the tower. Oh my gosh, look at these. How many towers there are with all those circles. Something will shoot those onagers eventually. This is stalling out. Grinchi not having the military. Remember when Team Valis was down by 100 military? Now they're up 50. Now they're up by over 100 Vils. And everything for Team ACCM collapsing. We casted the other semifinals earlier today. And Teemo will be waiting for them in the finals. Paladins taking down the trade. Even fighting well enough against the camels when they have some Halb support. There's another market. The trades, I don't even know what route that trade took. And this is looking closer and closer to GG. Some onagers coming forward. Valis asking for food, asking for gold. Henkin here is still trying to hold against the Huskarls. But there are the GGs from ACCM's team. They played all night long. And Valis will emerge victorious. ACCM, how many kills did he have? 136,000. The cut from Fangita is what did it. Crazy strategy there. Playing 3v4 for a while, essentially, while Fangita was slinging. Got to the point where they had such a good stockpile that Fangita could go for the cut, and the team didn't miss the sling because they had so much banked. Dang, that was crazy. And I am super looking forward to the finals tomorrow. Oh man, we gotta check the civs off. What was that? So that was... Oh, the game took my mouse focus. What is that? So, that was Lithuanians, Slavs, Goths, and Chinese against Koreans, Bulgarians, Gajurs, and Malians. So, I mean, if we had a game 5, that would have been Georgians, Dravidians, Portuguese, and either Vikings or Maya. Probably Maya. Against Ethiopians, and honestly, I think ACCM had a civ advantage in the final game. Ethiopians are scary. Vietnamese, Khmer, Romans. Maybe you see some scary elephant play there. Yeah, you wouldn't go Vikings if you're worried about elephants, because they don't have halbs. Dang. Yeah, Koreans, Georgians, full power spam. You gotta go like Koreans, Georgians, Japanese, Turks someday. But, oh man, that was crazy. Not playing the first... They were saving it for the final game. They wanted a good combo for the final game. And I think, as I said, I think if they make it to game 5, they should have the better civ lineup. Ooh, I am exhausted, guys. How did you like that? That was crazy. That was absolutely wild. So, this will be 15 GMT tomorrow, the finals. 15 GMT will be the finals. Also, thanks so much, T90, for the raid, everyone who subbed today, everyone who supported us, everyone who helped the prize pool. What a great pair of sets. A reminder over on that side. Where do I point? There. We have a sub counter. If we get to 200, I'm going to add more to the prize pool. Every 100 subs. Another $100 to the prize pool. So thank you so much for the subs. And some people gifting today. It is September, so you can sub, and it costs less. You get a discount. Oh, man. So, 6.5 hours today. 6.5 hours today. How's that? Happy enjoyed a lot, less exhausted? Less exhausted. My internet only dropped once earlier, so that wasn't too bad. Or the Orly stream saved us. So, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for Wise Turtle. And time to rest up for the last one tomorrow. It'd be amazing. Valis versus Teemo. Teemo's team was maybe a bit not fully complete early on. Oh, Ronald Raccoon, thank you for the 5 gifts.
One of your most powerful units is created at the castle. Create 10 more Woad Raiders.
Gotta love that narrator. That's what we'll see for more Celts if we get more Celt picks. We'll get Woad Raiders again. Thank you all so much for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. I'll also go put some timestamps in the YouTube VOD once I eat something after this. And we will be back tomorrow, 15 GMT. We'll see how early I can wake up to cast that. Can't wait for Doom. We'll see if I do more of that later tonight. I need to go eat and recover from 6.5 hours of casting Rage Forest. But more tomorrow. And so far, the quarterfinals and semifinals have been amazing. We've gotten 23 out of a possible 25 games. And let's hope for a good finals tomorrow. Teemo was very confident. He was very confident yesterday in my chat when he was talking. So hopefully that carries through. So we'll end this on YouTube and find someone to raid on Twitch. Thank you all so much for watching. And I'll see you back here tomorrow, 15 GMT.